Hi, I'm James Williamson, Senior Author at lynda.com, and I want to welcome you to HTML Essential Training. In this course, you'll take an in-depth look at HTML and learn its syntax and semantics, all while focusing on some of the best practices to use when writing and editing HTML. We'll start by exploring what HTML is and examining its basic syntax. Next, we'll move on to exploring basic document structure, how to properly section pages, and how to use HTML to format page content. After that, we'll explore how to properly create links and lists. Finally, we'll examine how HTML works together with CSS and JavaScript to create finished websites, and discuss what your next step should be as you continue to learn HTML. If you're somewhat intimidated by learning HTML, don't be. I can't wait to show you how easy it is to begin writing HTML and how quickly that you're going to be authoring and editing your own HTML pages. If that sounds great to you, then let's get started.
If you're a premium member of the lynda.com online training library, you have access to the exercise files used throughout this course. Exercise files are arranged by chapter and are located in folders that are named based upon the movie number they represent. Since each exercise is self-contained, you'll want to work with these folders individually. I recommend copying the entire exercise files directory to the desktop and then working on the files from the appropriate folder. I'll call out the location of the exercise file for each movie, and you should see a brief overlay that will also tell you where you can find those files. This course focuses on learning the essentials of HTML, and not on any one authoring tool. As such, it doesn't matter which authoring tool you use. Later on, I'll describe typical HTML editors and give you some suggestions on which ones you should use. The only other tool you'll need is a browser to preview your completed exercise in. I recommend using Firefox, Google Chrome, Opera, Safari, or Internet Explorer. Indeed, it's not a bad habit to use a mixture of these browsers to preview pages. It's a great habit to get into, as you'll want to preview your pages in as many browsers as you can to make sure they work across multiple browsers. Challenges are exercises that allow you to practice what you've learned and reinforce those concepts in more of a real-world example. Most of the chapters will have a challenge at the end of it. Basically, in the challenge, you're going to be editing a reference site that I've created for the HTML Essential Training course. So I wanted to create a resource for you that would be valuable for you even after you'd finished taking the course. So as part of your challenges, you'll be working on different portions of this site. You're not going to be building it from scratch, but you are going to be looking at the decision-making process behind the way it's structured and formatted. And then when you're done, check out the finished files and compare them with your work.
Before we get started learning the specifics of HTML, I want to take a moment to explain the importance of HTML and why it's so critical to web design. If you've seen me talk about web design before, you've probably heard me say to new web designers that they need to learn at least the 3 core languages of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Well, those 3 languages form the backbone of all websites and web content, and they're critical skills for any web designer to learn. However, if you were to ask me which of those 3 was the most important to learn, I'd say without any hesitation that it's HTML. Although CSS controls how a page looks, and JavaScript controls how it behaves, HTML provides the essential structure for web pages. Take away the CSS and you simply have an unstyled page. Take away the JavaScript and certain behaviors may cease to function. Take away the HTML, however, and you're left with nothing at all. No web page, no content, nothing. In fact, to have a website, all you really need is HTML. A properly written HTML document will not only be readable to the user, but will also convey the structure of the document, the relationship of its content to each other, and allow the user to link to other pages and sites. HTML can do all of this because it's a markup language. That means that HTML is used to mark up content in order to explain what that content is and how it relates to other content on the page. It does this through the use of tags, which are used to identify specific types of content. A p tag, for example, identifies the content as a paragraph, while the nav tag would identify its content as being part of the page's navigation. By knowing the rules of how tags work together and which tags to use, it's incredibly simple to author an HTML page. Sound easy? Well, that's because it is. In fact, most people can learn the basics of HTML syntax in about 5 minutes. Now, for some of you, this may seem a little too simple. I mean, You're supposed to be learning how to code, right? Shouldn't this be a little bit more difficult? Well, I assure you, there is a little bit more to it than that, as you'll see in a moment. However, it's not an exaggeration to say that HTML is a simple language, and to be honest, that is perhaps its greatest strength. You see, HTML's simplicity made it incredibly easy for people to learn and adopt. In the early days of the web, this made it easy for developers to write browsers to display web content, and for authors to learn how to structure their pages. And although HTML has grown and evolved over the years, it hasn't really changed that dramatically at all since the first version. This consistency has helped grow the adoption of the web and will continue to fuel its growth as it moves beyond browsers and into a connected world of devices and applications. The growth of connected devices like tablets, phones, appliances, and wearable tech are creating a much larger ecosystem for HTML content. Regardless of how complex a site or web application is, or how many other technologies might be involved with it, at the core of the page, you're going to find HTML. That's why regardless of which skills you choose to focus on, HTML is an essential skill for you to learn and master.
Earlier, I stated that you could learn the basics of HTML syntax in about 5 minutes. Well, in this exercise, I'm going to put that to the test. Now, I'll be honest, it's probably going to take me a little bit longer than 5 minutes, but I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised at how quickly you can pick up the basics of HTML syntax. Now, to do this, I'm going to be using the file syntax.htm. You can find this file in the exercise files, chapter 1, 01_02 folder. And I've got it opened in 2 places. First, I've got it opened in TextEdit. I'm on a Mac. For this exercise, I'm just going to use the default text editor, which happens to be TextEdit. If you want to do this along with me, if you're on Windows, open it up in, say, Notepad, or you could use a different program like Text Wrangler. You just want to make sure you're using a basic text editor that can handle raw TXT files. The reason I'm using this and not some code editor is I want to reinforce the concept that HTML is really nothing other than a text file. There's no special encoding going on with it. It's simply a text file with a .htm or .html extension. That's all it is. Now, on the right-hand side, I have the same file opened up in a browser, in this case, Google Chrome. So when I make an edit to the file, I can come over here and refresh the page, and you can see what that edit does to it as far as rendering in the browser goes. So let's talk about the basics of HTML syntax. Now, remember that HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. That means that we use tags to mark up content on the page to identify it. You can see this text, for example, is a paragraph. Well, it's not a paragraph yet, and in order to make it one, we're going to have to mark it up using a paragraph tag. So to do that, I'm going to go right over here to the very front of the document, and I'm just going to open up a paragraph tag. To do that, I'm going to use a left angle bracket, followed by the character that represents the element I want, P for paragraph, and then close the opening tag with a right angle bracket. So that is the makeup, or the syntax, if you will, of an opening tag. You've got the left angle bracket, you've got the character or characters that represent that particular element, in this case, P for paragraph, and then the right angle bracket. Now, everything, a browser is basically going to look at this, and it's going to know that everything after this is contained within that paragraph. Most elements are going to have both an opening and a closing tag. When your browser or user agent is looking at this, it says, okay, this is the beginning of a paragraph, but you also need to tell it where the paragraph ends. So in this case, I'm going to go to the very end of the paragraph, and I'm going to do what's known as a closing tag. And closing tags look almost exactly the same. So I'm going to open it using a left angle bracket, but then I'm going to do a / followed by the P, followed by the right angle bracket. So they're almost exactly the same. The only difference from the opening and closing tag is that /, and it always precedes the character that it identifies. So essentially, we have an opening paragraph tag right here. We have a closing paragraph tag, and then we have the contents of the tag right in the middle. And then the entire thing is considered a paragraph element. So when you hear HTML referred to as elements, basically elements refer to the tags and their contents, whereas this is simply the tag itself. But in addition to the tags, each of the tags can also have certain attributes. Some attributes are specific to the elements, whereas other attributes are what we call global attributes. Now, the paragraph tag doesn't really have any specific attributes to it, but it does have some global ones that we could apply. If I wanted to apply an attribute to the paragraph tag, I would go into the opening tag, and right after the character, I would open up a space, and then I would type in the attribute that I wanted. Paragraphs don't have that many, so let's just pick language. So I'm going to type in lang. So of course you'll have to learn the attributes themselves. Then you type in an equals to assign a value to it. And then in quotation marks, you give it a value. In this case, I'm going to say EN for English. So here I'm telling the user agent that the contents of this paragraph are in English. Now, don't panic. You don't have to do this for every element. It's just kind of a nice thing to do. If this paragraph had Spanish in it, I could say language equals Spanish, and then spell checkers would know to either check it using a Spanish dictionary or ignore it for English spellings. What we're looking at is the syntax of the attributes. So you have the name of the attribute, then you have an equals sign, which is basically an assignment operator, and then you have the value. And the value is always going to be contained within quotation marks. Now, there's basically two types of attributes. There's informative, which is this one. It's giving extra information about the element. And there's functional. So for something like a link, which is done using an anchor element, there is an attribute called href. And the href attribute tells the browser where to go when the link is clicked. So some attributes are really important and functional, whereas other attributes are merely just giving the browser or user agent a little bit more information about that element. I don't need this attribute, so I'm going to get rid of it. Now, just to kind of show you that what we're doing does make a difference, I'm going to save this. And if I go over to my browser and refresh this, nothing really happens. The reason for that is that paragraphs are kind of the default elements in HTML. If a browser sees text that's outside of an element, it's going to assume that you wanted that to be a paragraph, and it's going to render it like that. So if you want to actually see your tag making a difference, then we're just going to change it. So if I come over here and change paragraph to H1, and I have to do that for both the opening and closing tags. H1 stands for heading 1. That's a top-level heading. So now I have an opening and a closing H1 tag instead of a P tag. If I save this, go back to my browser and refresh, now we see a difference because the browser is saying, oh, that's a heading 1, and so you get its default H1 rendering, which is sort of big and bold. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that and just change this back to a paragraph. So at this point, we've talked a little bit about how we can identify content on the page simply by using the tag that represents the type of content we want to display. Easy enough. Now, HTML syntax also allows us to create more complicated structures by nesting one element inside of another one. So let's say within this paragraph that we had some text that we wanted to emphasize. For example, this last sentence. Well, if in front of the second sentence here, I added an emphasis tag, or EM, if I started an emphasis tag, I could close that before the closing paragraph tag. And then what I've done is I've emphasized this last sentence. Now, this is called nesting, and essentially it makes the paragraph tag a parent tag, and it makes the emphasis element a child element. So we have parent elements and we have child elements, and we can nest them together to create these more complex structures. If I save this and test it, you can see that the last sentence is now italicized, which is being emphasized. Now, there are rules around this nesting. Certain tags, for example, can't nest inside of other tags, and that's just one of those things you have to learn. The other thing that you have to learn is the syntactical rule that if you open a child element, the child element has to close before its parent element. For example, let's take this word paragraph. Maybe I wanted to strongly emphasize that text. So in front of paragraph, if I gave it a strong tag, and you can see that the characters that are used to identify the tags are not always single characters. In fact, it's very rare that they are single characters, in this case, strong for a strong tag. Well, if I wanted to close that, I couldn't come out here and close the strong tag. This wouldn't work, but this would be invalid code. So essentially, if I wanted to close the strong tag, because the strong tag was inside the emphasis tag and also inside the paragraph tag, it would have to close before the emphasis tag. So I would need to move this right here in order to have proper syntax. So now my strong tag is closing first, followed by the M tag, followed by the paragraph tag. And if I save this and refresh my browser, you can see that that's rendered within the browser itself. Okay, so those are the basics of HTML syntax. And it took us a little longer than 5 minutes, but not too much longer. So just remember, content in HTML is identified by wrapping it in an HTML tag. You can also further enhance those usually with attributes that can either tell you more about the element or it can provide additional functionality for you. So from this point forward, it's really just a matter of learning the different HTML tags, when it's appropriate to nest them, and which tags you can nest inside of one another, and then the attributes that you can use with each of them. The web changes fast, and for the most part, HTML is changing right along with it. One of the most challenging aspects of web design is staying current with the languages and standards that you're going to be using. So I want to take a moment to talk about the current state of HTML. To do that, I find it's actually really helpful to take a brief look back at the history of HTML and how that's led to where we stand today. Because what's current at the time of me recording this isn't going to be current even, say, 3 months from now. So understanding how the language has developed is going to give you a better understanding of where it's headed. We can trace HTML's history all the way back to 1991, when Tim Berners-Lee published a document called HTML tags, which described a set of tags that could be used to mark up contents of online documents. Now, this eventually led to the publication of the first HTML specification, which was HTML 2.0, in 1995. HTML 3.2 followed in 1997, only to be replaced by HTML 4.0 later in the same year. So those early years saw a lot of specifications being developed in parallel to each other and released right around the same time. Now, the early days of HTML largely mirrored the internet itself, which means the specification matured alongside the web. Browser vendors would often ignore earlier specifications. They would propose their own tags or even implement them in different ways. So by the time HTML 4.0 was published, the web community had kind of banded together under a banner of web standards, and they began to push browser developers to support the specifications as they were written. And because of that, the HTML4 specification became the first one where support was nearly universal, and HTML 4.0 to this day remains the most stable specification of HTML. Now, around 2000, the W3C, which is the standards body that's responsible for publishing HTML, began the process of trying to move HTML towards XML by publishing the XHTML 1.0 specification. Their goal was to eventually have HTML follow the stricter rules of XML and have the language be more extensible. XHTML never really realized its vision of creating an extensible language. They had a lot of difficulties when they went to work on the XHTML 2.0 specification, and it just sort of stagnated. So in 2009, the W3C dropped the charter, and that essentially halted all work on moving HTML more towards XML. Now that leads us to where we currently are today with HTML5. While the W3C was busy focusing on XHTML, a group of organizations and individuals got together around 2004 to continue work on HTML. Their goal was to take the HTML 4.0 specification and just continue moving it forward. This group calls themselves the Web Hypertext Application Technology Working Group, which is also referred to as sort of the awkward WHAT working group. Their specification, which was entitled Web Applications 1.0, was actually eventually adopted by the W3C and renamed HTML5. So that leads us to the current state that we find ourselves in, which is we have two specifications of HTML being developed at the same time, one by the W3C and one by the WHAT working group. The two groups do cooperate with one another, but the specifications are considered independent of one another. The W3C is developing the HTML5 specification. Now, this has clear milestones, and once it reaches candidate recommendation, they'll move on to the HTML 5.1 specification. So this one's going to have a specific release date. The WHAT working group, on the other hand, is basically developing HTML as a living standard. So in that regard, they dropped the version number, although most people still refer to it as HTML5, and they're just constantly updating and revising it. Now, as you can imagine, these two specifications are beginning to diverge from each other in fairly significant ways. So one of your tasks as a web designer is going to be tracking both of these specifications and understanding how the different browser vendors are implementing both of these and which aspects of the specifications are making it into the browsers themselves. Now, that sounds daunting, and it does take a little bit of time. But to be honest, the HTML5 specification isn't that different from HTML 4.0. It does introduce a few new elements, and what it does more than anything else is it gives user agents clearer rules about HTML, how it should be parsed, how errors should be handled, things like that. Now, where the specification really diverges from 4.0 is its focus on building applications, things like drag and drop, location detection, support for drawing services like Canvas, things like that, make it really more of a platform for developing applications than a mere markup language. Now, for the most part, the W3C has split those application-focused areas into their own specifications. So a lot of what you hear referred to as HTML5 is actually a collection of individual specifications. What does that mean for you, or really anyone charged with authoring basic HTML? Well, for the moment, the bulk of sites online are either going to use HTML 4.0, XHTML 1.0, or the increasing number of HTML5 documents. And to be honest, there's really not a huge difference between pages that use any of those document types. For the most part, the biggest decision that you'll be faced with is which doc type to use, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later on. My advice is that if you're brand new to web design, start by learning the HTML5 syntax, focusing mainly on learning to write clean, well-structured HTML. And then you can gradually add the newer HTML5 features as you become more comfortable with it. Although the syntax of HTML is relatively simple to learn, there's still a lot of elements, attributes, and other concepts that you're going to need to learn and keep track of. While this course is intended to introduce you to the essentials of HTML, it's really not designed to teach you every single element and attribute available. So with that in mind, I want to give you a couple of online HTML resources that can really help you as you begin learning HTML and can serve as valuable references later on as you're authoring your own pages. Now, we're going to start at the specifications themselves. And this is two documents that you should definitely have bookmarked. So this is the W3C's version of HTML5. You can see they have a latest publisher version. You can go see the editor's draft if you want to see what's coming down the pipe. And this is pretty large. If I scroll down, you can see that here's just the table of contents. And I'm not even going to scroll through all of them. They're really, really big. If you want to learn about specific elements, you can find them. For example, here's the body element. If I click on this, it's going to jump to that within the specification. And I've got to admit, these specifications aren't the easiest thing in the world to read. They're really written for people that make the browsers themselves. So for authors, they're not always that easy. Now, the What Working Groups standard can be found at whatwig or whatwg.org. And this is the HTML Living standard. You can see they've dropped the HTML5 from it. And you'll see when it's last updated, that sort of thing. Now, they have a similar approach. So here's the table of contents. It's formatted a little nicer, as you can see, but it is, in a lot of ways, pretty much the same document. So if I scroll down, for example, and click on body, you can see it jumps down to the body element, and it looks very similar. Again, you get some nice examples of it, but in a lot of ways, these are very technical documents. Now, I don't want to dissuade you from reading these. I spend a lot of time in these specifications. It's going to certainly give you a complete overview of how the language works and how it's supposed to function. But if you're looking for maybe a broader introduction to this or something that's written in a way more for authors and less for developers of browsers, then there are two sites that I want you to bookmark. And one is webplatform.org. Now, this is an open source website that was basically started by a lot of folks at the W3C and some other people that were looking for better online documentation for authoring the web. So this isn't just HTML. This is web development in general, which is really nice. So there's a complete section of documents. If I click here on the docs, for example, I can start scrolling down and take a look at all the different categories they have. HTML is one of those. And when I click on HTML, you can see that I am presented with a lot of different articles. I have learning materials. I have attribute and element references, API references for those things like drag and drop and geolocation. So there's all sorts of information here. If I would click on, say, element reference, for example, I'm going to get a listing of all the elements in HTML. And if I scroll down, for example, I can find body again. And when I click on that, I get a little bit more information. Now, this is open source, meaning some things you're going to find a lot of information, other things you're going to find not so much information. These are constantly evolving, so people are adding to them all the time. So this is a great resource to bookmark. There are a lot of great articles and a lot of great documentation here. You just need to spend some time with it to kind of figure out exactly where the information is presented in depth. Now, another one that I consider to be an absolute go-to reference is the Mozilla Developer Network. You can find this at developer.mozilla.org. And again, there's more to it than just HTML. I'm just focusing on the HTML reference for right now. So this is their HTML reference. And if I scroll down a little bit, I can see that I have a lot of different articles, guidelines, tutorials. There are exercises for those people that are new to HTML. There's some introductory content here, which is really nice. And they also have element references. So if I click on the element reference, see, I get a more graphic page, if you would. And what's nice about this is notice that the new elements in HTML5 are sort of identified. So you can sort of see what was available in HTML prior to HTML5 and then some of those newer elements. If I click on an element again, you're led to a little bit more information about it. It's presented in a little bit more of a graphical fashion. It's pretty easy to see how things work, and they have a lot of examples as well. So I really like this. So I'm going to go back for just a moment. And in addition to the HTML element reference, they also have an HTML attribute reference where you can learn all of the attributes. So you remember earlier when I was talking about syntax, and I said at this point, you're just learning which elements are available and what attributes are available for those elements. Well, here's a great place for you to do that. References for both all the HTML elements and all the HTML attributes in one place. So as you begin to learn HTML, you want to make sure you bookmark all of these sites, the webplatform.org, the HTML reference in the Mozilla Developer Network, and the 2 specifications. They're going to give you a quick way to look up elements, and you're going to gain a better understanding of HTML in general. Now, be sure to check out the Next Steps movie at the very end of this course. In that, I'm going to go over a few more resources that can also help you dig a little deeper into learning HTML. Authoring HTML requires little more than a text editor. As we discussed earlier, HTML documents are really nothing more than a text file with a .htm or .html extension. So really almost any text editing tool will suffice. However, authoring websites can be a tedious process, and you're usually going to be writing multiple languages like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So writing all of that by hand can be really time-consuming. A good HTML editor can help speed up the process and catch syntax errors that you might miss. At a minimum, you're going to want to have a code editing tool that has line numbers, code formatting options, syntax highlighting, and code support for all the languages that you're going to be authoring. If you're working on a team that already authors or edits HTML, chances are your team has a tool that they're comfortable working with. Now, this might be a desktop program like Dreamweaver, Coda, or Sublime, or it might be within the authoring environment of a CMS like WordPress or Expression Engine. If you're already using a desktop editor in your work environment, I recommend using it for this course. If your team is using a CMS, I recommend choosing a basic editor for this course and then focusing on learning the CMS after you've mastered the basics of writing HTML. And that way, you don't have to focus on learning HTML and the CMS at the same time. Now, if you're brand new to web development and you haven't picked a tool yet, I actually recommend trying out several different types of authoring tools before settling on a favorite. My Web Design Fundamentals and CSS Fundamentals courses both have movies in them that give you an overview of a wide range of HTML editors. Try downloading trial versions of a few of them and experiment with them as you begin to learn HTML. You're bound to find one that fits your personal preferences. For this course, I'm going to be using Brackets. It's free, it's cross-platform, and it has all the HTML features that you'll need for this course. I'm going to give you a brief rundown of where you can download it and how I set it up. But I'm not going to go into using Brackets beyond some of those basic points. Now, if you decide to use it, there's plenty of documentation on their site to get you started. So you want to go to brackets.io, and you're going to find a big download button. You'll notice it notices that I'm on OS 10, so I'm just going to click that, and it's going to download the DMG file for me. Now open up the DMG file. If you're on a Windows machine, you'll open up the exe file. And it's a fairly simple installation. Either you're going to run the installer on Windows, or on the Mac, you're just going to drag the icon into the Applications folder, and that's it. I'm going to use a new Finder window to go to my Applications, and there I find Brackets. I like adding it to my dock just because it makes it a little bit easier to open up. Now, if you're on a Windows machine, you're going to go into Program Files and find this. You can pin it to your Start menu, or if you're using Windows 8, you can make a tile out of it, however you want to do it. You just want to make sure you can access it in a fairly easy fashion. So Brackets is pretty easy to set up. There aren't a lot of preferences, so you're not going to see me going in and setting up a lot of themes or anything like that. It's going to open up initially to this page. What's really neat about this is it's letting you know that Brackets is built out of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So you can edit the editor with the editor itself. It's great. It makes it easier to customize. There are a lot of extensions and things out there for it. So if you're interested in using Brackets, it's really easy to get it set up exactly the way you want it. Now, one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the font size a little bit. I can do that by clicking in the window and doing Command+. The only reason I'm doing that is just to make it easier for you guys to read. Now, the other thing I want to show you guys is live preview in brackets. And this is one of the things that I really like about this. So you have to have Chrome installed. So if you don't have Google Chrome installed, you want to install that. And if Google Chrome is installed, when you have an open HTML file like I do here, if you click on this little lightning bolt icon, it's going to open this page in Chrome. Now, what's really nice about this is this becomes kind of a live preview. If I go back into brackets, for example, and make a change, getting started with brackets, and maybe I add an exclamation point there. This is your guide, maybe 2 more exclamation points because I'm very excited about that. If I switch back to Chrome, you can see that it goes ahead and adds those, and it even tells me where I'm focused in my code. So if I were to click a little bit further down the page and select an item, you can see that it shows you exactly where on your page you've selected, which is really neat. So this is a live preview. You can just sort of kick back and forth and check out the changes that you're making. If you want to close it, all you have to do is again click the lightning bolt icon and you've closed it. Now, once you start working on a new project in brackets, it's pretty easy to work from a root directory. You can see it right over here on the left-hand side. I have a little pane that says Getting Started. When I click on that pull-down menu, I'm prompted to either open a separate folder, or if I've been working in other projects, it'll just go ahead and list my most recent projects. If I click on Open Folder, I can browse anywhere. I'm just going to go out to the desktop to the exercise files that we copied over earlier. And if I say highlight Chapter 1 and click Open, I'm going to see a list of all the directories in Chapter 1. In this case, 01, 02 is the only one in there. But notice that I can go ahead and check out that directory structure and open up files simply by clicking on them. So it's very easy to navigate through your projects using brackets. Remember, for this course, it really doesn't matter which code editing tool you use. You just want to find one that has all the features that you need and that fits your personal preferences. Once you know the basics of structuring an HTML document, it's a whole lot easier to begin writing and editing your own HTML files. In this chapter, we're going to strip an HTML document down to its most basic parts, so we can just focus on just the essentials of what makes up an HTML file. So I have my browser Chrome open, and I've opened up from the Chapter 2 folder of our exercise files, 02_01 structure.htm. Now, this is pretty simple. As a matter of fact, this is about as simple as an HTML document can get. You can see on the page here, we just have a headline that says page content, and below that, we have a little bit of descriptive text that talks about the main page, content appearing inside the body tag, other elements that allow you to properly structure and format your content, things like that. But it's really hard when we look at a page in the browser visually to determine what the actual structure of the document is. Well, one of the nice things that most browsers give us are some tools to allow us to inspect these documents. So in Internet Explorer, for example, it has the developer tools. And in Firefox, we have Firebug. And in WebKit browsers and in Chrome, we have what's known as the WebKit Inspector. So they allow us to sort of get a window into how documents are structured. If I right-click this file and I choose Inspect Element, it opens up the WebKit Inspector, and this gives me access to the actual HTML itself. You can see I can begin to expand this. Now, I notice that we start with just an HTML tag. That's the topmost or root parent for my file. And then inside that, I have a head element that has some tags inside of it. And then below that, we have the body tag and some elements inside of that. And I can see by just sort of mousing around through these that these visual elements that I'm seeing are indeed inside the body tag. So as I mouse around, I get some information about them. It shows me what element I'm looking at. So these are really handy tools to allow you to go to a website, inspect that site, and take a look at the HTML code. So if you've ever wondered how things like CNN.com were put together or other large websites, you can browse to them, open up these developer tools, and really go through the HTML and see how people are building things. Now, we're interested in just the basic structure of the document. So I'm going to leave the browser, and I'm going to switch over to my code editor. And inside my code editor, which is brackets here, I've opened up the exact same file. And this is just going to give us a cleaner format for going through the structure of the HTML itself. Okay, now whenever I'm teaching people sort of basic HTML document structure, I always reference a sandwich. And that's because in a lot of ways you can compare an HTML document to a sandwich. To have a sandwich, first need 2 pieces of bread. Well, the same is true for HTML tags. I need an opening HTML tag and I need a closing HTML tag. Without those, I don't have a sandwich. Without 2 pieces of bread, I don't have a sandwich, I have a salad. Without those, I don't have an HTML document. Now, at the very top, I have the doc type declaration. What this does is it tells user agents which version of HTML I'm going to be using. Below that, we have the actual HTML itself, which again starts and ends with the HTML tag. Now, inside that, we have 2 main regions. We have the head and we have the body. The head, if I go back to my sandwich, you can think about this as the condiments, really, like mayonnaise, mustard, things like that, lettuce, tomatoes, the things that make your sandwich better, but don't necessarily define it. So within the head of the document in HTML, you have all the things that go into making the document work. Here, for example, we have a meta tag that describes the UTF-8 encoding that should be used. We have some descriptive meta tags, which can help search engines and other robots. And we also have a title. Every page needs to have a title for accessibility reasons. And this is going to appear in the tab that you open up for this particular page. You could also put things in the head of the document like links to external resources, like CSS files that help style the page, JavaScript files that help control the behavior of the page. So these are non-visual elements that go into making the page work. Below that, we have the body, and you can think of the body region as sort of the meat of the sandwich. This is the roast beef, the provolone, all the things that make a sandwich what the sandwich is. Within the body tag, you're going to have all of the visual elements on the page. So in this case, a heading 1 and a paragraph. You could have your main content, your sidebars, your footers. All the visual content on the page are going to appear within this body tag. That is absolutely as complicated as HTML documents get. That's it. You're always going to have, in an HTML document, you're always going to have the HTML tags. You should have a document type declaration at the very top, but you're always going to have your HTML tags. You're going to have the head region where all of the invisible elements that make the page work are going to go. And below that, you're going to have the body region, which is where all your visible elements go. Now, you can certainly have a lot more in your document and a lot more going on, but the basic structure of your HTML page is going to be this. So now that we've gone over the overall structure of the page, we're going to use the rest of the chapter to focus on each area individually. We're going to start that in our next exercise when we discuss the document type declaration. The history of the doc type declaration is a really long and varied one. I'll give you a link to the details surrounding it a little bit later on, but for the most part, the doc type is just one of those things that not everybody understands exactly what it does. They just know that they need one. So what the doc type is supposed to do is tell the browser or user agent which version of HTML that you'll be using, so it knows which version of the syntax to use when parsing. Well, in reality, all it's really doing is triggering something called quirks mode, which ensures that your page is going to be rendered properly. I know this probably sounds confusing, so I just want you to remember this. You need to have a doc type declaration, and you want the doc type to reflect the version of HTML that you'll be writing. Now, we're looking at a pretty old document right now. This was put together in 2002 by the W3C. I don't believe any of this quality assurance section is being updated currently. But what this does for us is it gives us a little bit more of information about the doc type declaration. If you really want to read about it, this link right here takes you to a page that discusses a little bit more about what the doc type declaration does, why we need one, the history of it, that sort of thing. Now, if I scroll down a little bit, I can see a list of all of the different HTML and XHTML doc type declarations. We really don't have to use these anymore. But the reason I'm showing you these is because a lot of you guys are probably going to be editing documents that were created earlier or some legacy files, or you're going to open up an HTML file from another site to kind of learn from, and you're going to see this stuff up top, and you're going to go, oh my gosh, what is all this stuff? Well, there were different versions of HTML and XHTML. We've kind of gone over a little bit of that history. And you're going to see that HTML, for example, had 3 different flavors: strict, transitional, and frame set. XHTML had the same 3, strict, transitional, and frame set. So depending upon which version you were using, you would use a different doc type declaration. And you can see these had a lot of information in it. It was HTML. It pointed back to the document type declaration, that sort of thing. And if I scroll down, I can see that there's actually a lot of these. The only one that we need to concern ourselves with is this one right here, down to the bottom, where it says HTML5, not a standard yet. Remember, this was 2002. They didn't know what was coming. It is a standard now. And this is all we need. It's very simple. It's very basic. It basically just says doc type HTML. It doesn't worry about versioning numbers. It doesn't worry about a document type declaration file to point back to. It just tells the user agent, hey, an HTML document is on the way. All right, so what I want to do now is I'm going to go to our code editor, and for the rest of this chapter, we're going to start building a simple HTML page. The very first thing that you're going to do whenever you create an HTML page is start with a document type declaration. So go into the 02_02 directory and open up doctype.htm. Here comes the really hard part. What you're going to do is you're going to open up a right angle bracket, then you're going to do an exclamation point, and then you're going to type in the word doctype. Now, sometimes you're going to see this capitalized in all caps. Sometimes it's going to be lowercase. It does not matter. And then after that, you're going to see HTML and then the right angle bracket. That's it. That's your document type declaration. A lot of people would copy and paste them in the past, but that's actually pretty easy to remember. But you want that to appear at the very top of each of your HTML documents. And if you're ever creating templates for yourselves or boilerplates, make sure that your boilerplate is going to have it. So that ought to be the very first thing that you do when creating a new HTML document. Now, if you want to use one of the older document types to indicate a specific version of HTML or XHTML, you can do that. You just go to that site that I showed you and copy and paste those. I do want to point out there's really no compelling reason to do it anymore. Pretty much every document that you create from this point forward can just use the standard, very easy HTML5 doc type. So that's what I recommend. Directly after the opening HTML tag, you're going to find a document's head. Now, the head element is where you'll place information about the document, references to things like external scripts and styles, and additional instructions to the browser about how the document should be rendered. Now, I'm going to open up the head.html file found in the 02_03 directory, but as you can see, it's picking up right where we left off in the last exercise. So if you still have that file open, feel free to continue working with that one. That's fine. No harm, no foul. Okay, now before we get to adding the head of our document, we first, remember, have to have the HTML tag, sort of that opening and closing tag, those slices of bread that I talked about. So right after the document type declaration, I'm going to add an HTML tag. And then just below that, I'm going to close the HTML tag. Now notice that I have a good code editor and it sort of did that for me. For some of you guys, it probably added both the opening and closing at the same time. That's a preference that you can turn off or turn on inside brackets. And it doesn't really matter. It just makes it a little bit faster if it self-closes it for you. Now, before we get to adding the head, I'm going to add an attribute to the HTML element itself. So right after the character HTML, I'm going to open up a space here. And I'm going to type in LANG for language, and I'm going to set that language to English. So you may have recalled that from earlier when we were looking at basic HTML syntax. So this is not something you have to do to every single HTML document, but it is one of those things that's sort of nice for you to do. What this is doing is it's basically telling any user agent that this HTML document is going to be using English for its language. That's useful for screen readers in terms of how they enunciate the text. It's also very helpful for online translators so that they know which language they're dealing with. So this is kind of a nice thing for you to do, but it's not required. So after the opening HTML tag, I'm going to open up a head tag. I'll hit return down here, and then I'm going to close the head tag out. Now, they don't need to be on separate lines. It's just a little bit easier to read, so I recommend doing that. Okay, so there are a couple of things that we want to go ahead and put inside the head tag. And the very first thing that we want to do is tell the user agents which character encoding to use for the page. So to do that, I'm going to use a meta tag. Now, I mentioned earlier when we talked about HTML syntax that not every tag needs a closing tag. Meta tags are like that. Meta tags don't need a closing tag. All they need is the initial opening tag. So I'm going to create a meta tag, and then after meta, I'm going to open up an attribute. In this case, I'm going to do the attribute character set, or CHARSET. I'm going to set the value equal to UTF-8, which is a pretty standard character encoding. And then I'm going to close that opening tag by using the right angle bracket. And that's it. That's all we're going to do there. Now, this is something you should do for each of your HTML documents. You always want to set the character encoding. And unless you're using things like Russian alphabet or Japanese characters or kanji or something like that, you're probably going to use UTF-8. So that's probably going to develop into a standard for most of the audience that's watching this. So what this is doing is it's going to inform the user agents which encoding to use, and that way it's going to use the proper characters when rendering the page. You also want to do that as the very first thing after the head tag, so it's immediately set. Now, you might notice some HTML documents that leave this off altogether. Well, that's because there are servers out there that when they're serving the pages, in the header of the page, they'll also set the character encoding. I want to caution you as an author, though, not to rely on that. It's a really good idea to go ahead and set that individually inside each of your HTML documents. Okay, right after that, we're going to add another meta tag. Meta tags can do a lot of things for you, and I'm not going to go over every single meta tag and what they can do for you. We're just going to take a look at two of them, the character setting and one that we're going to do for description. So I'm going to do meta, and then for attributes, I'm going to do the name attribute. And I'm going to go ahead and name this description because we're going to provide a description for the site. And then after that, I'm going to do content. And in content, I can sort of describe, I can write a brief summary of what this page is going to be. And I'm just going to type in a page for exploring HTML documents. And then again, I'll close out the opening meta tag there. Now, this used to be a much more important tag. Way back in the day, search engines would use this to actually search sites and figure out what content was on them. The search engines have gotten a lot more sophisticated now, and people weren't always honest with how they used this tag, so it's sort of not paid attention to anymore. So why do it? Well, a lot of search engines will use the content that you provide here for search engine results when they're displaying them. It's also useful for your own indexing purposes and searching within your site or content management system, so it's a good practice to get into doing descriptions for each of your pages. All right, just after this, we're going to finish out the head of our document by doing a title. This is another thing that you want all of your pages to have. If they don't, they're going to show up in search results as untitled document, which looks really unprofessional. So we do a title by opening up a title tag. And then inside that, we have what we want the specific title of that page to be. In this case, I'm going to type in basic HTML document because that's exactly what this is. And then I'm going to go ahead and close the title tag. So title tags, unlike meta tags, are going to have both opening and closing tags. If I save this and I preview this on my browser, you don't really see a whole lot. However, notice that up here in the tab of this file, it's showing my title, Basic HTML Document. So it is reading it, and it is coming through loud and clear. Now, there are other things that we can do inside the head. For example, we could write local styles. We could link to external styles. We could write local scripts or link to external scripts. We'll explore adding those to the head of our document a little later on. But for right now, we're done with the head of our basic HTML file. While the head of your document stores functional information that is largely invisible, the body is where all of your page's visible content is going to go. So to complete the basic structure of our HTML file here, I have the body.htm file open from the 02_04 directory. Although again, if you're just working on the same document in each movie, it's okay because they're all building right on top of another. So the first thing we want to do is add a body tag. Now, the body tag is not nested inside of the head tag. It is a sibling of the head tag, meaning it is on an equal level with it. So just after the head tag, I'm going to go ahead and open up a body tag. And then after the body tag, I'm going to hit return and then close the body tag. Okay. Now, regardless of how your code editor is indenting them, it doesn't really matter. You can see it's just throwing in a little tab there for me. You just want to make sure that it's not inside the head tag itself. The body tag is necessary for us to have any visible content whatsoever. So underneath the body tag, I'm going to go just below that on a line, and I'm just going to type in some text. So I might say something like page content. Now, if I save this and preview that in a browser, you can see that the only thing that reads on the page there is just page content. It's not really formatted in any one specific way. And I want to be clear about this. CSS controls the styling and formatting of the contents on our page. But if we don't use CSS at all, then we get the browser's default rendering. And right now, we're seeing the browser's default rendering of a paragraph. In fact, if I inspect the element, I can see inside of the body, it really doesn't have anything. It just has sort of a placeholder there. All right, so it's just getting sort of default rendering. So we want to correct that. I'm going to go back into page content, and I'm going to surround this with an H1 tag. Now, the H1 tag, if you remember this from earlier when we were talking about syntax, This is a top level heading, meaning a heading 1, the most important heading on the document. If I save this and then preview the file again, you can see page content now is formatted in a dramatically different way. So the only thing that's left for us to do now inside of this body is to go ahead and add all of the visual content and then structure it properly using different HTML tags. And we're going to focus on that in a chapter a little bit later on. But for right now, let's just add a little bit more to it. Now I'm going to paste some content in here. And what you guys will want to do is just type this in. Type in the main page content appears inside the body tag. HTML contains several elements that allow you to properly structure and format your content, which we'll cover later, as I just said. Now, I'm going to wrap this in a paragraph tag. So instead of a heading tag, I want to make sure that this is all wrapped in a paragraph tag. If I can save this, go back to my preview, and now I can find my paragraph. Now, don't worry about that blue line. The only reason that is showing there is because I have this text either highlighted or focused. If I click off of it and go back to it, you can kind of see how it looks like without that content being focused on. Now, there are other things that we can do. For example, I can take the body tag here. I can go ahead and use the B tag to bold this. You'll notice I have both an opening and a closing tag that surrounds the content that I want to identify. So if I save this and then again go back into the browser, I can see that the word body is now bolded. Perfect. Okay, so now we've got everything in place that our basic HTML page needs. We've got a doc type declaration. We have HTML tags. Inside the HTML tag, we have a head that represents functioning content that's typically invisible. And then we have the body element that represents the visual elements on the page. Regardless of how simple or how complex your sites are going to end up being, this structure is always going to provide the foundation and starting point for any of your documents. So far, we've covered some of the basics of HTML syntax and how documents are structured. Now we're going to begin to focus on learning many of the individual elements of HTML. Before we begin doing that, however, we need to first have a brief discussion about content models. Almost every element in HTML belongs to at least one content model. These content models help user agents know what type of content to expect within an element, and they control certain aspects of syntax, such as which elements can nest within other elements and things like that. Now, prior to HTML5, there were basically only two content types, block level and inline. Now, to show you the difference between those two, I'm going to switch over to an HTML document. So here I've opened up the models.htm file found in the 02_05 directory of your exercise files. Now, you don't need to open this up if you don't want to. This is not going to be a hands-on exercise. This is more of a demonstration, but feel free to open it up if you'd like. But if we look at the structure of the page, we can see there's a heading 1 at the top, which says content models, and then we have 3 separate paragraphs. And inside those paragraphs, some of the text is wrapped in these B tags, which is bolding that text. And then down at the very bottom, for the first time, we see a link, which is the anchor element, which is going to link to an outside page. So that's kind of the structure of this page. And that's going to help us illustrate the difference between block level and inline level elements. Block level elements take up their own line within the flow of the document, while inline level elements basically appear within the flow of other content. So if I were to preview this in the browser, you can see the headings and the paragraphs all stack one on top of each other, while the bold text and the link appear within the flow of the content itself. So that's kind of the difference between block level and inline. And until HTML5, that's really all we kind of had. The increased emphasis on semantics and structure in HTML5 has actually led to the expansion of content models into 7 main models, and I have them listed right here in the document. These are flow, metadata, embedded, interactive, heading, phrasing, and sectioning. Now, these are going to help authors to create more sophisticated document structures and to write more meaningful code. Now, it's worth noting that they haven't done away with the concept of block level and inline level elements. They've just moved that functionality inside of these new content models so that some of them behave as block level, others can behave as inline level elements. All right, I want to take a quick look at each one of these content models so you have an idea as to what type of content are contained inside of that and sort of how they behave. And the best way to do that is to view an interactive graphic that the W3C has within their HTML5 specification. And I've actually provided a little link right here. All right, so clicking on the link is going to take us right here to the different kinds of content found in HTML5. This graphic shows you sort of a Venn diagram of all of the different content models that HTML5 has. The interesting thing about this is you can see that some of these overlap. And what that means is that there are different elements that can belong to multiple content models, which is kind of interesting. Okay, so I want to go over these kind of one at a time, give you a brief description of what the content model is and the different elements that belong to it. And what's nice is this graphic is interactive. So if you mouse over it, you're going to get a listing of all the elements that belong to that content model. I want to start with metadata content. Now, this is content that's defined as setting up the presentation or the behavior of the rest of the content. You're going to primarily find these elements in the head of the document. And it's going to contain things like meta tags, no script tags, style tags, the title tag of pages, things like that. Embedded content is any content that imports other resources into the document. So here, for example, we have things like canvas and iframe, object, SVG, video, the embed tag, things like that. Interactive content is any content that's specifically intended for some type of user interaction. So here you can see we have things like the anchor or link tag that people would click on. You have the button. You have things like audio and video. Now, you'll notice that things like audio and video and object, for example, have a little asterisk beside them. And that means under certain circumstances. So, for example, video would be considered part of interactive content if it had controls enabled. So some of those are only interactive on occasion. Now, heading content defines the header of a section, which can be either explicitly marked up with sectioning elements or it can be implied by the heading content itself. You'll notice that the heading content only includes the heading tags, which is H1 all the way through H6. Phrasing content is a little bigger. This is the text of the document, as well as any elements that are used to mark up text within paragraph level structures. So in a lot of ways, phrasing content is really the same as what used to be inline level elements from the HTML4 specifications. As you can see, there's a lot contained here. We have the A or anchor tag abbreviations, things like buttons, iframes, progress, input, object, span, strong, bold, italic, all those things that can be kind of contained within the flow of normal text. Now, flow content, you can see this is easily the biggest. This contains the majority of the elements in HTML5. You can really think of these elements as elements that would be included in the normal flow of the document. It's important to note here that being identified as flow content really has no bearing on how the content is displayed within the user agent. So there are no rules on how flow content has to be displayed. You can see there's a lot of elements here. There's the link element A, article, so some of the sectioning elements, aside, audio, bold, embed, iframe, header, main, ordered list, unordered list. So a lot of the elements that we're going to be working with, almost all of them that we're going to work with within a document can be considered to be part of the flow of the content. Now, finally, we have sectioning content. I saved this for last. This is content that defines the scope of the headings and footers. Now, using these elements, we'll actually create a new section within the document. So you can see here we have article, aside, nav, and section, and these are all new to HTML5. Now, I don't expect any of you guys that are new to HTML to memorize these content models and all the elements that belong to them. Really, it's just important that you understand how the elements are categorized by HTML. If you understand those content models, you can take advantage of HTML5's improved semantics and write more meaningful documents. So far, we've covered a little bit of the background of HTML and the basic elements that are required for every HTML document. In this chapter, we're going to begin exploring some of the individual elements that are used to format content. Now remember, HTML is a markup language, and that means that it uses tags to identify content on the page. Once you're comfortable with the syntax behind how formatting content works, then it really just becomes a matter of learning which tags are available to you and the options that you have when you're using them. So before we get started too deep in the chapter going into the individual elements themselves, I just want to show a quick example of how HTML tags are used to format content. And this is sort of going to reinforce a little bit about what we learned earlier in terms of HTML syntax. So I have the format.html file opened up here from the 03_01 directory. I've repositioned my windows so that brackets is on the left-hand side. The Chrome browser is on the right-hand side. I have live preview turned on so I can switch back and forth between them. Tell you what, let me take Chrome and let me increase the size of the text. Now, in brackets, right now, if I look at the HTML file, within the body tag, I just have a single line of text that says, "What am I?" And right now, currently, it is nothing. There's no tag wrapped around it whatsoever, so this is what we call unformatted text. Now, most browsers or user agents are going to display that using whatever their default formatting is. And typically that's going to end up looking like a paragraph. But don't be fooled. For other user agents, they're going to look at this text and not understand what it is. And it's not going to have any identification. There's no way for it to understand what this content is or what it's supposed to do. So to format it, all we need to do is wrap it in whatever tag we want to use to identify it. Now, in the past, we've done things like paragraph. We've even done a heading or two. I want to show you an element that we haven't used yet, and that would be the pre tag. That stands for pre-formatted. So remember, when we're using a tag, we do the left angle bracket, and then the character or characters that describe the element, and then the right angle bracket. And also remember that most tags are going to require a closing element as well. You'll notice that as soon as I did that and saved the file, if I look over there in the browser, it's changed the rendering of the text. It now renders in a mono-spaced font. What am I? Okay, so what does pre-formatted text do for us? Well, pre-formatted text basically tells the browser that I want this text to display however you see it within these tags. And that means that it respects things like white space. If I added a bunch of space, it would add it. Line breaks. So it allows me to do things like displaying code snippets, and that's what it's typically used for, or poems, things where the formatting is a specific way. Most browsers default to using a monospace font because pre-format is used so often with code examples. Now, it doesn't have to be pre-formatted text, obviously. We could change it to something else, such as an H4. So if I change both the opening and the closing tags to H4, now you'll see that it changes in rendering and it sort of appears big and bold. Now, there's a little bit of a misconception about what the browser's doing versus what's going on within the code. You can see that this is a heading 4. If I change it to a heading 1, you're going to see it gets a lot bigger. If I go down to a heading 6, which is the lowest tier of heading, it gets a lot smaller. And in the old days of HTML, before CSS became really popular, it was pretty common for a designer to choose the heading they want based upon the size of the text they were looking for. If they wanted it really big, they used a heading 1. If they wanted it really small, they would use a heading 6. That is absolutely the most incorrect way to use headings possible. Later on in this chapter, we'll talk about the strategy behind using headings. But don't be confused by the way a browser renders something and what the tag actually means. Using cascading style sheets, and we'll talk about using them a little bit later on in the course, I can make an H1 look any way that I want, and I can make an H6 look any way that I want. So what you're seeing over here when you see this rendering is you're seeing the browser's default rendering for that element, but it doesn't have to look this way. One last little thing here. Let's change this from an H6 so we can tell what's going on inside it to just your basic paragraph. Okay, now we talked a little bit earlier about HTML syntax and nesting one element inside of another one. To do that, we simply take content inside of one tag, which in this case is the paragraph tag, and wrap an element or elements of that in another tag. Well, let's say we want to emphasize the word am. Maybe I wanted to italicize it, for example. Well, to do that, I could use the I tag. And remember, you have to have both the opening and the closing I tag. As soon as I do that, it italicizes it. And now I could do things like bolding it. So you change this to a B tag. Now it's going to change and be bolded. By the way, that blue line, don't let that distract you. That's just part of the live preview. Whatever I click on, it sort of highlights that for me. I've used italic and bold. Now, both of those are presentational tags. And earlier in HTML4, they were stripped out because CSS was used, basically it was a strategy to remove all the presentational markup from HTML and let CSS handle that. That's a really good idea, but there are a lot of instances and cases where default presentation is necessary. So they were reintroduced to HTML5. But there was a movement away from presentational tags to logical tags. And you can do sort of the similar thing with logical tags. I'm going to replace B with EM. EM stands for emphasis, and you can see it italicizes it. That's the default rendering within the browser. And to a person who's looking at your page visually, they wouldn't know the difference between an emphasis tag and an italicized tag. It looks exactly the same. However, to machines, such as screen readers, there is a difference. A screen reader would actually change its vocal inflection because this tag is now emphasized. What am I? Whereas if it was just italic, it would ignore it because that's presentational and it would just read it in a flat monotone. What am I? So a lot of times you do want to actually emphasize something instead of just changing it presentationally. In addition to emphasis, we also have strong. And strong is strongly emphasized, which in the browser is usually rendered as bold. So there are a lot of tags out there that seem to do the same thing visually, but behind the scenes, there's actually a logical reason for using them or not using them. This means, of course, that you're going to have to dive a little bit deeper into the elements themselves and figure out when it's appropriate to use them and when it's not. So from a syntax standpoint, it seems pretty simple. All you need to do in HTML to properly format your content is wrap it in the appropriate tag. However, you are going to need to spend some time learning about the individual elements available to you in HTML and when they're appropriate. So for the remainder of this chapter, we're going to focus on the most important and commonly used formatting tags and dive a little deeper into them. The first major formatting element group that we're going to take a look at are the headings. Headings are used to structure pages and determine content hierarchy. So to take a closer look at that, we're going to be using the headings.html, which you can find in the 03_02 folder. Now, at first glance, in between the body tags, there's a lot of content. You'll see that I've basically kind of blocked this content up a little bit. I've used line breaks to separate content by line, which allows us to see where different sections are going to go or different headings, that sort of thing. But if we were to preview this in a browser right now, it looks just like one big giant block of content. So we need to start formatting it. Now, we'll be working on this particular file really for almost the rest of the chapter. Just in this exercise, we're going to add the headings. The very first line, HTML Essential Training, that is a great candidate for a heading. So to add a heading, we're going to use a heading tag, and we'll start by using the first heading, which is the H1 heading. And remember, for headings, you're going to need both an opening and a closing tag. So HTML Essential Training, you want an H1 opening tag at the beginning of that and a closing H1 tag at the end. Now, the next line below that is also a heading, and I'm going to go ahead and format this one with a heading 2 or an H2 tag. Again, remember, we're going to need an opening and a closing H2 tag. If I save that and then switch back over to the browser, now we can see a little bit more structure coming into the page. We have a main heading at the top and a subheading below that, and then the rest of the content below that. Now, the browser is going to show us the levels of the heading based upon the size of the text. That's sort of the default way for the browser to show you that sort of hierarchy that we were talking about. The H1 is a bit larger than the H2. That's a little bit smaller, and that's consistent all the way down. So headings go from H1 all the way down to H6. And if I were to go back into my code and change the H2 to an H6, let's save that, you can see it becomes a lot smaller. In fact, it's even smaller than the body copy itself. But that's basically how most user agents are going to display headings by just using their default settings. They're going to change the size of the text based upon which heading it is. And as people begin to learn HTML, that's one of the things that can kind of get them in a little bit of trouble, especially in the early days of HTML. Before we started working with CSS, it was pretty common for designers to type in a tag and then say, well, that's not quite big enough, so I'm going to make it a heading 2. Oh, it's still not big enough now, I'm going to make it an H1. Well, that is the wrong way to think about headings. What you want to do is develop a strategy around using the headings that's based upon the level of the heading itself and not the size of it, because eventually you're going to be controlling all of that through CSS. I mean, using CSS, if I wanted to, I could make the H6 actually bigger and bolder than the H1. So really, size has nothing to do with it, or the visual formatting has nothing to do with it. It's all about the structure of the document. So if I go back into my code, I'm going to change the second one to an H1. And then let's add some additional headings. So we're just going to use H1s to sort of illustrate the concept of properly structuring a file. Below that, we're going to find a line that says adding headings. I'm going to make that an H1. If I scroll down a little bit, I'll also see using paragraphs. I'll make that an H1. And then finally, line breaks, and I'll format that using an H1. So let me go ahead and save that, and then go back into the browser. So we can see now that we have definitive sections, if you will, within our page. But because of the fact that we used H1s for all of them, each one of them has exactly the same level of importance. And that's what headings are doing for us. They're denoting the level of importance of that content. Now, if we just sort of scan this, we can see that they really probably shouldn't all be important. HTML Essential Training is the name of the course, so that's probably the most important heading. Formatting page content is the heading for this particular page, so that's secondary, just below that. And then the other headings, adding headings, using paragraphs, and line breaks, they're all probably subheadings of that one, and all three of them are of the same level of importance. It doesn't look like any one of those three should be more important than the other. So if I wanted to note that using headings in my page structure, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back into my file, and I'll switch the second heading back to an H2. And then after that, I want to take each of those headings and make that an H3. So I'm going to scroll down for using paragraphs, line breaks, and go ahead and make that an H3. So I'm going to save that, go back up, and preview my page. Now that's perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for. So prior to HTML5, the only sectioning elements that we had for our page were headers. Now, with the addition of HTML5, we also have some sectioning elements that have been added that we can use, and we'll talk about them a little bit later in the course. But honestly, headings are really still kind of the main elements that we use when it comes to creating and ranking sections within our page. So you want to think of the page as maybe like an outline. Like if we were going to make a table of contents or some type of outline of the page, what should that look like? If I go back into my code editor, I've installed an extension which will scan the page and create a document outline based on the actual formatting of the page. So if I go up to View and choose Show Document Outline, don't worry about doing this. This is just for demonstration purposes. You can see that the level of headings that we used created the following outline. We have a main heading, a subheading underneath that, and then subsections beneath that. So if you think about using your headings that way, it actually becomes pretty easy for your page to develop a heading strategy and how you're going to use them. And that's a really important part of planning your sites. You want to make sure that you have a strategy for how you're going to use headings within your document. Now, before we move on, I want to give you a couple of pieces of advice about using headings and developing a strategy for how you're going to use them within a site. Now, for the most part, you're going to want to limit the number of H1s that you have on the page. There are a lot of search engine optimization folks out there that'll tell you that you should only use one H1 on a page. I've even seen some people say that that's a rule, that you kind of have to do it that way. Well, to be honest with you, there is no hard and fast rule that says that. As a matter of fact, the specification says that you can use multiple H1s. And even Google, who really should know about search engine optimization, they tell you that you don't get punished for using more than H1 on the page. They're just looking as to whether or not they're being used logically. So if you have two top-level headings that denote two sections of equal importance, there's really nothing wrong with doing that. You just need to be logical in your approach to doing it. The next thing that you want to do is you don't want to skip a series of headings. On this page, for example, we went from an H1 to an H2 to the H3 for the subsections. Well, we wouldn't want to just jump straight down to an H5. We wouldn't want to go H1, H2, H5. The only time that you might change that is if you have a site-wide strategy and an element was going to be an H6 based on the way it was formatted and you didn't have an H5 and H4 above it. But for the most part, you want to go in order. You don't want to skip things based on that. So one of the things that you're going to need to do as you begin planning your websites is think about the content that shows up on each and every page. Then based on that content, you can begin to develop a heading strategy that denotes the importance of the sections that you're going to be creating. Just be sure to remember that using headings on your page should be driven by properly structuring the information and not by the visual formatting requirements of the page's content. Paragraphs are perhaps the most basic formatting tag that you'll use in HTML. In fact, if you don't wrap text in an element, as we've discussed, most browsers are going to default to formatting like a paragraph. In fact, I have the page paragraphs.htm open here from the 03_03 directory. It's kind of picking up right where we left off in the last exercise. You can see we still have our headings. Notice that the remainder of the text remains unformatted. Well, if I were to view this page in a browser, for all intensive purposes, visually it looks like there's formatting applied. And that's one of the things about user agents like browsers. HTML has to be backwards compatible. That means that they have to support earlier versions of HTML. And they also support really loose syntax rules. For example, having unformatted content would cause some languages to simply fail and the whole page to fail. Well, HTML is much more forgiving. And it basically says, well, you forgot to format it. You probably wanted to format it like a paragraph, so that's what I'm going to do. It's nice that it does that, and it can save you a lot of trouble sometimes when you do forget to do something. But it also has the opposite effect. Sometimes it makes you think that something's happened that hasn't yet. So as you're formatting your page content, you want to make sure you pay particular attention to your paragraphs. It's really easy to forget about them sometimes because they're so basic. And sometimes you'll have malformed paragraphs paragraphs that open but don't ever close, or text like this that's not formatted at all. So you always want to double check your structure and make sure your page is properly formatted. So we're just going to go through here and add a few extra paragraphs. After the H2, I'm going to go in and add a paragraph element. Now remember, for a paragraph element, we're going to need both the opening and the closing paragraph tags. So it should surround this entire paragraph. Below adding headings, I'm going to come in there and add another paragraph. Remember, opening and closing tags. And then after H3, the section on using paragraphs, we're going to add one there as well. Now, you'll notice there that it mentions that the paragraph tag indicates an individual paragraph, and it should be used for every single individual paragraph. So not just wrapping a big block of text. So if we go down below line breaks, you can see that we do have one big sort of block of text, but I've got a few line returns in there that create 1, 2, and 3 sections. We actually want each of them to be in their own paragraph. So I'm going to go in and surround each of them with an opening and a closing paragraph tag. Now, as soon as I do that, I'm going to save the file and preview that in my browser. Now, it looks very similar to what we had before, but notice that the text at the bottom is enclosed in individual paragraphs. Now, I want to take a brief moment and talk about the vertical spacing between these paragraphs. You'll notice that when we go from a heading to a paragraph to a heading, we get sort of a blank line or an empty space here. That's basically because all HTML elements have both top and bottom margins. Vertical margins in CSS collapse. What that means is if you had a 20 pixel margin on the bottom of this heading and you had a 20 pixel margin at the top of this paragraph, you'd still only end up with 20 pixels between them. It wouldn't add to 40. It does that so that we don't have double spacing between our paragraphs. That sometimes leads people to do something that they shouldn't. So let's say, for example, that we wanted a little bit of extra space between this paragraph and the address that I have here at the bottom. So a lot of times you're going to see something like this where somebody puts in an empty paragraph and they might do something like placing in a character like a non-breaking space character. Now, don't worry too much about this. We're going to talk about HTML character entities in just a moment. That's just so that this paragraph will have a little bit of content, even though it's invisible content. So if I save this and go back in the browser, you can see now that we have a lot more space between that paragraph and the address below it. Well, this is the absolute wrong way to do this. If you don't have content inside of that paragraph, you don't need to have an empty paragraph there. Cascading Style Sheets handles all of our visual formatting. If we want a little bit of extra space between one paragraph and the next, it's pretty easy to use CSS to do that. Now, one more thing about paragraphs real quickly before we move on. I mentioned earlier that you need to have an opening and a closing tag for a paragraph. That's not actually 100% true. In the HTML specification, the closing tags of paragraphs are actually optional. If I come down to these last 3 paragraphs and I take the closing paragraph tags off of them, it's going to do it for all 3 of them. And no, you don't have to do that along with me. We're just demonstrating something here. If I save this, now look, brackets is telling me I've got an error. It's saying, hey, you really need closing tags with that. But to be honest with you, you don't. If I go back into my browser, it's rendering it just fine. The closing tags of paragraphs are considered optional. However, I would recommend that you, as a new author, don't make them optional. Make sure that you have an opening and a closing tag. I don't leave them off ever, and I can't think of a really good practical reason to do so. Even though they're optional, within your code, they help the flow of code. They tell you where one section of content ends and another begins. So it's a really good idea to make sure that you have both of those tags, the opening and the closing one. Okay, so that's it. Overall, paragraphs are pretty straightforward. Again, just make sure to avoid having empty paragraphs in your code and make sure that all of your paragraphs, opening and closing tags, are wrapped correctly around the appropriate page elements. There will be times when you need to force a hard return in your copy, but you don't necessarily want to start a brand new paragraph or any other new element. In those instances, you're going to want to use a line break. Now, they're very easy to use, and we're going to demonstrate this using the breaks.htm file, which you can find in 03_04 in your exercise files directory. So with this page opened up in my code editor, if I preview it in my browser, I can see that down here at the very bottom, I have an address for lynda.com. It's at 6410 Villarreal, Carpinteria, California, 93103. Well, that is actually where I'm at right now. It's a beautiful location. I highly recommend visiting Carpinteria. It's a gorgeous little town. But I would like to have is the name of the company, the street address, and then the city and state. I'd like to have them all on separate lines. If I go back into my code editor, so if I scroll down here to the bottom of the page, I can see that the address is contained in a single paragraph. Now that's actually a really good thing because those elements belong together. They're all part of the same address. If to achieve my spacing goals, I put them in separate paragraphs, they would no longer be related to each other in any way. And semantically, it would be incorrect. So I need to keep them in the same paragraph because they're part of the same address. So to achieve my effect of having them each on a separate line, I'm going to use the line break character. I'm going to place my cursor just after linden.com, and I'm going to use a line break tag, which is the BR tag. Now, earlier in the course, I mentioned that there are some elements that don't need closing tags. Line breaks are one of those. So whenever a line break is encountered in your code, your user agent knows to go ahead and put a hard return in and go down to the next line. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is right after the street address, 6410 Villarreal, I'll go ahead and add one more line break. So if I save this and go back into my browser, I can see that now my address visually looks kind of the way that I want. Lynda.com, the street address, and there's the city and state. Now, also notice that there's a good bit of difference visually in the way line breaks and paragraphs are formatted. Notice that paragraphs sort of have that extra space between them that sort of visually let you know that these are separate elements, whereas line breaks just do that hard return right back down to the next line, and you can force them anywhere that you want. Now, you're probably going to see these occasionally in other people's code. You might see them look like this, where they have the BR, a space, a /, and then the right angle bracket. Well, that's what's known as a self-closing tag. Back in the days when we were using XHTML, XML has some very interesting rules. And one of the rules of XML is that if you open a tag, you have to close it. So even for something like line break, where you don't necessarily have to have a closing tag because there's no contents in the middle, XML said, oh, yes, you do. You need a closing tag. So they came up with kind of a compromise, if you will, which was to create a class of tags that were self-closing, meaning they were both an opening and a closing tag. And this is how they did that. You might also see that when you deal with image tags, meta tags, all those tags in HTML that don't require a closing tag in XHTML are going to be formatted like this. There's no harm in doing it either way. If I save this and go back into the browser, you can see that it doesn't change the way that's visually formatted. It's simply another way to write that. We don't need to do that in HTML5 anymore. But honestly, if you do have that in the code, it's not going to hurt anything. So one thing to keep in mind is that when you use line breaks, they don't actually create a new section of content. So all this address is still within the same paragraph. You're just going to use them whenever you need to force a hard return without creating a new paragraph. Often, when formatting documents, you're going to need to emphasize content in a specific manner. Let's take a look at a few of the ways that HTML allows us to do that by using the emphasis.htm file found in the 03_05 directory. Now, this is very similar to the pages that we've been working with, but if I look at this in the browser, you can see that we have slightly different content here. We've got more descriptive text talking about the different ways that we can emphasize text. Now, in this exercise, we're going to be using 4 main tags, the bold, strong, italic, and emphasis tag. And you can see here we have some text that sort of describe what those do. So let's take a closer look at them. We'll start by using the bold tag. So if I scroll down, I can see that here we have a definition list. Now we'll talk more about these types of lists a little bit later on in the course. But for right now, a definition list is split into 2 parts. You have the term, which is the DT tag, and then you have the definition, which is the DD tag. So what we're doing is we want to bold all of these terms. So I'm going to find each one of these, and then I'm going to place my cursor just inside the opening DT tag. I want to wrap the text with a B tag. So that means I need an opening and a closing bold tag. You also want to be very careful with where you're positioning these. You want to make sure that they're fully nested inside the DT tag. So where you place the opening and closing tags are very important. So we're going to do the bold tag, the strong tag, the text for the italic tag, and then finally just below that, we're going to have the emphasis tag. There's one more phrase that I want to bold. If I scroll down all the way to the end, I can see where we're discussing the site tag. And right here in the second sentence, I want to bold the text site tag. So again, to use the bold tag, we use both an opening and a closing tag. So I'm going to save this, preview it in the browser, and you can see sort of the fruits of our labor there. We have all of our terms are bolded right now, the bold tag, strong tag, italics tag. And then we have the cite tag down there that's bold as well. Now, this is just purely visual. It's purely presentational. We haven't changed the meaning of those elements at all or added anything to them semantically. The bold tag, all it does is just tell the user agent, hey, this text should be displayed as bold. So it's simply a visual thing. Now, there is another way to have our content displayed as bold text, but it has a slightly different meaning, and that would involve the strong tag. So what I want to do, scroll down, and towards the end of this, underneath the heading that says, wait, what? There's a sentence that says, you're probably wondering why there are multiple tags for bolding and italicizing text. And then right after that, there's a sentence that says, if you are, don't worry, you're not alone. So what I want to do is I want to strongly emphasize the text, you're not alone. So surrounding the phrase, you're not alone, I'm going to surround that with a strong tag. Now, just like bold for strong, I'm going to need an opening and a closing tag. So I'm going to save this, and if I go back into my browser, you can see the text says, you're not alone, is now in bold. It doesn't look visually like there's a whole lot of difference between the bold tag and the strong tag, but in fact there is. As we mentioned, the bold tag is purely presentational, whereas the strong tag actually means that you are strongly emphasizing the text. It has a semantic value. That means, say for example, a screen reader is reading that text. If it's capable of doing different vocal inflection, it knows to really strongly emphasize that text. So it might actually say that louder or emphasize it more. Now, this was a really big debate a few years ago. When XHTML came out, the desire was to strip all presentational markup out of HTML. So the bold tag and the italics tag were removed. And the strong tag and the M tag were basically said, use these in their place. When HTML5 came back around, the thought was, well, there are times when visually you might want to bold text or italicize it, and you don't necessarily need to emphasize it. For example, in this case, we wouldn't want the bold tag to be read any stronger up here just because it's a term, but visually we might want to represent it as bold. The bold tag allows us to do that. All right, now we have a similar relationship between the italics tag and the emphasis tag. So let's take a look at those. And I'm going to scroll back up to our definition list, and I want to focus on these two elements, the italic tag and the emphasis tag. What I want to do is in the italics tag, you can see that the last sentence here says helpful for phrases, terms, or any text that's normally displayed in italics. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to surround the word italics with the I tag. So I for italics. And then below that in the emphasis tag, we have a sentence here that says the emphasis tag, or M tag, denotes text that is usually emphasized more than the text around it. Although this tag is usually rendered in italics. And so what we want to do is, again, we're going to take italics there, and we're going to wrap that in an italics tag. So there we go. All right, now let's save that. So in those cases, I want that text to appear italicized, but I don't necessarily want to emphasize it. There are times when I do want to emphasize text. So what I'm going to do now, all right, so let's scroll down to the paragraph where we added the strong tag earlier. Right after the strong tag, we have a sentence that says, this is one of the most confusing aspects of learning HTML. The easiest way for me to explain it is this. One set of tags is presentational, while the other is logical. Now, I would like the term presentational and the term logical to be emphasized there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to surround the word presentational with an M tag. And just like the strong tag, I'm going to use an opening and a closing tag for both of those. And the same thing for logical. We're going to do an M tag there as well, and I'll save that. Now, again, when we go back into the browser, we can see that the I tag is italicizing the word italics in both of these paragraphs. And when we go down into the description down here, presentational and logical are being italicized, even though they're using a separate tag. So just like bold and strong, visually they look the same, but just remember that semantically they're very different. If the difference between these tags isn't crystal clear to you at first, don't worry. As I mentioned in the text, you are not alone. Just read through this page where I give a little bit more information about the differences between them and research the tags as much as you can. I'd also recommend paying attention to how other authors are using them, because over time, you'll gain a greater understanding of them and you'll develop a use case for when you should use one of the elements over its counterpart. There are going to be times that you're going to want to use a character or a symbol that's not readily available on your keyboard. What's more, you might want to use a symbol that's actually reserved for use by HTML that you're really not supposed to use. For example, using the left or right angle brackets in your content could actually cause rendering errors. So if you want to use those special characters, you're going to have to use something that's called a named character entity. And in order to explore those, we're going to be using the special.htm file found in the 03_06 directory. And I have this page open, and you can see right off the bat that there's a potential problem with it. Brackets does a really nice thing. Whenever it finds what it thinks to be an error in code, it gives me this little warning by code coloring the text red. And the potential problem is this angle bracket right here that we're using in the text. If a browser or other user agent sees this, it's probably going to assume that we wanted to start opening a tag and just didn't finish it. That could lead to syntax errors, validation problems, and even rendering errors. Now, if I look at this page in the browser, I can see that it's rendering okay, but that's just because Chrome is being extra nice to me at the moment. That's definitely not something you want to try to get away with. So let's talk about displaying special characters. And the text that I have here for you on the page describes it pretty well. So as I mentioned, using the left angle bracket can cause rendering issues, but we have also other characters that are available to us that you can't really type through a keyboard. So something like the trademark symbol or the copyright symbol. Maybe it's something that's used by other languages or something like that. So that's where we turn to named character entities. Now, these are special codes that browser user agents will recognize them and then replace them with the character that you need. The syntax for them is really, really straightforward. We start with an ampersand, then we followed by using the named entity itself, and then we follow that with a semicolon. Let's go take a look at that. So if I go back into my code, I can replace this left angle bracket with an ampersand. So we always start with an ampersand. And then I'm going to type in LANG. Now, how do I know to type that in? Well, I just happen to know what the named character entity is for left angle bracket. So these are some of the things that you're just either going to have to know or have a reference handy. And I'm going to show you at the very end of this that I've got a nice link for a reference for you. So there is ampersand LANG semicolon. If I save this, go back to the browser, I can see that it doesn't really render any differently. But what's nice about that is the browser is recognizing that named character entity and replacing that text with the actual symbol that we want. Now, sometimes it's easy to do, and sometimes it takes a little bit of work. Let me scroll down, and in the second paragraph below that, you'll notice that we have some text here that says you start with an ampersand, then we display an ampersand, followed by the named entity that's followed by a semicolon. To display an ampersand, for example, you would type in ampersand. Well, that's not right at all. If I go back into the code, I can see I'm having problems. You can see that is the syntax for the named character entity for the ampersand. So there are two things here that I need to correct. One, I don't want just an ampersand here. You can see that's code colored red by brackets to let me know that that could be a problem. I'm going to replace that with the named character entity, which is ampersand AMP semicolon. All right, down here, I actually want this to display within the text. And in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow this named character entity, because remember, that's just displaying the ampersand, with the text AMP semicolon. So it kind of looks like I'm doing it twice, but bear with me. These are just individual characters, AMP semicolon. This is actually a named character entity, which will display the actual ampersand. So if I save this, go back in the browser and refresh this, you can see right there, I'm getting the text to display exactly the way that I want to. And here we still have our ampersand. Now, just so you can have a little bit more practice, let's take a look at the copyright and trademark symbols. So if I go through there, I want to replace this text with the actual symbols themselves. So I'm going to take copyright and replace that. So remember, we start with an ampersand. And then after that, the name of the named character entity. Now, a lot of these you could probably guess if you had to. So for this one, we're going to use copy and then a semicolon. For trademark, see if you can guess that. So ampersand trade. I'm guessing that most of you were able to guess that properly. So if I save that, go back in the browser, I can see indeed that I'm seeing my copyright and trademark symbols. So some of these are pretty self-explanatory. Some of them are easier for you to guess, but there are literally hundreds of them. So it's really difficult to keep track of all of them or have them all memorized. That's why it's nice to have a little reference. And I've given you a link here to a page on Wikipedia where we have a list of XML and HTML character entities. If I scroll down, you see I have a really big table here of HTML character entities, and you can see the character that's displayed and the name of it. So to display quotation mark, for example, you would do ampersand, QUOT, and then a semicolon. So that's kind of how that works. And as I scroll through here, you can see how many of them there are, and there are a lot of them. So the hardest part of using these named character entities is, for the most part, remembering them. That's why it's a good reason to bookmark a page like this, so that you can have a reference like this Wikipedia page handy while you're authoring your own HTML. As you first start authoring HTML, you're probably going to notice what seems to be a really curious behavior among browsers regarding your use of white space. You see, no matter how much white space you put in your content, your browser is going to, for the most part, ignore everything after that first space of character. So I've got the whitespace.htm from 0307 opened up in my browser, and you can see I have the sentence that says, by default, browsers will ignore any white space after the first space. To add additional white space, you must use the non-breaking space entity. So you can see I've got the HTML character entity there for that. So to kind of experiment around with that a little bit, I've got the same file opened up in my code editor, and I am going to do just what I suggest. I'm going to try it right here. Inside this paragraph, between these two sentences, I'm going to add a lot of white space. All right, so you can see there's a lot of white space between the first sentence and the second sentence, even though they're in the same paragraph. So if I save this, go back into the browser, nothing happens. So within your code, any amount of white space after that first character of white space is ignored. And that's basically because a lot of code is written by people that know what they're doing. Some code is written by people that don't know what they're doing. And some code is written by machines. And when machines are formatting code, sometimes they'll just put empty space all over the place without really meaning to. And so to guard against that, HTML basically says you get one character of white space, that's it. So if you want to add additional white space, we use a character known as a non-breaking space. So again, if I was going back into that paragraph, I can use the character entity, ampersand, NBSP, and semicolon. And just to kind of show you what this does, I copy this, and I'm just going to paste it a few times, maybe 4 times. So we have the initial white space, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 non-breaking spaces. So if I save that, go back over to the browser, now you can see that we're getting a little additional white space. Now that works, and I know a lot of people that rely on this for visual formatting. I want to caution you against that. That is not what the non-breaking space is for. So in this day and age, we have cascading style sheets that control all of our visual formatting. So if I need a little extra indentation, if I need some space between certain characters or entities, CSS gives me the capabilities of doing that. What the non-breaking space is for is just that, to create a non-breaking space. I'm going to get rid of all that stuff. And if I go back to the browser, I can see that I have the text Formula 1 right there. If I resize the browser, notice that the word 1 breaks as I resize it. That's as you would imagine. But if I go in my code and I scroll down, and between Formula 1, I replace the default white space with a non-breaking space character. Now, if I save that and go back into my text, if I resize the browser, notice that Formula and 1 won't break separately anymore. It breaks as one individual character. So that's really what a non-breaking space is for. It's okay to occasionally use it to kick in maybe a little bit of extra white space. So be very careful about how you use it, and that you don't use it to create false margins, indents, or tabs. That type of visual formatting is the responsibility of CSS, not HTML. Although it doesn't technically count as formatting existing content, inserting images is an important part of writing HTML. So we're going to take a brief moment to go over the basics of placing images on a page. To demonstrate this, we're going to use the images.html file, which I currently have open from the 03_08 directory inside my browser. As you can see here, a sample image on the page. This is actually taken down in the low country of South Carolina. To place an image on the page, you use an IMG or image tag. Now, images are considered what we call replaced content, and that means that when they're encountered, the browser or user agent will use the information within that tag to replace its contents with the resource that you've asked for. With that in mind, the attributes of the image tag become incredibly important. The SRC, or source attribute, is used to tell the browser where to actually go out and find that image. The alt attribute allows you to pass along descriptive text, which is representative of the image and is very useful for screen readers or other assistive devices. You also have the width and height attributes. Now, these are optional, but they can be used to pass the dimensions of the image to the browser. If you omit them, the browser will still display the image at its native width and height, but there might be some rendering issues. So it's always a good idea to put them in there unless there's a compelling reason to leave them off. So I'm going to go back into my code editor where I've opened up the images file from that same directory. Now, let's take a look at the sample syntax before we actually create our own. We have our image tag right here after the opening paragraph tag. So it's flow content. It's just right inside the inline level content within the paragraph. We have our source attribute, and it's pointing to _images lowcountry.jpg. Now, this is probably the most difficult part for folks that are brand new to HTML, learning in terms of how to resolve this path, or how do I know which path to type in? Well, essentially, you're describing to the browser where to go find this image from your current location. So you'll notice if I look over here in my folder, I'm inside the images.html, and inside of this directory, there's another folder called images. If I open that up, I have two images inside that. I have the lowcountry.jpg and the sc_flag, which we'll use in just a moment. So essentially, when I type in this path, I'm saying, go find the images folder, go inside that folder, then go and find lowcountry.jpg. So the more you do it, the better you'll get at resolving that path. Now, this is absolutely critical. If any of this is wrong, if I spell something wrong, if I do the spacing wrong, then it just doesn't work. So for example, if I come in and remove the underscore from the images directory, if I go back into the browser, you can see the image doesn't display anymore. So spelling counts, everything counts when you're resolving these paths. After that, I pass the width and the height in. Notice I don't use any units of measurement. This is in pixels, and I just type in 300 by 300 if that's the dimensions, which it is. Now, you can alter these. If I wanted to display this at a slightly different size, I could say 400 by 300. And if I save that, you can see it's doing it for me, but it's distorting the image. And I really don't recommend that. I want to make sure that as a best practice, you're displaying the image at 100% of its size. And the last thing that we have here is the alt text, Low Country, South Carolina. So here I'm just trying to do some small, short descriptive text of the image so that if the image doesn't load or if somebody's using a screen reader, that they're still getting some information about the image itself. Now, the last thing I want you to notice is that the image tag does not have a closing tag, doesn't need one, so you just use an opening IMG tag. All right, so now we're ready to do our own image. I'm going to scroll down to the very last paragraph, and right down there, I'm going to place my cursor just after the opening paragraph tag, and I'm going to go ahead and open up an IMG tag. So again, you don't need a closing tag, just an opening IMG tag, and then we're going to start passing in some attributes. So I'm going to type space right after IMG, still inside the tag, and I'm going to start by using the source attribute, or SRC. Inside of that, I'm going to type in _images. Again, I need to tell it to go inside that folder. Then I'm going to type in a /. I'm going to say go inside the folder, and then find sc_flag.png. Now, you'll notice that my code editor is trying to help me along the way here, which is very nice of it. Most authoring tools are going to give you a little bit of help in finding these images, but I want you to spend some time resolving those paths on your own so that you'll know whether the path is correct or not. Now, in this case, we're finding a folder and going down into it. If we wanted to go up a directory, we would use .. to go up one directory, and then we could find the image if we needed to. So now I'm going to save this, and if I were to look at the page in the browser, I would actually see the flag. So all the other attributes other than source are really optional. You don't necessarily have to have them. However, they are very important, so I don't recommend leaving them off. So after the source, I'm going to type in width. And for width, I'm going to do 400 pixels because this image is 400 by 400. Then I'll follow that by height, and I'll do 400 as well. You can do height or width first. It does not matter. And then right after that, I'm going to use my alt text. And for my alt text, I'm just going to type in South Carolina flag, and I'll save that. And if I go back into my image, it doesn't look any different, but I'm passing the information I need to into it. Now, there are other attributes that you can use. You'll note, for example, that the text doesn't really wrap around these images. The image and the text are considered to be on the same line. Your user agents don't really differentiate between the fact that this one is 300 pixels tall and this one is only 16 pixels tall. To it, they're both on the same line. So if we wanted to make the text wrap around it, there are some attributes that we can use. For example, I could come up here to my image source and I could use the align attribute, and I could set align equal to, say, right. If I did that and went back in, you would see that it's aligning this to the right and it's wrapping the text around it. Now, this has actually been deprecated from HTML because this is now the responsibility of CSS. So I don't recommend using them. I do want to point out, however, that they are supported by almost all browsers out there. So in a pinch, if you have to do it, you could do align left or align right and the text would wrap around it. However, strongly recommend learning how to do that with CSS instead of using those attributes. Okay, so as we've seen, the syntax required to place an image on the page really isn't all that complex. Remember, you need to test the path carefully to the image to make sure the browser is going to be able to retrieve that image, and do not forget the alt attribute. Since it's important for all of your sites to be as accessible as possible, you really ought to view the alt text as required. So it's a best practice to get in the habit of always adding it. I hope you had fun with your first challenge. I know it was a big one, and it probably took you a little bit longer to get through it than you were anticipating. I hope you were able to reinforce a lot of the things that we've learned in the previous chapter. What I want to do in this movie is just kind of go through the finished files with you and explain my reasoning for why I formatted things a certain way. That way, if you disagree with me or if your code doesn't match up, you can at least sort of understand the thinking that I used when I structured mine and sort of adjust yours appropriately or determine if you like your strategy better, which in some cases you might. There's nothing wrong with that. So the very first step was determine a heading strategy. And I'm going to show you what I did by just going over to the intro.htm page. So the very first heading on the page, which is HTML Essential Training, you may have noticed that that is consistent on every single page. That's the first line of text. It's the name of the course. So to me, that becomes the most important heading on the page, and I formatted it appropriately with a heading 1. Below that, we have the title of each page. So every page has a different title, and this is unique to the page. So to me, that's kind of a subheading. Now, after that, within the content, we would also find headings, and these headings typically indicated the beginning of a section of content. So what I like to do there is use a heading 3, again, because it's one level below those main headings at the top. And I was pretty consistent with that throughout all of my pages. And if I preview this in the browser, you can kind of see the results to this. Now, some of you out there might be going, well, wait a minute, HTML Essential Training was H1. Why isn't it bigger than the H2? And again, that's the magic of CSS. We'll learn about that later in this course. The styles that I wrote for this page actually de-emphasize that, even though it's considered to be, quote unquote, the more important of the headings. So as I scroll through the content, I can see each of the sections start with one of those heading 3s. Now, the only part where yours and mine might differ a lot is on, say, something like links. If I go to the links.htm page and I scroll down, I can see that in this section of link types, there's actually 2 types of links that I talk about, absolute and document relative. Now, I went ahead and used an H4 on those because they belong to the section above them, and that's why I used an H4 there. Now, you may not have known that they belonged to the section above it. If you're reading through that, you would have had to say, okay, well, those are 2 different link types. And maybe you just scanned through it, or maybe you didn't read through it, or maybe you just didn't realize that it belonged to that. So if you gave those an H3 as well, that's something for you to think about. That actually occurs in a couple of places. If I'm on links, for example, and scroll down, I can see that for link types, I have absolute links and document relative links. And it occurs in one other page as well. I think it is in syntax. Yes, in syntax, as I scroll down, I can see that under doc types, for example, I have all these different doc types, and those are all H4s. So that's my heading strategy. You want to compare your pages to mine and see if they match up. And if not, as long as yours is based on sound semantics, then it's fine. However, if it doesn't match and it's not semantically described in the content, you may want to rethink that strategy. Now, the next task was to format paragraphs in the intro page. Let me switch back to intro. And this probably was pretty easy for you guys. Basically, any block of content that wasn't a heading is already formatted, got a paragraph around it. Just scroll through and make sure that you got the same paragraphs as I did. You may have grouped text into larger paragraphs. And also, if you did anything with the list down here, that does not need to have a paragraph surrounding it. So if you surrounded that with a paragraph, you did not need to. You'll also notice that I had a paragraph down here on the very bottom where we have the footer content of our page. Next up was controlling line breaks, and this applied to the next.html file. So if I go to next and I scroll down to find those sort of 4 pieces of advice, you'll notice that I have a line break after each one of these. So that was pretty simple. And whether or not they're on the same line is up to you. A lot of people like doing what I've done here, which is to put them on separate lines. But really, if the text was formatted just like this, it would still look the same within the browser. So how you format that is totally up to you. Now, staying in that file, we were talking about determining emphasis. And one of the very first things that we talked about was emphasizing those lines that are sort of on their own line due to the line break. And you guys could see this when I was showing you the line break. But what I did was I surrounded them with a strong tag. Now, the reason that I use a strong instead of a bold tag is in the instructions themselves. Notice that it says, determine how to best emphasize the first line in each paragraph. So I'm not saying just displaying bold. I'm saying I want them emphasized. And so because of that, I use a strong instead of a bold tag. The last advice paragraph, break things. I wanted to display the quotes in italics. Notice I didn't say I wanted to emphasize them, but I did want to emphasize the last line, always challenge yourself. So if I go into that and scroll down a little bit, you can see that I use the I or italics tag around the quotes, and I use the M tag around always challenge yourself. Using that same type of thinking, in the list of resources below the advice section, make sure all top-level list items appear in bold. Well, if I go back to next, you can see that within those paragraphs, I've just used the B tag around those top-level items. And if your top-level items differ from mine, you'll notice that I've only got a B right here, not around HTML-related titles and web design-related titles. That's okay. This is actually later on when we talk about lists. This is going to be a list of items, and it's really difficult to tell right now because they're all just paragraphs. So if you didn't get this exactly right, or if yours isn't exactly the same as mine, it's totally okay. Don't worry about that. The semantics of this information will become a lot clearer later on when we have our chapter on lists. Next, we were going to display special characters, and we did that in the reference.html. So the first thing was go into the first table cell that was empty and put in the proper named character entity. And then we wanted to go and wrap the text tags in quotation marks. So let's take a look at how we did that. So I went to reference, and if I scroll down into that first table cell, we can see that I used the named character entity for quotation mark for the first table cell. And then if I scroll up to find the definition for elements, I can see that I have the left quote on the left side and the right quote on the right side. So make sure that you used the proper named character entities for the left quote and the right quote around that text. And finally, we wanted to insert an image at the bottom of the page. Now, there were a couple of things that we needed to do there. First, it needed to point to the 200 pixel W3C icon. We also wanted to give it a class of flow left, which would use the CSS to flow the text around it. It should have the alt text for W3C logo, and its width and height should be 200 by 136. So if I go into the intro page, scroll down towards the bottom. So again, notice that the image tag is inside the paragraph. So it's right after the opening tag. There's its source. So it's pointing to underscore images. So I had to know to go to that folder. And then / 200 pixel -W3C icon.png. Now, if your image didn't show up, more than likely it's this that is the culprit. So make sure that the path is spelled correctly. Make sure that capitalization is done the same way. That shouldn't matter, but just in case it does, make sure you have .png. So this needs to be exactly the same as you're seeing it here. So if you're having a problem with the image display, that's the likely culprit. Next, we have our alt text, W3C logo. There's the width and height. And then there's the class attribute of flow left, and that results in the image that you're seeing here. Okay, so those were all the steps and how I completed them. Again, yours may differ from mine a little bit. It's perfectly okay in some instances. You just want to make sure that anywhere that you have a disagreement with me, that your reasoning is based on sound semantic formatting of your content.
So far, we've covered a little bit of the background of HTML and the basic elements that are required for each HTML document. In this chapter, we'll begin exploring how to structure pages properly by examining the sectioning elements that are available in HTML. One of the major benefits of HTML is that it allows us to structure documents in a way that illustrates the meaning of the content. This is often referred to as semantics, and it's an important part of the web authoring process. Most of the time, content in a web page fits within specific sections. You might have the company information up top in a heading, the site navigation in a section below that, followed by the main content, and perhaps a sidebar with some related information below it. Below everything else, there might be a footer that contains contact information or other information related to the site. Now, that's a pretty standard layout for web pages, and if you've spent any time at all browsing the web, you probably recognize those sections almost immediately and intuitively. However, as designers, it's really easy for us to lose track of the fact that there are people using assistive technology and machines such as search engines that can't rely on the visual layout to convey meaning. For those users, the actual structure of the page has to convey the information about the content. If the page isn't structured properly, the page content will have no hierarchy and no way to convey how the content relates to each other. That's where HTML's sectioning and heading elements come in. These elements allow us to group content together in specific sections that have semantic meaning. They are the headings, which are the H1 through H6 elements, and the article, aside, nav, and section elements. When used properly, these elements give your document an intelligent outline that clearly represents the page's content. In addition to these sectioning elements, HTML also has several semantic elements that can help add structure and meaning to your document as well. These are the header, main, and footer elements. Used together, these elements allow you to group sections of content into clearly defined regions, establish the relationship between those regions, and make your pages more readable for both people and machines. This will result in more accessible sites, better search engine results, and sites that are more consistent and easier for you to style. I can't stress enough how important it is for new web designers to learn how to use these elements correctly. By focusing on proper page structure early in the process of learning HTML, you can avoid costly mistakes in the future and be well on the way to producing semantic sites that perform exactly as intended.
One of the first things to consider when structuring your pages is what type of document outline you want to generate. HTML uses semantic elements like headings and sectioning tags to describe the outline of a page's contents. In many ways, you can think of this like a table of contents. These outlines are used by devices to skim and search your files, navigate to specific sections, and things like determining how content actually relates to each other. As you can imagine, generating the correct document outline for a site is a fairly important part of its overall success. So to practice this, we have the outline.htm file that you'll find in the 04_02 directory. And right now, if I were to scroll through this, you can see that all of the elements, except for a few that are in some lists, are contained within paragraphs. So everything is in a paragraph. Now, just to give you an idea of what's going on here, I'm going to preview this in the browser, and you can kind of see that there's a line up top. This is my big blog, site navigation, things I like, my favorite books. We have fiction and nonfiction. We have favorite movies and shows. In those two categories, we have favorite music, jazz, rock, Americana. And then we have a spotlight down here and then the copyright down there at the bottom. So this is kind of a very basic, simple blog layout for describing some of my very favorite things. But right now, there is nothing in the way of structure on this page to denote any type of information whatsoever. It's all on the same level. In fact, if I go back to the code editor, now I'm using brackets, and brackets has this really cool outliner extension. To get extensions in brackets, if you're using this, you can just click on the extension manager and then search for outlines, and you'll find the one I'm talking about. But when you've installed that, if you have a page open, you can go up to View, and you can choose Show Document Outline. Now, if I do this for this document, you can see that not much comes up. It just says Untitled Body, so there's no outline going on. Now, for those of you that are using a different type of code editor or don't have that extension installed, there is a way for you to check your document outline as well. I'm going to go ahead and select all my code and copy it. you can go out online to this site. This is the HTML5 outliner. And here you can choose a URL, or we have this one text area that we can just paste our own HTML into it. And then we can say outline this. And again, it says not a lot going on here. So then I'll hit the back button. For those of you that don't have the extension installed into brackets or maybe aren't using brackets, feel free to use this to check the outline as we begin to work. Okay, let's get back into our code and start giving this document a little bit of an outline by semantically structuring the elements. The easiest and best way to do this is through the use of the headings. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a refresher of what we covered earlier in the course when we talked about headings, but it also gives you an idea about how important headings are to the semantic information of your page. So the first paragraph right here, it says, my big blog. I would assume this to be the title. That's probably going to be the most important thing. So we're just going to go ahead and give that an H1 and save that. Now, after that, we have our site navigation. We're just going to pretend like that's a big menu. We'll leave that alone. And then we have things I like, and that would be probably the title of this page. So I'm going to make that an H2. Below that, we begin to get into the individual categories. Notice that we have categories for books, we have categories for movies and shows, we have categories for music. All of those seem to be on the same level, if you will. If you were to think about this as a table of contents and you wanted to give somebody the ability to navigate from one area to the next, you'd probably list those all together. There's books, there's movies, that sort of thing. So what I'm going to do is for my favorite books, I'm going to use the next level of heading, H3. And then for these subcategories, fiction and nonfiction, they wouldn't be on the same level because these are subcategories of books, so they would get an H4. So you can begin to see how you start to develop a strategy for how headings on your site are going to be representing the document outline. And I need to set that for both fiction and nonfiction. Now take a moment and go through and finish categorizing everything using those H3s and H4s in the place of those paragraphs. So movies would get an H4, TV shows would get an H4, whereas music would get an H3. Scroll down a little bit. Jazz would be a subcategory, so that's going to get an H4. And as you're doing this, don't neglect the opening and the closing tag. You want to make sure that as you're switching these from paragraphs to headings, that you're getting both the opening and closing tags. I'm going to save that. And then finally, I have to make a decision about this spotlight favorite. It's not really a subcategory of music. It's a specific element or item that I've decided to kind of talk about a little bit. It's related to all the content. And in that sense, it's probably best suited to an H3. But in a lot of cases, this is a judgment call. It's kind of like where you want it to sit on that outline. And then the very last thing is this copyright down here, and that doesn't really fit in its own section, I would say. So I'm just going to leave that alone. I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to go back and check the document outline. Now this makes a lot more sense. You can see that we have my big blog up top, things I like, we have books, movies and shows, and music, and each of those has their own individual subcategories. And then finally, down at the bottom, we have Spotlight Favorite, which you can see shares the same level of importance as the categories themselves. And again, that was my own personal choice to make it have that level of importance. If I tested this online in the outliner, you can see it gives us the same type of outline. Perfect. Prior to HTML5, that was pretty much the only way that we could generate a document outline, and one of the reasons why it was so important to have a specific site-wide strategy in how headings are applied to elements. Now, HTML5 has some new semantic sectioning elements that are designed to assist in making outlines that are maybe a little bit more meaningful. So those elements are the nav, article, section, and aside. Let's take a look at what they can do for us. So going back into my pseudo blog thing here, I'm going to take the site navigation and I'm going to wrap that in a nav element. Now I'm just going to leave the paragraph inside of there. That's fine. But what the nav element does for me is it creates a new section that's specific to the navigation of the site. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the content of this page, and that would be all the things that I like, and I'm going to wrap that in an article element. Now, you'll notice that I'm going over these pretty quickly, and I'm not spending a lot of time talking about what each of these elements do for you. That's because we're going to look at them individually in their own exercises in just a moment. So right now, I'm just sort of introducing you to these elements so you get an idea as to sort of where they fit. So now, everything except for the copyright here down at the bottom, because that's not part of the main content, is now wrapped within this article. Now, another semantic sectioning element is the section element. And if you think about this, inside the things I like, I have sections for books, I have sections for movies, I have sections for music, that sort of thing. So it makes sense to have individual sections. So what I'm going to do is for each of those, I'm going to wrap them in a section element. So books will be wrapped in their own element, and pay special attention as to where I'm adding these elements. Movies and shows will get their own section. And notice that you have to be really careful about where you place these. You want to make sure that the heading for each of the sections is just inside of it. Every time I see an H3, I know that's a new section. And if your code doesn't format exactly right for you, it's not that big of a deal. Most code editors have the ability to reformat the code so it's a little bit easier to read. Now, if I go down to the last section here, Spotlight Favorites, it would make sense that this is also a section as well. However, there's a new semantic sectioning element called aside in HTML5. And what aside does for me is it basically says this content is not really a critical part of the content that it's related to, but it is related to content on the page. And if you think about this Spotlight Favorites, it's content that's related to the list of my favorites, but it's not necessary in order for me to complete my list of favorites. So that's a perfect example of using the aside element. So I'm going to wrap the spotlight in the aside. Now again, be very careful about where your opening and closing tags are. Now, if I save this and go back and look at my document outline, I don't really see too much of a difference. The only difference I really see, in fact, is this new section called Untitled Nav. Any section that you create using one of these sectioning tags, it could be nav, could be article, could be section, could be an aside. Basically, the title of the section is going to be whatever the top level heading in that section is. In this case, nav only has a paragraph inside of it. It does not have a heading, so it comes up as an untitled section. And in fact, if I were to copy and paste the new formatting into my online outline generator, I would see exactly the same thing. We have an untitled section up top. So there's a brief overview of the outline that's going to be generated as you're structuring your documents and some things that you need to be aware of. Now, I do want to point out the fact about these new HTML5 sectioning elements. Basically, the way that they create sections is controlled through what's known as the HTML5 outlining algorithm. It's brand new in HTML5, and it's written within that specification. Now, that was designed to help with the overall semantics of the page, but as of the time of this recording, no user agents, that means browsers, screen readers, any of those, have implemented the HTML5's outlining algorithm. And that means that for now, the best practice is to continue to generate the document outline through the use of headings while allowing the HTML5 sectioning elements to assist with overall page semantics. It's time to start taking a more in-depth look at some of the structural elements that are available in HTML5. I want to start by taking a look at the nav element. Now, that's one of the sectioning elements that are brand new, introduced in HTML5. And I first want to examine what the specification says about it, and then we'll go and explore how to use it in our sites. Now, to view the specification, I'm at w3.org, and this gives us a table of contents if you scroll down enough. And honestly, you can just sort of scroll through this, and you'll begin to see individual attributes or elements in red. And what I'm looking for is I'm going to scroll down to this area for sections, creating sections of content, and I'm going to look for things like the nav element. And when I click on that, it'll take me right to it. Now, I know the specification is not the easiest thing in the world to read, especially if you're not used to looking at them like I am. But essentially, we get a breakdown of the element here. Now, categories, content model, things like that tells us where we can put this, the type of things that we can nest inside of it, whether it needs an opening and closing tag, what attributes are available for it, what ARIA roles ought to be applied to it, things like that. What I'm more interested in, however, is the semantic usage of the element. And if I scroll down, I can see that it has a description of the element and then some notes. Let's take a look at what those say. So the description says that the nav element represents a section of a page that links to other pages or parts within the page, a section with navigation links. So the emphasis here, to me, seems to be on a group of links that navigate to pages or parts within a page, and typically that applies within a site. Now, the three notes there, first note says, in a case where the content of a nav element represents a list of items, use list markup to aid understanding and navigation. That essentially means that it's a little bit more helpful if you have multiple links within a nav to arrange them within a list, which is nice to know. It also mentions in the next note that not all group of links on a page need to be in a nav element. This is a fairly significant element because it is a sectioning element, meaning every time that it's used within the document outline, a new section is created. So this element is primarily intended for sections that consist of major navigation blocks. And it actually mentions the fact that in the footer of a page, you might have a link to the copyright page. You don't need navs for those. So you only use them for major navigation blocks within the site. The next note just talks about how user agents can use them to navigate to those specific areas. And that's one of the semantic usages that we need to think about. If a screen reader encounters a page with a nav element, it can tell the user, hey, there is a navigation element, and it can either skip over that if it wants to go directly to the content, or it can go directly to it. So it's sort of a beacon, if you will, to devices. With that in mind, what I'd like you to do is go and open up the structured.html file, which can be found in the 04_03 directory. Now, I'm going to preview this in the browser, and I can kind of see what we're going to be working with here. It's the structuring pages reference that we're building in our challenges from the HTML Essentials training reference site. So here we can see that this page has a little bit of navigation up top. So we have a list of links here that navigate to different pages within the site. And if we scroll down, I can see that there are individual links. There's another list of links down here. And what these links are going to do is they're going to link out external to the site to those specific elements inside the HTML5 specifications. It's sort of a quick jump if you want to learn a little bit more about the elements that we're going to be using. If I scroll down, I can see that we have a few more links just sort of scattered throughout the content. And then we have some links down here in this sort of bottom section. So knowing what we've already learned about the nav element, which of these section or sections do you think makes the most sense to actually use the nav element? You'll probably immediately say the top section, since this has the navigation for our site, and you'd be 100% right. Where you kind of have to make a judgment call is this other section of links down here. So these links don't link within the site, they link externally to it, and they're not a part of the main page navigation. So do they get a nav element or don't they? All right, let's go back into our code, and I think we're all in agreement that the first section of links needs a nav. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and wrap that unordered list that I find just below the heading 2 in a nav element. Now remember, for navs, you need both an opening and a closing tag. So I'm going to make sure that I have an opening and closing tag wrapping around the unordered list that contains all of the page links. Now I'm going to save this, and as I scroll down, I see that I have all of the links down here that are going outside of the site to the W3C's HTML5 specification to give a little bit of extra information about these elements. Now, in my opinion, and this is a judgment call, this does not warrant the use of a nav element. It doesn't really need to create a brand new section in my content. So if I was looking at the document outline, for example, I wouldn't want these to occupy their own slot within the document outline. I also would like to point out that it's not navigating internally to my site. So this really isn't page navigation. This is just informational links. Even though they're grouped together, to me, they don't rise to warrant the use of a nav element. So remember that the nav element isn't right for every group of links in your pages. Pay close attention to the semantics of your site so that you can make sure you're using it correctly. Of all the elements introduced in HTML5, the article and section elements are probably the most confusing to authors. To most people, these elements seem very similar, and there's a lot of confusion, even among people that have been authoring HTML for a long time, around when to use one over another. So don't be surprised as a new web designer if you're a little confused about them as well. Well, in many cases, it's really just a judgment call as to which one to use. So in this exercise, I want to take a closer look at the article element and when it's appropriate to use. So here I am again in the W3C's HTML5 specification. This time I focused on the article element, and I just want to scroll down here to the description. Now, pay real close attention to this. It's a little vague. The article element represents a complete self-contained composition in a document, page, application, or site, and that is, in principle, independently distributable or reusable. So these could be things like forum posts, magazine or newspaper articles, blog entries, user-submitted comments, interactive widgets, and the list goes on. Now, that pretty much describes a lot of content in HTML. So it seems kind of vague, and it is kind of vague, to be honest with you. And I think a lot of the confusion comes with the term article. We tend to think of an article as something that's written, for example, in blogs and magazines and things like this. So the best way to think of articles I've found is like an article of clothing, a separate article like a shirt or a pants or shorts or socks, individual elements that can stand alone. And to me, that is the most important part about articles. When they describe articles here, they're talking about standalone items that if they were removed from the other content would still make sense. So things that you could syndicate, things that you could set apart. For me, that's one of the deciding factors about what is and what is not an article in terms of structuring pages. Now, it goes on to talk about things like nesting articles. If you nest one article inside of another one, the nested articles need to be related to the main article. And it also mentions, I'm going to scroll down a little bit here, when it's the main content of the page, you don't have to use both the main element, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and the article element, but that you can. I would also like to point out that the main element does not create a section in the outline, but article does, which is why I usually use both of them if I'm going to use them. Now, directly after that, we get code examples of different ways to use the article. I'd recommend that you spend some time looking at not only the specification and how it codes it, but also some of the reference sites that I'm going to give you after the course in terms of how they work with the article element as well. For our purposes, we're going to go back into that structure.htm, this time in the 0404 directory. And if I preview this in the browser, and when I start looking at the different pieces of this, we have the headline, HTML Essential Training. We have the name of the page, structuring pages. We have the site navigation. Then we have some content. And the content is broken up into sections, conveying meaning through structure, sectioning elements, document outlines, W3C warning, way ARIA roles, and then some copyright information. When I think about which of these things can stand separately by themselves, none of it really jumps out to me that set apart by itself, this is syndicatable. You could make the argument that each one of these sections is an individual thing and can be separated. And there are a lot of people out there that do things like that. They would put each of these sections within an article tag. I tend to think, however, that probably the page content itself could be syndicated or separated or put apart if you wanted to. So I would probably use an article to structure that content. But again, that would be a judgment call. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the code, and just after the nav element, but prior to this first H3 that starts the content, I'm going to go ahead and wrap all of this in an article. Now, it's not all going to get contained within an article. As I scroll down, I can see that I have some copyright information and things like that within this paragraph. I don't want that to be part of my article. That's going to be part of a footer a little bit later on. So I need to close the article tag prior to that. So I'm going to save this. So our page is gaining a little bit more structure. We've added nav to describe where the navigation is. And now we've created an article to basically say all of this content belongs together and it could stand alone if we need it to. Now, I've seen a lot of authors use the article element as their sort of go-to element for creating new sections of content. I, however, tend to be a little bit more cautious about using it. I only use it when it's clear that the content inside of it can stand on its own, or maybe it's something that I might syndicate as its separate piece of content. There's so many other sectioning elements out there that can be used, such as the section and div elements that we're going to take a look at in just a moment, that you really shouldn't use it unless there's a clear semantic reason to do so. Much like the article element, there's a good deal of confusion around when it's appropriate to use the section element. Let's take a closer look at the semantic meaning behind the tag and when it should be used when structuring and formatting your content. So again, I'm in the W3C's HTML5 specification. And this time I've navigated to the section element category. And what I want to do real quick, I'm going to scroll down here so that I can see the description a little bit better in some of the notes surrounding it. So let's take a look at the description of the section element. It represents a generic section of a document or application. A section in this context is, and this is important, a thematic grouping of content. The theme of each section should be identified typically by including a heading as a child of the section element. Right inside the section element, there'll be a heading to sort of title that particular section. Examples of sections would be chapters, various tab pages in a tab dialog box, or the numbered sections of a thesis. A website's homepage could be split into sections for things like introduction, news items, contact information, that sort of things. Now, look at the notes below this. Authors are encouraged to use the article element instead of the section element when it would make sense to syndicate the contents of the element. So again, if it can stand alone, if it can be published on its own, probably should be an article, not a section. However, the note below that gets a little bit more specific about when it should be used. The section element is not a generic container element. Now, I know what it says. It says above that, it represents a generic section of a document. When people write specifications, sometimes they get vague. It is not a generic container. When an element is needed only for styling purposes or as a convenience for scripting, things like JavaScript, authors are encouraged to use the div element, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. So a general rule is that the section element is appropriate only if the element's contents would be listed explicitly in the document's outline, and that's where it reaches the sweet spot. When you have content that needs to be listed in the document outline, but it doesn't meet the standard of being syndicated or pushed apart by itself, then that's when the section element is probably appropriate. So let's go back to formatting our structure page by adding sections to the document. Now, I preview this in the browser. As I start to go through this, sections begin to sort of jump out at me. For example, conveying meaning through structure, sectioning elements, document outlines, maybe that W3C warning, the way ARIA rolls section. So those all look like individual sections within sort of this parent article that we have. Now, that's not always the dynamic you're going to have. A lot of times you might have a section and have an article inside of it. So just because we're going to structure the page this way doesn't mean that you're always going to have an article that contains sections. Sometimes it's the other way around. All right, I'm going to go back into my code. In this case, we're working on the structure.htm from the 04_05 directory. And what I'm going to do is I scroll down. Inside the article, I'm going to find each of these sections that start with an H3, and I'm going to wrap that in a section tag. Now remember, for section, you're going to have the opening and closing tags. Be very careful of where you place these. I'm going to open them right before the H3s, and I'm, of course, going to close them before the next H3. And they need to enclose everything inside of them. So every time I see an H3, I know that that's a new section. There's document outlines, so I need to close the previous section and then open up another one. Now, as I scroll down, I see that one of the H3s has an H4 inside of it. We'll come back to that in just a moment. And we should have one more main section, and that is the way ARIA rolls. And of course, I have to close the last section prior to the closing of the article because they're all contained within it. So now I have 4 sections in this article, all denoted by those H3s. That leads me to go back up to the H4 and really consider this. Should this be its own section? We know that it's going to show up in the document outline because it has a heading. So that lends itself to saying, yes, it probably should be a heading. But if we think about what this is, if I scroll up, I can see that the section is talking about document outlines, and this smaller section inside of it is talking about a warning that the W3C has on in their specification about the HTML5 outlining algorithm. So when I look at this, it could be a section, but there's actually another element out there that makes more sense semantically to use. So we'll hold off on that, and we're going to cover that element in just a moment. So as you can see, personal judgment does come into play when deciding when it's appropriate to use the article and section elements. While it's certainly okay to use them in whatever manner you see fit, I want to make sure that any strategy you develop around these two elements is based solidly on the semantic reasoning behind using them. They do convey meaning, so it's important that that meaning is consistent across all of the pages in your site. The aside element is a perfect example of conventional standards being adopted as part of a specification. One of the most common elements of websites is the sidebar. They're so ubiquitous, in fact, that it can seem rather odd if you go to a site and it doesn't have one. However, even though they are one of the most common page elements of all time, until the HTML5 specification, there really wasn't a semantic element designed to represent the type of content that you would normally see inside of a sidebar. So the aside element is designed to represent related content. So I want to take a closer look at it as well. Here I am in the HTML5 specification. I've navigated to the section on the aside element. And if I look at the description down here at the bottom, it says that it represents a section of a page that consists of content that is tangentially related to the content around the aside element, and which could be considered separate from that content. Such sections are often represented as sidebars in printed typography. The element can be used for typographical effects like pull quotes or sidebars, for advertising, for groups of nav elements, and for other content that is considered separate from the main content of the page. There's a note that also mentions that it's not appropriate to use it just for parentheticals, since those are part of the main flow of the document. So the aside element is a sectional element, meaning if it's used in your content, there's a new section in the document outline where it is found. Now, it also represents, as a note here, tangentially related content. Now, where it appears is very, very important, all right? Let's explore that by going back to our structure page, this time found in 04_06, and take a look at where it might benefit us in our own content. So if I scroll down, I see those sections that we created in our last exercise. And in one of those sections, I have a separate heading, in this case, the H4 heading, that's giving me the W3C warning. Let's take a look at this content in its overall context. To do this, I'm going to preview it in a browser. That's just going to make it a little bit easier to read. So if I scroll down, I can see that we have a section here on document outlines. So it talks about how document outlines are a fundamental concept of HTML. Prior to HTML5, how they were generated entirely through the use of headings, things that we've kind of already talked about. I'm also talking about how the new outline algorithm exists in HTML5, and it uses the sectioning elements that we've been covering over the last few exercises. So at the very bottom of this, there's a warning that says, at the time of the authoring of this course, the W3 has posted this warning regarding the HTML5 outline algorithm. And it talks about how there are currently no known implementations of it in graphical browsers or assistive technology. So they recommend staying with the document outline generation through heading ranks for the foreseeable future. This is interesting. That is related content, and I would say that it's tangentially related, meaning it's not absolutely necessary as part of the overall section, but it is related to the content. It's also information that is eventually probably going to be replaced. So if browser agents start implementing the outline algorithm, if screen readers start implementing it, then this warning will probably go away. So that is a perfect candidate for the use of the aside element. So going back into my code, what I'm going to do is just above the H4, I'm going to go ahead and add an aside. And that aside is going to wrap the H4, the paragraph, and the block quote that all make up that warning. Notice that I have to close the aside before the section closes. Now, I want to point out something here that's very important about where you locate these asides. The aside should be tangentially related to the content of its parent. So in this case, the aside is inside this individual section, so that's indicating that this content is related to the section itself. If it was tangentially related to all the content in the article, I would want to place it on its own level equal to the H3s. If I'd placed it outside of the article, then that content would basically be tangentially related to the entire article. So where you place the aside matters, and you want to think about that as you're structuring your page. So it's fantastic that we're able to create all these nuanced semantic structures with these new HTML5 elements. However, you want to make sure that you really understand how these elements are designed to work. Many people see the aside element, for example, as just being the quote-unquote sidebar element, when, in fact, as we've seen here, it's a lot more than that. Remember that where you place the aside element indicates which content it relates to, so you need to be very careful when and where you use it. There are times when you need to structure or group content together without explicitly passing along any type of semantic meaning. In those instances, you're going to use HTML's workhorse structuring tag, the div. Prior to HTML5, the div tag, or division, was used for the bulk of page structuring, and for a lot of authors out there, it is still their go-to structural tag. Basically, div tags were used to divide up content, and then class or ID attributes were used to pass along the semantic meaning of the content. Although our new tags that are available to us in HTML5 do give us more meaningful alternatives in a lot of cases, the div tag still remains a powerful option when structuring your content. Now, I'm looking at the HTML5 specification. You'll notice that I'm no longer in the sectioning content part of the specification. I'm in the grouping content. So it's a very important distinction between div and some of the other tags we've looked at, is that the div tag is used for grouping content. Now, the definition down here says, the div element has no special meaning at all. It's very sad. It represents its children. It can be used with the class, language, and title attributes to mark up semantics common to a group of consecutive elements. So that can be a little difficult to understand at first. So basically, the div tag is an anonymous grouping element. It's an anonymous tag. It doesn't mean anything. It has no specific meaning. It just allows you to group up elements into a specific tag. Now, why would you need to do that? Well, take a look at the note down here. Authors are strongly encouraged to view the div element as an element of last resort for when no other element is suitable. Use of more appropriate elements instead of the div element leads to better accessibility for readers and easier maintainability for the authors. Okay, now I think this is a little harsh, calling it an element of last resort. Basically, what that means is that if there is a tag that passes along the semantic meaning of the content, you should use that instead. But in those instances when you don't have anything that's going to pass along the semantic meaning, then the div tag is fine. So when you need to group content together for stylistic purposes, or you need to group something together that HTML5 does not have a tag that represents it, then the div tag works just fine for that. Okay, I want to put this into practice by opening up the blog.htm file in the 04_07 directory. Looking at the code, it looks a little bit different. Let's go over and check it out in the browser. I can see we have the things I like, my favorite books, but the books themselves, or at least the first 3 books, have a slightly more complex structure to them. You'll notice we have the title of the book, that's followed by the author, and a slight synopsis of the book itself. So if I go back into my code and I scroll down, I can see that that's represented by a heading 5, separated by 2 paragraphs. Well, we need to have some way to group this content together, because right now the H5 is beginning a new section. So we do have a new section of content in our outline, followed by those 2 paragraphs. But that's the only thing that's really sort of alerting the reader that these things belong together. So I'd like to group them together for a couple of reasons. One is I just want to represent them as belonging together. And number 2, you may have caught at the very top of this, I have some styles going on. So the code that you're seeing here, this is actually CSS, and we're going to talk about CSS and cover it in its own chapter a little bit later on. So as you can imagine, a div tag is going to work perfectly here. So what I'm going to do is at the beginning of the H5, I'm going to go ahead and create a div tag. And then after the closing paragraph tag in this particular book section, I'm going to close the div tag. So in essence, what I've got going on is I have a div tag that is now grouping this content together. And I'm going to go ahead and do that for each of the books. So I'm doing it for The Hobbit. I'm going to do it for Animal Farm. And then finally, I'll do it for the House of Leaves book just below that. Okay, now visually, if I go back to the page, there's no visual change to this. But in terms of the code, these items are now all grouped together using this sort of anonymous div tag. Now, if I did want to pass along more semantic meaning, the fact that all these are books, for example, I could use either a class or an ID attribute. Now, ID attributes can only be used once. So if I gave one of the divs an ID of book, I couldn't use that same ID over again on the other ones. Classes, however, you can use as often as you like them. So I think a class is a pretty good choice for describing the contents of this div tag. So I'm just going to give it a class attribute of book. And I'll do the same thing to the other 2 below that. Now, classes are interesting attributes. They're semantic attributes, meaning they pass along meanings, and they help us identify content on the page. In this case, it's helping us identify that these 3 groupings of content represents a book. Now, that also allows me to stylistically style these. You can see up in my CSS, I have a selector here that targets book and some content inside of books. So now, if I save this and flip over, I can see that each of the books is styled in a unique way that indicates visually the relationship for the content. So I could even do things like throwing images and pictures in there, or I could get a little bit more complex with the styling. The concept that I really want to get across to you, however, is that the div tag allows me to be very flexible. I can group content together any way that I want, and then through the use of class and ID attributes, apply any semantic meaning I want to them. So it's almost a way of sort of extending the language, if you will, since there is no book tag, for example. So even though the specification makes the div tag seem like it's an element of last resort that you'll never use, it actually gives you a really powerful tool for grouping and structuring content. As your pages get more complex and your visual styling needs get more sophisticated, you're going to find yourself using it frequently throughout your sites. So far, other than the div, the structural elements that we've explored have all been sectioning elements. That is, when they're used, they create a new section in the document outline. HTML5 also includes additional semantic elements that help us create sophisticated page structures without actually affecting the document outline. So in this exercise, we're going to take a look at 3 of them, the main, header, and footer elements. And we're going to start with the header. So here I am in the HTML5 specification. I've navigated to the header element, and let's read the description here. So the header element represents introductory content for its nearest ancestor, that would be its parent tag, sectioning content, or sectioning root element. A header typically contains a group of introductory or navigational aids. So let's talk about what it represents. So the header is essentially representing the introductory content for its nearest parent sectioning content. That would be any sectioning element like articles, sections, asides, things like that, or sectioning root element, which would be the body. So if it's contained just within the page with no parent element, then it applies to the entire page, and the description mentions that in the next line. There's also a note here that says it's intended to usually contain the section's heading, so an H1 through H6 element, but it's not required. The header element can also be used to wrap a section's table of contents, search form, any relevant logos. So really, anytime you have a new section of content inside your document and you have a little introductory section to it, maybe you've got some navigational aids, maybe you have a logo for the page, maybe for an article, you have the name of the article plus the author name and a byline. Those types of things can go in the header. It's not required. It just enhances the semantics of the document. So going into our own file, if I look inside the body tag, the very top of the page, we have an H1 HTML Essential Training that appears on every page within this site. We have an H2 for structuring pages. That's the title of this page. And then we have the page's navigation using the nav element. After that, we get to the article itself. So you could consider everything above this article as being introductory content for the page. We have the title of the site, we have the title of this individual page, and then we have the site navigation. So this is actually perfect information to occur within a header. Now, we could make any number of judgment calls here. We could place just the H1 inside the header. We could place the H1 and the H2, because I think you make the strongest case for those two being part of the header, and or we could include the nav. Some people will include page navigation as its own section outside of a header. Some people will include it inside of it. It is totally a judgment call. All right, so what we're going to do is just inside the body tag, I'm going to add a header, and I'm going to wrap the H1, the H2, and the navigation in it. I'm going to wrap everything in that so that all that becomes part of the page's header. Now, this header represents introductory content for the entire page because its nearest parent sectioning element is the body. Now, one of the things that really isn't explicit in the specification, the way I think it probably should be, is that your pages are not limited to one header. Unfortunately, a lot of people read the specification that way, and I've seen a lot of sites where somebody will just use the header one time at the top of the page because they believe that's the only time they can use it. That's absolutely not true. Any section that warrants having a header can have one. And again, as an author, that's up to you to decide whether or not you want to use it. If we scroll down into the article, for example, take a look at the first section, conveying meaning through structure, and there's basically a summary of what we're talking about on this page. If you think about it, that particular section is introductory content, and it's introductory content for this article. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert that section to a header. So really, this is a judgment call about the semantics of this particular section, and I think it works better as a header. Now, a header will not implicitly create a new section in your document outline. However, because headers so commonly contain headings, you'll note that this header has heading 3, the header above it has the H1 and H2, that a lot of people sort of make the mistake of thinking that they're sectioning elements because you almost always see a section that's represented by a header. So now we're going to transition back to the specification. Now, the next element we need to take a look at is the footer element. As the description says, this element represents a footer for its nearest ancestor. Again, parent element, sectioning content, or sectioning root element. A footer typically contains information about its section, such as who wrote it, links to related documents, copyright data, and the like. When the footer element contains entire sections, they represent things like appendices, indexes, long colophons, verbose licensing agreements, other such content. You'll notice in a note down there it says contact information for the author and or editor of a section belongs in an address element, possibly itself inside of a footer. Bylines and other information could be suitable for both a header or a footer and can be placed in either or neither. The primary purpose of these elements is merely to help the author write self-explanatory markup that's easy to maintain in style. They're not intended to impose specific structures on authors. Now, this means, again, that for both the header and the footer, it's a lot of judgment call on your part as an author. So think of footers as holding sort of related information, and it's information that relates to the content that it's inside of. So not quite like an aside. This is more like, here's some extra information that you might need. Copyright data, links to privacy pages, things like that. And in our own page, if I scroll down to the very bottom of our code, I can see that down here at the bottom we have a paragraph that contains copyright information, links for following me and lynda.com on Twitter. So these are related to the site as being an HTML reference and a lynda.com reference, but they don't really fit in any specific section. So this is perfect information for a footer, and that is exactly what I'm going to do. Now, much like the header, you can have as many footers on a page as you want. You probably won't use them quite as often because not that many sections have footer information. It's also a misconception that you have to put the footer at the end of an element. You don't. That's typically where people have them, but I've seen structures built where footers are actually used at the top of an element. So again, it's really up to you as an author about how you want to structure your content. There's been a lot of conventions developed around the use of footers. They do typically appear at the bottom of content. Most pages do have a footer that contains extra links and navigation or information in it. So think about how people have already established the way that footers are used on the page and sort of begin your strategy there. Now, the last element that I want to talk about with you guys is one that's a fairly recent addition to HTML, and that is the main element. The main element represents the main content of the body of a document or application. So this is a very specific element. The main content area consists of content that is directly related to or expands upon the central topic of a document or central functionality of an application. That sounds almost legalese, so let me tell you what the main content really does for you. Let's say that you're on a screen reader and you visit a page, so you're just having the page being read to you. You want to be able to jump to the main part of the content. What this element does is it sort of identifies the main content on the page. You can only use it once on the page, and it is not sectioning content, so it's not going to affect your document outline at all. As a matter of fact, you can see that in the note. The main element is not sectioning content, and the definition below it continues and says, the main content of a document includes content that is unique to that document and excludes content that is repeated across a set of documents, such as site navigation links, copyright information, logos, banners, things like that. So it has to be unique, has to be the main content of the page. You really ought to view it as a navigational aid for any device, search engines, screen readers, that sort of thing, that want to know, hey, on this page, what's the main content? So this one is actually a pretty easy one to wrap your head around. And if I think about this particular page, our main content is definitely the article. So what I'm going to do is all the way around the article. I'm not going to replace the article because I need the article for its semantic structuring abilities. I'm just going to take the main tag and I'm going to wrap it all the way around the article. Now, you may think of that as being a little bit of overkill. Do you really need to go to that amount of trouble in structuring your content? Well, my take on that is this is a really wonderful thing to do in terms of assistive devices, people that use screen readers, search engines, robots that are scanning your copy. It is semantically rich, and it's going to help your site be more successful in terms of its organization and overall semantic information. So I highly recommend using the main element in that capacity. Now, if I save this and preview this in the browser, I don't see anything different at all on the page. That's because the changes that we made were all semantic. They're not visual. We also haven't affected the document outline at all, but we have added a great deal of semantic meaning to our content. So be sure you understand exactly how headers and footers work, as there are a lot of authors out there that seems confused as to when to use them and whether or not you can have multiples of them on the page, that sort of thing. I also highly recommend using the main element when it's appropriate, as it can greatly enhance the accessibility of your pages. WAI-ARIA stands for Web Accessibility Initiative, Accessible Rich Internet Applications. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it's the umbrella name for the specification that's centered on creating accessible sites and applications. As I'm sure you can understand, it's more commonly referred to as ARIA. Now, this specification that you're looking at here contains many recommendations for implementing greater accessibility on sites and applications. One of the most important and noteworthy recommendations is what we're going to look at in this exercise, and that would be the landmark role attribute. So if I scroll down through the table of contents, I can see that we have a link right here for landmark roles. I'm going to click on that and jump to that section of the content. Now, the roles attribute has been around for a long time, and there are different categories of roles. In this case, we're looking at the landmark roles, and you can see that we have application, banner, complementary, content info, form, main, navigation, and search. Some of these look very similar to the new elements that have been added to HTML5, and that's really not an accident. HTML5 has attempted to sort of bring the same types of semantics that have been available in these roles for a number of years. So what do these help us do? Well, when you apply a role attribute to an element, that allows screen readers, assisted devices, and other user agents to quickly scan that page content and then to navigate to those specific sections when required. So let's say, for example, that on the page navigation, you give it a role equals navigation. That allows the screen reader to either jump to the navigation or skip that navigation very easily because you've identified that content. So it's a very important part of the authoring content because it's going to make your content more accessible to a greater number of users. So if we look at the landmark roles, if we were to say click on one of them, you get a nice definition for what that role is. Banner, for example, is a region that contains mostly site-oriented content. It talks about things like logos, identity, site-specific search tools. It also talks about how banners should only be used once within a document. So in this exercise, we're not going to take the time to go through every single one of these landmark roles or other roles and read their definition. But I think it's a very important thing for all web authors to understand what these roles allow you to do and the semantics that they pass along. So in addition to the specification, which I would highly recommend you check out, at the end of the exercise, I'm going to leave you with a couple of other references that can help deepen your understanding of WAI-ARIA in general and how these roles can help you. So in order to use them in our own page, we're going to go back to the structure.htm, this time found in the 04_09 directory. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go down through each of the elements and talk about which roles are suitable for specific elements. The first element we have at the top of the page here is the header. And the role that we were just looking at, banner, is perfect for this because this is sort of the header of the entire page, and it contains identifying introductory content. So to give it a role attribute, I'm just going to type in role equals, and then inside that, we're going to use banner for the header. Now, scrolling down a little bit, I can see a nav element. That nav element is perfect for navigation, so we're going to do role equals navigation. And as I scroll down, I'll find the main element, and I'm going to give it a role of main. Now, what's interesting about this is that some of these roles are named exactly the same thing as the element. So the element's named main, and its role is equal to main. This may seem like overkill, and in fact, in the specification, it tells you that if there's an element that passes along the same semantic value, you should use the element and not the attribute. In practice, however, most screen readers now don't yet recognize elements like main. So for the time being and for the foreseeable future, it's actually a good idea to apply both of them. Articles, for example, can have a role of article. And as we scroll down, we can find other sections, for example, the aside, which will give a role of complementary to. So complementary passes along pretty much the same semantics that aside does, which is this content is related to the content that it's found with. And then finally, I'm going to go down to the footer and give it a role of content info, and then I'll save that. So now in just a few short moments, we've made our page significantly more accessible than it was before. Screen readers and assisted devices can now scan this content, and if they want to jump specifically to the main content, skip the navigation, jump to the navigation, read an article, they have all that information at their fingertips. So there's a lot more semantics going on now than we had before, even though we're using more semantic tags. So as an author, one of the things you want to do is get comfortable with these landmark roles and when they're appropriate to use. In addition to the specification that I talked about earlier, there are two other sites that I want to pass along to you. One is sort of a complementary site that the W3C has put together called Using Way Aria in HTML. You can see this was updated fairly recently at the time of this recording, the 26th of June, 2014. And this basically, if I scroll down and look at the table of contents, it's got rules on using Aria, when you should use them, where you should use them, different roles. And there's this nice recommendations table down here at the bottom that basically says, okay, if you're going to use this element, for example, article on the page, this is the role that you can associate with it, and should you associate that role or not? There's a lot of information here. It's a little hard to read at first, but once you get used to using this table, this is a really nice reference to bookmark and come back to. I want to also point out the blog for the Pacilo Group, but you can find this at blog.pacilogroup.com. And this is an article written by Steve Faulkner, who is one of the leading experts in accessibility right now. He published this in February 12th of 2013. You can search for this. It's pretty easy to find. This is an update of an article he wrote earlier. This is talking about when it's appropriate to use them, how you should use them. And at the bottom of this article, he has another table that basically compares the ARIA landmark roles to the new HTML5 structural elements and kind of tells you when there is an equivalent element in HTML5 and sort of how that element and role should be used together. So I know this was just sort of a brief introduction into it, but these ARIA roles are definitely worth your time as an author to explore. They offer a tremendous amount of functionality for very little investment on your part. So as an author, I would encourage you to make them a default part of your authoring process. Throughout this chapter, we've added semantic meaning and structure to one of the pages for our reference site. In this chapter's challenge, we're going to explore the structure of our finished page and then use the rules that we established there to add structure to the remainder of the site. So I have the lab instructions for our challenge open up. I've opened this from the 04_010 directory. And as always, this is just a text file that contains the instructions for this particular challenge. And the first thing that it asks you to do is open up the structure.htm, explore the page structure, the use of the ARIA roles. So on a piece of notepaper or a notepad or something, write out the document outline and how structural tags like aside, article, nav, and section are being used. And then examine how semantic tags like header, footer, and main elements are being used as well. So try to define the strategy that's being used on this page so that you can use it throughout the site. And that means, of course, opening up the structure file and then scanning through it and looking at all those things that we just talked about in the instructions. Now, the next thing that you want to do is go into each of the remaining pages, intro, links, next, reference, and syntax. And then using that strategy that you just defined from the structure.htm file, you want to structure each of the remaining files so that the sites use a consistent logical structure. So you're going to place all of the structural elements and all of the semantic tags in there. Again, if I go over to intro, you'll see that it lacks any of those tags like a header, main, footer, article. It doesn't have any of those guys. It still has a document outline because the headers are being used, but the remainder of the structure is not there. So you'll need to put it in place using the strategy that you devised from the structure.htm file. And then the last instruction is to apply the ARIA roles, and that, of course, applies to all pages as well. Now, you could do this as a two-step process. You could structure a page and then define the roles. But my advice to you, as one author to another, is to go ahead and do these simultaneously, meaning if you put a header element on a page, go ahead and apply the ARIA role that is appropriate for that one on that element. That's going to get you in the habit of adding these roles when you add an element, and I think that's a great practice to have. If you just make it part of your normal authoring process, then it's not something that you have to remember to go back and do. You've already done. Now, as we've done before, when you're finished, go ahead and open up those same exact files from the finished files directory. Compare your results to the finished files. Now, in the past, we've talked about judgment calls and about how things might be slightly different. And maybe you come up with a different strategy, but for the most part, your files and the finished files should match, and that structure needs to be consistent all the way throughout. Okay, I know that's a lot of work. I know you're going to be editing a lot of pages and sort of doing the same thing over again, but I want you to have the experience of having to consider multiple pages across a site when you're developing strategies for how content should be structured and formatted. So take your time on the lab, and as always, have fun. Welcome back. I hope you had a great time completing the challenge on structuring pages. I know this was a good bit of work because you had to edit so many of the pages, and you probably found it a little bit repetitive, but there was a method behind my madness for doing that for you. Number one, I wanted you to really get the sense that consistency across pages within a site is very, very important. The other thing that I wanted to get across to you was how important developing a structuring strategy is at the very early planning stages of a website. That way, you could create templates or boilerplates that could help take a lot of the work out of authoring pages because a lot of that structure can already be in place. So what I want to do really quickly is go through the finished files so that you can compare your files to mine. Now, more than likely, we're going to agree on most everything, but there are a couple of places where judgment kind of came into play, and I want to talk about those. So I'm going to start at the intro.html. At the very top of the page, we have our header. Notice I've given it a role of banner, and that's going to surround the headings and the navigation as well. Now, the navigation, which is contained within this unordered list, is surrounded in a nav element with a role of navigation, and that's going to be that way consistently across the site on every single page. Below that, I have a main element with a role of main, and that surrounds all of the main content. Now, the main content is all contained within a single article, and that article also has a role of article. So the main has a role of main, article has a role of article. Now, each page has a sort of section of content at the very beginning of it that you could choose to encase in a section or in a header. Now, in a lot of cases, this section of content does not have a heading. It's just an introductory paragraph. To me, that made more sense to appear within a header than it did a section element. So on each of the pages, the very first paragraph and or paragraph heading, depending upon the way the page is written, is in a header and not a section. You'll also notice that this header does not have an ARIA role applied to it because we've already used the banner role, and it's not appropriate to use it again. And actually, it doesn't fit here. It fits within the page header. Now, below that, I've taken each of the discrete sections of the article, and those are the ones that begin with an heading 3, and I've wrapped those in a section tag. So you can see some of these have really big sections, others have smaller sections. On the intro page, there really wasn't an aside. There's nothing down here that's related content. It all belongs to the main article, so I didn't use an aside tag. And then at the very bottom of the page, the copyright information and that sort of stuff I've contained within a footer, and that has a role of content info. And as I mentioned, that's going to be consistent across all the pages. So links, for example, you can see that there's a header up top with a role of banner. There's our navigation. If I scroll down, there's main and article. And just below the article, we have that opening paragraph surrounded by a header. And then that's followed thereafter by sections again. And as I scroll through this, there's no aside here either. As a matter of fact, the only page that I did an aside on was the structuring page. That may have threw a couple of you. You may have taken some time to look through the content and figure out where the aside goes. But again, this is another one of those things about having a strategy. Just because one page needs an aside doesn't mean that every page needs it. And in this case, I felt like the information on the structure page was the only one that really warranted the use of that aside. So you really have to think about the semantic usage behind an element before you commit to using it. Down at the bottom, we have our footer as well. So now if I go to next, I can see there's the header, there's my navigation, there's the main article, there's another header inside the article that contains the opening paragraph. I have individual sections again, and then at the bottom of that, a footer. Here's the reference page. Again, very similar. The header is up top with a role of banner. There's my nav. There's the main and article. The first paragraph is within a header for the article, and thereafter we have sections. Not quite as many sections in this one because we have a long description list and a table, and then the footer. And then finally, syntax is going to look very similar. There's the header, there's the main and article. I do have a header inside the article that contains just the first paragraph, and thereafter we're using sections. And again, there's no aside here. These are all just individual sections and then the footer. So what we really have here is we have a site that has meaningful structure that actually conveys semantic meanings. We have ARIA roles that allow assistive devices, screen readers and things like that, to navigate or ignore specific areas of the page. It's going to allow search engines to quickly scan the content and determine what's relevant and what's related to each other. And more importantly, we have consistency. Each page is using the same consistent structure, and that's going to make it much easier for people and machines to understand how your content relates to each other and content relates to each other throughout the site. And that should be your goal as you're developing your own structural strategy when you start planning and authoring your own sites. Linking to pages within your own site is probably the most common use of the anchor element. While links are fairly simple to create, you do have to understand how they're resolved in order to create your links properly. So in this exercise, I want to take a look at how to create internal links within a site. Now to do that, we're going to use a number of files within the 05_01 directory. And I want to show you that directory structure before we begin creating links, so we understand which pages we're going to try to link to other pages. We have a finished files directory that, of course, has a copy of all the completed files in it. We can ignore that one for the purpose of this exercise. What we're interested in are the files links and same. So links.htm and same.htm are in the same directory. And then there's another directory here called info. And if I open that up, I can see that it has a file called about.htm inside of it, and another directory nested inside of it called extras that contains the file resources. So throughout this exercise, we're going to be linking all of these pages together. That's going to require us to understand how to resolve a link from one file to another. Now, the reason that I have two nested folders here is I wanted to sort of reproduce some of the directory structures that you'll find on your own websites. It's pretty common for websites to have multiple directories and subdirectories. So a lot of times you're going to have to code a link to go from one page to another page, even if it's up or down through separate directories. So it's nice to understand kind of how all that works. So now that we understand how all the files and directories are structured, we can go about creating our links. So I'm going to go ahead and hide that Finder window and go into our first file, which is links.htm. We can see we have a headline that says linking to pages within your site. We have another subheading that says top page, and then we have two paragraphs that are asking us to create links. The first one wants us to link to the same.htm page, which will be found in the same directory. And the second paragraph wants us to link to the resources page, which is found in a nested directory. So we've already talked a little bit about the link syntax, the anchor syntax. So we sort of understand that in order to create a link, we're going to use the anchor element. So I'm going to go ahead and open up an A tag. Now I'm going to wrap this around just the text same.htm. So I'm not going to make the whole paragraph a link, just that one page name. So once I have my anchor tag, in order to resolve a link, I need an href attribute. So after the anchor tag character, I'm going to create an href attribute. And for this one, I'm going to go to the same.htm. Now, Brackets is a wonderful program, and it's trying to help me. It's saying, oh, you're trying to make a link. Let me help you resolve that. I'm going to ignore code hinting for typing in these links so that you guys can see exactly where we're going here. When you're linking from one page to another in the same directory, you don't need anything other than the name of that file. So in this case, I'm going to type in same.htm, and that's it. Now I'm going to give each of our links one more attribute, and that's the title attribute. And I want you to get into the habit of using a title. The title should be a descriptive text about where this link is going to go. That way, anytime there's a screen reader or another assistive technology device, it can actually give a little bit more information about the link so that the user knows whether or not they want to click that. And I'm just going to type in link to page in same directory. Then I close the opening A tag, and of course, an anchor element has to have an opening and a close tag. So I'm going to wrap that all the way around the same. So you can see right there, href same.htm, title link to page in the same directory, and it's wrapping that text. If I save this and preview this in the browser, I can see that when I click on same.htm, it's taking me to the same page. Perfect. Now the next task is to go to the resources.htm page. And I first have to understand the path to this. Now the type of links that we're talking about here are referred to as document relative links. That means that the path to them is relative to the file in which they're found. So from where I am right now to where I want to go. So in order to get to that page from here, I have to go into the info directory and then into the extras directory and then finally find the page. All right, so I need to create another anchor element here. I'm going to use the href attribute. And what I want to do now is I need to go first into the info directory. So I'm just going to type in info, the name of the directory comes first. And then to tell it to go into the directory, we do a /. So it says find the info directory, go inside of that. Now I need to find the extras directory. So I'm going to type in extras and then another /. So I'm saying, hey, find the info directory, go inside of that. Inside that, find the extras directory and go inside of that. And now I can tell it to find the individual page. So when we're drilling down, we use the name of the directory, a /, and then the name of the page. In this case, we're going down 2 directories. All right, I'm going to give this a title attribute as well. And the title attribute is going to be down 2 directories. And don't forget to wrap both an opening and a closing anchor element. So if I save this, go back in the file. Now when I click on resources, it goes to resources. So now let's go to our about page and resources page and complete a couple of links there. We'll go ahead and do these links first, and then we'll test it to see if they're all working. All right, so I'm on the about.htm page, and this time it's asking me to link back to the links page first and then to the resources page. Now, the links page presents me with an interesting problem. When I go down into a directory, all I have to do is name the directory and then pass a /, let it know I want to go inside of it. But what if you want to go up a directory? That's a little bit different in terms of syntax. So let's go ahead and create an anchor element. Let's do an href. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do .. So .. essentially tells the browser or user agent, I want to go up one directory and find something. In this case, I'm just going to go up a directory outside of the info into the parent directory of the 05_01. And there I'm going to find links.htm. Right after that, I'm going to do a title, and that title is going to be up one directory. So I'm really just not being descriptive of the page, which I would normally do in a title. Here I'm being descriptive of the links to sort of reinforce the document relative path that we're taking. Save that. And now resources, you probably have a good idea as to how this one needs to be resolved. So for resources, I'm going to do an href attribute, and then we need to go into the extras folder. So I'm going to do extras / resources.htm. I'll do another title here, and this title will be down one directory. Don't forget to wrap the entire thing in an anchor tag. We have a setting and contrast here. One is going up a directory, .. The other one is going into the extras directory, looking inside of that for the page resources.htm. And both of those are relative to the about page, which is sitting in the info directory. Now, finally, we're going to go to resources. Resources are what we call a bottom level page, meaning it's in the deepest nested directory. So any link that's going outside of its directory at all, it needs to go up first. What we're going to do is we'll first go to the about.htm page. And here we're going to do an href. And remember, we need to go up a directory. So that's .. And in this case, we're just going to go up and choose the about.htm. So we don't have to name the directory at all. We're just going up one directory and then find the file inside of it. We'll give that a title attribute, and I'm going to say up one directory. Okay, that's pretty easy. We did that earlier, and I got to wrap both an opening and closing anchor tag there. But what about going up 2 directories? So in the case of links, I have to go up into the info directory and then up one more into the 501 directory. So what do I do then? Well, you can chain together as many of those .. as you need to. So in this case, I can do .. and then finally find links.htm. We'll do a title, and for that, we'll say up 2 directories. And then finally, we've got to remember to close the anchor element. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. Now, it's not uncommon to need to go up and down. So if I needed to go up a couple of directories and then find another directory and drill back down, that's perfectly acceptable. Anytime that you're resolving the path of a link, you can go into directories and up directories in whatever order that you need in order to get to the page from where you're currently at. All right, so if I save this and go in the browser, now we're in our resources page. I can see that clicking on links takes me up 2 directories into the links page. I can see that clicking on resources takes me down into the folders, and you can actually see that up in the URL. You can see the folder structure, 0501 info extras. If I go to the about page, you can see, again, I'm going up a directory and links. I go yet up one more directory. So overall, link syntax is pretty easy to grasp. Now, it's worth noting that you can wrap these anchor elements around almost any HTML content. Here we did single page names, but we could do an entire passage if we wanted to. If we needed to wrap it around something like an image to make the image a clickable link, that is fine. Now, prior to HTML5, we actually needed to keep the anchor tag within block level elements, meaning the anchor had to sit within a paragraph or within a heading, something like that. But in HTML5, the specification was actually changed to allow anchor tags to wrap around block level elements as well. So you could have the same link wrap around a heading 1, for example, and a paragraph. Now, in theory, this is supposed to allow us to create these sort of large clickable sections of content. However, implementation across browsers is a little uneven. And typically with your CSS styling, which we'll talk about a little bit later, you get some really unexpected visual rendering when you use these, what they call block level links. So my advice would be to approach that particular technique carefully. Another very common function of links is to redirect users to pages and sites that are external to the site they're currently on. These are referred to as absolute links, and they are also fairly easy to create. So to practice using absolute links, we're going to use the absolute.htm found in 05_02. And I'm betting that you can guess what we're going to be linking to here. Yep, you can see in the paragraph it says visit lynda.com. Now, in order to link to an external site or page, you'll need to know the full URL for that site. And one of the best ways to do that is to simply browse to the site. Here, I have browsed to lynda.com. Now, one of the things that I don't like that browsers have started to do is that they've started to hide the protocol. You can see here in the address bar, it says www.lynda.com. Well, that's obviously not all there is to the URL. It's all still there. They're just hiding the protocol because they think it, quote unquote, makes it look a little messy. I don't like that because I really like knowing which protocol is being used for the page. There's more than just one. This one happens to use HTTP, but there's also protocols like HTTPS, for example, that tell me when a site is secure. Browsers have begun displaying that in different ways, like having little icons, like little lock icons, to let you know a protocol is secure. But I just don't like that being taken away from me. I'm kind of a purist there, I guess. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to highlight all of that in the address bar, and I'm going to copy it. Now I'm going to go back into my absolute.htm, and I'm going to create a link. I'm just going to go ahead and create an A tag around visitlynda.com. And for the href attribute, I'm just going to go ahead and paste that link in. Now, it's very important that I do have the entire protocol. So if you copied it from a browser that for whatever reason doesn't also copy the protocol, you have to place this in here. Just the www.lynda.com won't work. It works if you type it into an address bar in a browser, but it doesn't work for an absolute link. So absolute links have to have well-formed URLs, and that includes the protocol at the beginning of it. Now, this /, you're going to commonly see that in links. It doesn't matter whether that is there or not. If you take it off, it's a little bit of a cleaner URL. It doesn't matter. It just means top-level directory for that site. So taking it off is not a big deal. And in fact, it may look a little better to take that off. And we're going to go ahead and give that a title attribute as well. And for the title attribute, I'm going to be very descriptive here. I'm going to type in visit lynda.com. All right. We'll close that, and I've got to remember to do my closing anchor element. So I'm going to go ahead and save that, and I want to preview this in my browser. Now, I'm going to close the tab here because I really want you to see that this link is doing it for us. And when I click on visitlynda.com, indeed, I navigate right to lynda.com, so the link is working perfectly. Now, you'll notice that that actually replaced the page I had in that tab. What if you wanted it to open up the external page in a new tab? Well, to do that, you use another attribute called target. So towards the end of the link after the title, I'm going to type in target. And for this target, I'm going to do _blank. Targets were originally developed to work with frame sets, which not a lot of people use in HTML anymore. But the _blank target basically tells the browser, hey, I want this link opened up in a new window or a new tab, whatever the preference is set inside that browser. So I'm going to save that, preview that in my browser. I'm going to close the old tab while I'm at it. And now when I click visitlynda.com, notice that it creates it in a brand new tab. Now, I've read a lot of tutorials and opinions online where people are like, oh, this is bad usability, don't do this, that discourage people from using _blank. but there are plenty of legitimate use cases for wanting a page to open up in a new window or a new tab. So it's really important that you understand that functionality and how to do it, and you'll do it using the target attribute. So as I mentioned at the top of the exercise, linking to external sites is pretty straightforward. Just always be sure to check the link path and make sure it's the full path, including the protocol. Occasionally, you may want to give users the ability to download a file or some type of resource from your site. In certain cases, for security reasons, for example, you may need to occasionally have scripting help you out with this, but most of the time you can do it by just using simple link syntax combined with the new HTML5 download attribute. To experiment with this syntax, we're going to use the resource.htm file found in the 05_03 directory. Now, if I look at the directory structure over here on the left-hand side, I can see that in this folder, there's also another directory named _assets. And inside of that, there is a syntax file. There's two versions of it, a PDF file and a zip file. So from our HTML Essential Training Resource site, I've taken the syntax page and sort of created a downloadable resource of just that page. I've saved it as a PDF and I've saved it as a zip file. And maybe we want to give users the ability to download that and print it out or read it at a later time. In the body of our page, we have our download our HTML syntax reference. So I'm just going to surround the text HTML syntax reference with our link. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is come in and do a href. And inside of that, I'm going to go in the _assets, and I'm going to link to the syntax.zip. So we'll start with the zip file, _assets/syntax.zip. We'll give that a title attribute, and the title attribute is just going to be HTML syntax reference. And then I've got to remember my closing anchor tag right there. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going to preview this in my browser. Now, what happens when you're in a browser and somebody clicks on a link? So this is just a document relative link pointing to that reference. If it points to a file type that the browser does not support or understand, this is what happens. You can see that the browser automatically downloaded the resource because it said, hey, this is a zip file. I know what they are, but I can't open them within the browser, so I'm going to download them for you. Now, if we had tried to do an exe file or some type of a DMG file like an installer, then the browser has other security protocols that it's going to go through to make sure that the user meant to download that. But for the most part, that's all you really need to do to download an external resource. However, in certain cases, you might actually want them to download something that the browser can open. For example, the syntax.zip file, if I change that to PDF, so let's save that, go back in the browser. And now if I click on this, you'll notice that it opened it up directly within the browser because this version of Chrome has a PDF reader built into it. Maybe the browser you're using does, maybe it doesn't. But based on the preferences of this browser, I wasn't prompted to download this. It just went ahead and opened that up. What if you wanted it to force a download or to make sure that the resource downloaded? Well, I can go back into my link, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give this a download attribute. Now, there are a couple of different ways that we can write this download attribute. It can be seen as what's known as a Boolean attribute. Boolean basically means it's either true or false. Just the presence of the download attribute means that we want this to download, and we don't have to give it a value. So by adding the attribute download, we're telling the browser that, hey, this is a resource that we want the user to download, not open. So if I save this and preview it in the browser, now when I click, you can see that instead of opening the PDF file, it downloaded the PDF file, which was awesome. Now, you can further modify this syntax if you'd like. A lot of times, you're going to have resources that were created on the fly. For example, I might have JavaScript that scans the current page that I'm in and then packages that up as a PDF file. In doing that, I might have some sort of weird naming convention that names it something like 417-58. Well, you may want to force a name on the link that's being downloaded. So to do that, I can type in download equals, and then I can give it a name. So in this case, I'm going to type in HTML _ syntax. And that's going to be in quotation marks. So essentially what's going to happen is when this syntax is encountered, whatever the name of the file is, in this case, syntax.htm, is going to be replaced with this. Now, that doesn't really do much for us the way it's currently set up, But if this were created by a machine, for example, and it had a very long string to it, or, very hard to read, then it would be nice to replace it with something like this. So if I save this, go back out to the browser, and now when I click, notice it downloaded the file HTML syntax.pdf, not syntax.pdf. So the syntax that you're seeing here should work with most external resources. Occasionally, you might have more complex file types or some type of security that requires additional scripting. Now, be careful about the types of files that you're going to link to as well. Users are going to be understandably sensitive about downloading things like exe files, so be sure to take that into consideration when linking out to downloadable external resources. In addition to linking to external pages and sites, anchors allow us to jump to specific sections within a document as well. These are known as fragment identifiers and can be extremely helpful in enhancing your site's navigation. So to explore that concept, we're going to use two files, fragments.htm and destination.htm, both found in the 05_04 directory. It's a little bit easier if we preview these in the browser so you can kind of see what's going on with them. So this is fragments.htm. You can see that beneath the headline, we have some links we're going to create here. We're going to create a link to section 1, 2, and 3. And then we're going to link to section 2 of the destination page. And then finally, we're going to link out to the HTML specification in the W3C. Basically, fragment identifiers let us jump to sections on the same page. So here we have section 1. If we scroll down a little bit, we have section 2. And then down a little bit further, we have section 3. This is extremely helpful when you have a lot of information on a page and you have a lot of vertical scrolling for things like frequently asked questions, glossaries. It's pretty common to find these types of links that let you sort of jump down to the page. Now, they also allow you to jump to specific sections of other pages as well. So if we go to the destination.htm, preview that in the browser, we can see that this one doesn't have the navigation, but it does have 3 different sections, and we want to be able to navigate to a specific one. So with that in mind, let's go back to fragments. And there's basically a 2-step process in dealing with fragment identifiers. One is you have to have an ID on the page. So they jump to the ID attribute that you specify in the link. So what we're going to do is I'm going to scroll down in my content. You'll notice that at the very top of the page in this H1, it has an ID of top. And as I scroll through this, I can see that the H3 for section 1 has an ID of 1. Section 2 has an ID of 2. And you might anticipate that section 3 would have an ID of 3, but it doesn't. And that's so that we can practice putting it there. So what you want to do is on the H3 for section 3, you want to add an ID attribute, and we'll just go ahead and give it a value of 3. That seems to make sense. I like making IDs short so they're easy to remember. You don't want any white space in them, so no spaces, and it's best to keep them as short as possible to make them a little bit easier to remember. Capitalization matters as well, so I like leaving them either all lowercase or camel casing them if I have to. Okay, so now we need to make links to each of those sections, 1, 2, and 3. So to do that, I'm going to use our normal anchor element, but the difference is in the href attribute. So instead of linking to a specific page or resource, here we need to link to the ID. And to do that, we use the octothorpe character, which is sometimes called the pound character, and then you follow that with the ID. So if we're linking to section 1, I can see that the ID is 1, so I use the word 1. And that's exactly how that works. I'm going to give this a title, and the title is going to be section 1. I'm a firm believer in doing as little work as possible when you're coding. So you can see I surrounded that with a link. What I'm going to do is just copy this and then paste it around section 2 and section 3. So what I'm going to do is pound 2 for that, pound 3 for that one. And then I have to remember, this is really dangerous because I pasted them without doing the closing link tag first. So you want to make sure that you close those anchor elements, both of these as well. So essentially what we've got here now is we have links created around the text for sections 1, 2, and 3. And I need to update the titles as 2. So 2 there and 3 here. And again, what makes this technique is a 2-step process. You have an ID attribute on an element, in this case, ID equals 1, and then the link links to it by using the octothorpe or the hash character here, followed by the ID value. So if I save this and preview this in my browser, notice that when I click on section 3, it jumps down to section 3. If I click to section 2, it jumps down to section 2. Now, when I click on these, you're going to see that when I click on, say, section 1, for example, it goes all the way up to the top. But when I click on section 3, it doesn't go all the way up to the top. That's because it scrolls down as far as it possibly can. It can't get any further down. Now, you also may notice that I'm clicking the back button in order to take me back up to the top. In terms of usability, this isn't the best thing in the world. If you're going to give your users the ability to jump down to the bottom of something, you need to give them the ability to jump back up. So, because of the fact that our top level header, this H1, already has an ID of top, we can create a link at the bottom very easily by just going down to the bottom. And I'm going to create a brand new paragraph down here. And I'm just going to go ahead and create a link as well. And in the link, I'm going to href link that to the top. Now you can see why I like using these short fragment identifiers. We'll give it a title of back to the top. And then for link text, we'll just click back to top, close the link, then close the paragraph. If I save this, go back in the browser now, if I click down to the bottom of the page, I have a link back to the top. It takes me back up to the top of the page. So for usability purposes, that's not a bad thing. Now, in this instance, we've been linking to page regions that were within this page. What if you know of a page region in another page that you want to link to? Let's say, for example, that somebody's written a blog post and you want to jump right to the blog post and not have to deal with the rest of the site. Well, in order to do that, all you need to know is the fragment identifier for that section. So if I go into destination, for example, and I scroll through this code, I can see that I have an ID of 1 for section 1, an ID of 2 for section 2, and an ID of 3 for section 3. So in order to link to these sections, all I need to know is the name of the file that I'm linking to and the section that I want to link to. So in fragments, I scroll back up to the series of links that we're making. I can see that I need to link to section 2 of the destination.html page. So I'm going to surround section 2 with a link here, and I'm going to link that to the page destination.html, but I'm going to add to this my identifier. So right after the HTML, I'm going to type in #2. So what this is telling you is it's saying, hey, navigate to destination.html and find the second section. We're going to go ahead and give that a title, and I'm just going to give this a title of destination. And then I need to remember to close my link tag. Right now I'm going to save that, go back out to the browser, and now when I click on the link to section 2 of the destination page, it not only takes me to the destination page, but jumps me down to the section 2 as well. Well, that's pretty easy to do if you know the section because you've created it. But what if you're going to an outside website and you still want to jump to a specific section? Well, let's say I go to the HTML5 specification from the W3C. So here I am on their site, the w3.org. I have navigated to the HTML5 specification, and I'm basically looking at the table of contents. Now, if I scroll through the table of contents, and I just happen to know where this is, I'm going to go down to section 5. And in section 5, right down here, you can see I've been to it already, 5.6.9, navigating to a fragment identifier. There's really not a lot of information in the HTML5 specification about fragment IDs. This is about the only thing that you can find. And if you click on it, it's really some confusing information about the browser's reaction, its navigation, if you will, as it scrolls to a fragment identifier. So you're not going to get a whole lot out of this. The whole idea of doing this, however, is to see that when I click on this, the URL up top in the address bar is telling me all I need to know. Notice it already has a pound here, scroll-to frag ID. So we're seeing in this instance, they're using a fragment identifier to navigate to this specific section. Now, if you don't necessarily know what the fragment identifier is, you can always take a look at the source code of the page as well. Notice that if I click inside this header and I right click and tell it to inspect this element, you can see I've actually got a couple of different IDs that I could use. I have the ID for the H4 right here, scroll to frag ID. That's what we're seeing here. But we also have this ID that's a navigate-frag ID. So I could really use either of those. I think I'll just stick with the one that they're using because this makes it very easy for me to come up to the URL and just copy this. So I'm going to go back into brackets, and where it says fragment identifiers as defined by the W3C, I'm going to surround the words fragment identifiers with a link. So I'm going to do the anchor element. I'll do an href. And the href, I'm just going to paste in what I copied online from the W3C because that's going to be way too hard for me to type in. And then I'll do a title attribute, and I'll type in W3C fragment identifiers. Close that, and then I've got to remember to close the link. So I'm going to save that, preview that in my browser, And now if I click on this link, fragment identifiers as defined by the W3C, it jumps right to that section. Perfect. Now, one last thing that I want to mention in terms of usability, as helpful as these fragment identifiers can be when you plan out your site navigation, you really do need to be thoughtful when you're using them, because often it's not really apparent to the user where they've jumped to, which can be a little disorienting if they're not used properly. So as you plan the use of fragment identifiers, make sure that you eliminate any potential confusion that they could cause to your users. It's time for a new challenge, and in this challenge, we're going to put all that we've learned about links in this chapter to the test. Once again, we'll be working with our HTML Essential Training Reference site, and this time we're going to focus on the site's navigation and all of its internal and external links. So let's dive into the instructions file and see what we have going on. I have the labinstructions.txt opened up, and of course, we're going to be working on the entire site. Okay, so step number 1. We need to build our page navigation. This is going to apply to all of our pages. We want to use document relative links. We're going to enhance the list at the top of the document so it links to the appropriate pages in the reference site. Be sure to add meaningful descriptions to each link. If I were to go to the intro page, for example, you can see our navigation up top is no longer really navigation. There's no links going on there. We just have a list of different elements. So we'll need those to link to the individual pages. And we need to do that for each page, not just the intro page. The next thing we'll do is link to external site. And in the file links.com, we can visit the footer. And inside that, we're going to find a reference to lynda.com. So we'll need to create a link there that references out to the actual lynda.com site, to the homepage of that. We also want to modify that link so that it's opening up in a new browser window or new tab. And again, always remember to add descriptive text for the link. And then we're going to browse to Twitter and find the profile page for @Lynda, and we're going to copy that URL. Now, I've gone ahead and done that for you. If you're wondering what that URL is, you want to go to twitter.com/Lynda, and it'll take you right here. So this is the URL that you're looking for. So back in the footer, you want to add that link to the follow us on Twitter text for the lynda.com account. And then we need to link to some internal sections. And for that, we're going to go into the reference in the syntax.htm. In the reference page, we're going to find text in the first paragraph that refers to the table of named character entities. We're going to create a link around that text that jumps to the table at the bottom of the page. And as I mentioned here in the instructions, you need to keep in mind, you're going to need to modify the table as well to make this technique work. So what I mean by that, I'm going to go to the reference and show you. If I scroll down a little bit in this page, notice it says on this page, you'll find a quick reference to common HTML terms and a table of frequently used named character entities. So this is what we want to create a link around that's going to jump down to this table. So you're going to need to modify this table in some way so that you're able to link to it. Now, the next thing you need to do is go into the syntax.htm page, and at the bottom of that page, locate the text in the last paragraph that mentions that table that we were just looking at of the named character entities on the reference page. There, we're going to create a link around that text that navigates to the reference page and then jumps to that table. So if I go to the syntax page and scroll all the way towards the bottom, you can see right down here, you can find named character entity lists within the HTML specification. You can also find a useful list of character entities on the HTML reference page. So this is the text that I was talking about there that you want to create the link around. Okay, that's it for this challenge. That's not too much work, but you are going to have to bounce back and forth between multiple pages. Now, keep in mind as you're working through this challenge that if you get stuck, you can go back and watch the previous movies in the chapter over and over again, or you can open the files in the finished files folder for a quick little hint, if you will. Now, when you're done, don't forget to watch the solutions movie and compare your results to mine. Congratulations on completing another challenge. I hope you enjoyed working through our link exercises. Let's just take a quick look at the finished files so that you can compare your work to the finished versions of the challenge files. Now, I have the intro.htm open from the 05_05 finished files directory. And the first thing I want to examine is the page navigation. That was step number 1. So if I look at the navigation area, I can see that all of my page links are surrounded with a link tag. They all have an href attribute that resolves the path to that page: intro, syntax, structure, links, reference, index.html. And I also am using a title attribute to give a little bit of descriptive text regarding that particular link. Now, your title attribute, if you did one, may differ a little bit from mine, and that's fine. You just want to try to be succinct and descriptive in a title. Imagine, if you would, that somebody is reading this to somebody, and my advice would be, is it giving enough information about the link so that you can understand the link's purpose? You want to keep it as short as you can, but you also want it to be descriptive. The other thing is you want to make sure that you have both an opening and a closing link tag, and you want to make sure that the entire link itself is inside each list item. So it's not wrapping on the outside of the list item. It should be inside of the list item. Okay, so the next task was to go out and link to external sites. So within the links.html, we had to go down into the footer, find the first reference to lynda.com, and then we wanted to create a link that linked to the external lynda.com site in a new tab or a window. Then we were going to go down and find the link to the lynda.com Twitter account and link to that one as well. So if I go in the links.html and browse down to the bottom, I can see that the lynda.com text has a link all the way around it. The href contains not only the link to lynda.com, but the protocol as well. So remember, for absolute links, the URL has to include the protocol as well as the link. The title is very succinct in this case, lynda.com. And I'm using the target attribute to open it up in a new tab. So target_blank is the value that I'm using there. Now, for the @Lynda Twitter account, you can see here we're doing pretty much the same thing. I've got the href that goes out to the HTTPS. Notice that's a slightly different protocol. It's the secure protocol for twitter.com /Lynda. So that's where we can find the homepage of the lynda.com Twitter account. Notice that we have both the opening and the closing link tags around that. We do have a title that says follow lynda.com on Twitter, so that's a little bit more descriptive. You may have done something slightly different, like Lynda on Twitter or something like that. It's fine as long as you're being descriptive there. And you'll notice that here I'm not opening that up in a new tab or window. That was your choice. You could have chosen either one. Really, as far as an author goes, that choice is purely judgmental. We could just switch to here. Now, the last task was to link to internal sections, and that's going to be on the reference.html and syntax.html. So we wanted to create links that were going to take us down to the table of named character entities. One link was going to be on the same page, that was going to be on reference.html, and one was going to be on another page, and that was the syntax.html. So let's see how we did with those. So if I go to reference.html and scroll down a little bit, I can see that this named character entities text right here, I surrounded it with a link, and the only thing I have in that link is an href attribute that's going to the fragment identifier named. Now, remember I said that you were going to have to do two things here. You were going to have to create the link, but you were also going to have to modify the table. So you may have chosen a different ID. There's nothing wrong with that. I just came up with named. I thought it made sense. And then, of course, I have the octothorpe character in front of that to indicate that it's the named character entity. But if I go down to the table, I can see that I took the H3, which is inside the caption, and gave it an ID of named, and that's the ID that I referenced. Now, if you put the ID on the table, if you put the ID on the caption, or even if you put the ID on the first table row, you're probably going to be okay because it's going to jump to that particular section. So there wasn't any one compelling reason for me to use the H3. It just seemed that in terms of navigation, that one made the most sense when I jumped to it. Just to kind of test this out to make sure it works, I'm going to check this in my browser. Clicking on named character entities navigates me right down to that table. Now, I mentioned that we also had a link on the syntax page that we wanted to set. So when I go to the syntax page, I can see that we have right here this text HTML reference that I wanted to create the link around. And again, all I'm doing here is an href attribute. This time, however, in addition to the named fragment identifier, I'm also using reference.html. Note that there are no spaces between the page and the fragment identifier. It's all one single character string. So if I preview that in the browser and scroll down towards the bottom, I should be able to find that link, and clicking on it should navigate me not only to that page, but exactly to that section. So that is it for our challenge on creating links. I hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully your results matched up with mine, and if they don't, For some things, like what you typed in for a title, it's really not that important. In other cases, the way you resolve the URL or perhaps the protocol you put in might actually make a difference. So be sure to carefully compare your results to mine to make sure that you have fully functioning links within your HTML reference site. Lists are incredibly useful ways of organizing content. HTML gives us 3 different types of lists to use based on how our content needs to be organized and grouped together. In our first exercise in this chapter, we're going to create what's known as an unordered list. So to work on this, I've opened up the unordered.html file found in the 06_01 directory. And as you can see, we have just some elements on the page that don't have any formatting at all. And this is what we're going to create an unordered list around. Now, if you've been paying attention in the previous chapters, there have been files that we've had lists inside of them. We just really haven't gone over the syntax yet. So more than likely, you've seen them and gotten a little familiar with them even before we start this exercise. Well, anytime that you want a list, the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to need a parent list tag. And that parent tag is going to describe what type of list it is that's going to follow. So since we're going to do an unordered list, we need to have a UL or unordered list tag. So I'm going to open up a UL tag, and then below all my items down there, I'm going to close my UL tag. So that tells the browser that we are going to create an unordered list. Now, one of the things that I want you to really focus on about what lists are and what they do for us is that lists are primarily a way of grouping information. So one of the things that I always tell people when they say, well, how do I know when a list is appropriate? Because you can use them for a lot of different things. It's not just displaying a list of items in your text. Basically, I'm saying, well, are they grouped, and are they grouped in a way that makes sense for each of them as individual items within the same group? Meaning, do they belong to that sort of same hierarchy? If so, then a list actually is a compelling way to organize them. You may have noticed in our HTML reference site, for example, that the navigation is a series of list items. And that's because a list is a perfect way of organizing links. Each link is its own individual item, but it belongs as part of the navigation whole. So with that in mind, we're going to create all these individual list items. So list syntax has 2 basic parts. One is the outside parent list tag. The second part are the individual items within the list. For unordered lists, the list item is indicated through the use of the LI tag. So item 1, I'm going to surround it with a list item tag. And list item tags have both opening and closing tags. And then I'm just going to go ahead and surround each of these items with closing list item tags. This is going to take a little while. I'm just glad I didn't do a 19 item list. Now you may notice that each of these list items is numbered in sequence 1, 2, and 3. And then after 3, we have what looks to be sub items. We have 3.1, 3.1, we have 3.2, and 3.3. And that is exactly what they represent. We want to do a nested list after 3 that's going to hold those 3 items as a subgrouping or sublist, if you will, and then reestablish our list with item 4. Now, the way that that's done in HTML confuses a lot of people. And that's basically because what we have to do now is we have to nest one list inside of another one. And that gets a little confusing for folks. So here's the best way to think about this. I'm going to do this sort of visually. If I highlight these sort of sublist items and just tab them over a little bit, we can now see that they belong to item 3. That's something that you're probably used to seeing visually anytime that you have a list and anytime you have nested items inside that list. So essentially, all of these items, these 3 list items, belong to this list item. And that means that what I'm going to do is inside this list item, I'm going to nest another list. So very carefully, I'm going to take this closing list item tag and I'm going to cut it. Then what I'm going to do is below the nested list item, I'm going to paste it. So now you can see all of these items are nested inside of this list. Now, these nested items are actually considered to be in their own list. So they're sort of a sub-list or nested list inside of the first one. So in addition to the LI tags that they have, I need to also surround them in an unordered list. So I need both an opening and a closing unordered list tag. Now, the reason that I'm going pretty slow here is that I really want you to get the syntax behind what's going on. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to further nest this visually so you can see. All right, so essentially what we have is we have item 1, we have item 2, item 3, and item 4. Those are the 4 main items in our list. But item 3 has a sub-list, which has 3 items itself, 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3. In order to do those, what we're doing is we're nesting an entire list inside this list item. Now, a lot of people aren't going to format it this carefully. They may actually have this closing list item right after the closing unordered list item. How you format it's up to you. I just wanted to be very, very clear with how that's formatted. So be sure to take some time to practice the syntax for lists so that you understand exactly how those lists are structured and how nested lists work. In the instance of this one where we only have one nested list, it's not that bad. But when you start nesting multiple lists, it can get a little confusing. Now, you're going to use lists far more often than you might think at first glance. They're great for organizing things like menus, form elements, product information. Really, any content that needs to be grouped together in a related manner fits within a list. Their flexibility and utility make them among the most commonly used HTML elements. Ordered lists are very similar to unordered lists, so much so, in fact, that they share almost exactly the same syntax. So to demonstrate that, I've opened up the ordered.html found in the 06_02 directory, and it probably looks like to some of you that I just left the old exercise file that we were working on the last exercise open, because it is exactly the same for the most part. The heading changed, but we still have that same unordered list, and we still have that same nested one. And indeed, if we preview that in the browser, you can see we get an unordered list, which is represented by those bullets for both the top level and the nested level list. So we want to change that to an ordered list. And the only thing that you need to do, syntax-wise, to do that is change the parent tag. So the list items remain the same. I just take the UL and I change it to an OL. That is easy enough, isn't it? So if I save that and previewed it, there we go. So now our top level list is an ordered list, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the nested list is an unordered list. And that's fine. There is nothing wrong with nesting and combining ordered and unordered lists in any way that you want. It does not matter. Now, we do have a little bit more control over ordered lists in terms of the things that we can do with it than we can unordered lists. Really, with an unordered list, all you're going to be controlling is whether it has a bullet or not, or whether that bullet is a square or a disk. Ordered lists, on the other hand, they, of course, have a distinct sequence to each of the items in the list, and we have a little bit of control over how that sequence is represented. So I'm going to go back into my HTML, and I'm going to convert the nested list to an ordered list as well, so we can control it. Save that. And then for the parent ordered list, one of the things that we can do is we can change when the count of a certain list starts. So, for example, I could come in and say start equals, and then we just pass a value into it, and let's say 6. So I'm going to start that count at 6. So saving that, going back out to the browser, you can see now that list is going 6, 7, 8, and 9. Now we can also do some really interesting things like reverse it. So we can do reversed, which is a Boolean attribute. So we're just going to say OL start equals 6, and then space and reverse. So notice that we have to have that space between those attributes. So if I hit save and go back over here, you can see that now it's counting down from 6, 6, 5, 4, 3. Now for the nested list, let's play around with the type. The default type in most browsers is going to be the Arabic numerals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But you can kind of play around with that a little bit as well. So if I say type equals, I have some choices here, and I could do lowercase I. If I do that, I get lowercase Roman numerals. I could do an uppercase I. If I do that, I get uppercase Roman numerals. I could also do the number 1, which is the default. So if I save that, I can see I go back to doing Arabic numerals. And then I have alphabet. So if I do a capital A, save that, I get ABC. And of course, if I do lowercase a, I get lowercase letters, and I'm just going to leave it as that. So those are some of the options that we have. We can start numbering it at any number we want. We can reverse the sequence, and we can also choose what type of list we want to have in terms of how we want those numbers to display. So that's a few more options when deciding how to render them over unordered lists. But for the most part, the syntax is just as straightforward. Now, since CSS allows us to visually format lists really any way we choose, when choosing between an ordered and an unordered list, your primary deciding factor should be the semantics of it. And that is, does the sequence of these items matter? If the sequence does matter, an ordered list would be the proper choice. Description lists, which were referred to prior to HTML5 as definition lists, are lists that consist of two parts for each item. That's a term and a description. Because their syntax is so flexible, many authors don't really fully understand what description lists can do. And that's a shame because they really are one of the most flexible semantic elements in all of HTML. So to show off a little bit of what description lists can do, I've opened up description.htm and the 06_03 folder. Now, just to kind of preview for you what's going on here, we're going to have three description lists that we're going to do. We're going to do a basic one with multiple terms, and one with multiple definitions. If I were to preview this right now in the browser, doesn't look like much is going on there. And that's because inside each one of these headings, we just have some text that we need to group inside of these lists. So let's start with a basic description list so you can sort of see the overall syntax of a description list, and then we'll move on to more of what we can do with them. So below the H4, I'm going to open up a DL. So much like an ordered list and an unordered list, a DL lets the browser know that a description list is forthcoming. The same way that we have an opening and closing tags for our other lists, we have a closing tag for the DL as well. And I'm going to move that in a little bit so it formats a little nicer visually. So now, as I mentioned, instead of a list item like we have in ordered and unordered list, the individual items within a definition list are made up of multiple items. We have a DT for term and we have a DD for description. So this unordered list right here, I'm going to tab this in a little bit, that is going to be a DT. So the terms always come first, and I'm going to surround that with a DT. And then the next sentence, grouping of list items in no specific order, I'm going to say DD. So you can kind of see the semantics in play here. Unordered list is the term. The description is grouping of list items in no specific order. So we're going to do that for each one of these. And I think the easiest thing for me to do is go ahead and tab these over now so that when I add the tags, everything formats nicely. Now remember, each of these DTs and DDs have opening and closing tags, and the order in which you do them matters dramatically. So in this case of a basic list where we have one term and one definition, they need to follow each other in sequence. So now, semantically, this actually makes a whole lot more sense. It's just easier for us to read even within the code. Each one of these list types is described using a term, and then we have a brief description of them, and we're using the DT and the DD tags to do that. Now, if I save this and go out to the browser, you can see how this is typically rendered by a browser. Most browsers will render the terms as top-level items and do the descriptions as inset. So they'll give them a little bit of an inset, a little bit of a margin on the left-hand side, and display them that way. But through CSS, you can make them display any way that you want. So they're very, very flexible. Okay, so that's a basic description list. A basic description list is going to have multiple items. It's going to have a term followed by a definition and one term for one definition. Now, they don't have to be that way. You can do them any way that you'd like. For example, you could have a definition or description that has multiple terms applied to it. Let's go down to the next grouping, and we'll go ahead and open up another definition list. And again, I have the opening definition list tag, and I've got the closing definition list tag. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take all these guys, tab them in a little bit. I'm going to do 3 DTs around each of these. So you can see that this is the term DL description definition list that people might see when they're looking at definitions of this list type. Remember, prior to HTML5, these were referred to as definition lists. So a lot of documents out there still refer to them that way. And as a matter of fact, throughout this example, you've probably heard me refer to them as definition lists a few times. I just can't seem to get it out of my head. All right, now, the DD that I've got below this, I only have one, even though there's 2 blocks of text down here. Now, the reason I did that is because I also wanted to show you how flexible these are in terms of the content that you can have inside of them. For the most part, you can put anything you want to in a term or a definition. You can put tables. You can put other lists. In this case, I'm going to do paragraphs. And I want each of these to be contained within their own paragraph. So it's okay to put more complicated structures within one of these lists. So now if I save this and go back at the browser, you can see that for this particular list, it says DL description definition list. It's a list that groups content together by terms and descriptions used frequently by facts, glossaries, and dictionaries. And then until HTML5 definition lists were frequently used to mark up dialogue. That practice is discouraged now, but no suitable semantic alternative has been proposed, leading to its continued widespread use for dialogue. And that is definitely one of the things that definition lists are used for. They're used for glossaries, frequently asked questions, dictionaries, even to mark up dialogue between multiple parties, because they are so flexible. Now, the last definition list that we're going to do is one that allows us to do multiple descriptions. So in the previous definition list, we had multiple terms. In this one, we're going to have multiple descriptions. So again, I'm going to create an opening and a closing DL tag. And here we're marking up what is, for lack of a better term, metadata. So for this course, HTML Essential Training, we've got the course itself, the author, yours truly. We have producer Dan Weston, and then we have 3 technical reviewers, Simon Allardyce, Garrick Chow, and Josh Vergatner. So all of these 3 people belong to this one term, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with marking up the list like this. So we're going to do a DT for the course, a DD for the course name. We'll do a DT for the author, and then a DD for my name. Producer will get terms. And Dan, who is one of my favorite producers here at lynda.com, will get the description. Now, it's perfectly normal for metadata to be marked up in this way, and the description lists are used quite frequently to mark up metadata, credits, things like that. Now, in this case, for technical reviewers, we have 3 of them. So I want to go ahead and make sure they're all defined as descriptions. So instead of wrapping them all in a single DD, I'm going to wrap them all in individual DDs. So you can have 3 descriptions attached to one term, and that is perfectly acceptable and semantic. You might have thought that we were going to group them all in one big description, but in fact, they are individual units and they need to be represented as such. All right, so we have 3 technical reviewers. These are my buddies, Simon Allardyce, Garrick Chow, who are also authors here at lynda.com, and Josh Vergatner, who is one of the best live action directors we have. He's a really talented individual. So if I look at that within the browser and scroll down, we can see how this is represented. There's course, author, producer, and technical reviewers. Notice that they're all indented because they belong to that one term. So that gives you a little taste of what you can do with description lists. When you first start using them, it may take you a little while before you're totally comfortable with the syntax, and that's understandable. But once you understand how they work, you'll really appreciate the flexibility that description lists give you when you're grouping content. In this challenge, we're going to put to the test what you've learned about creating lists using HTML. We're going to continue working on our HTML Essential Training reference site by examining the content to determine which areas would be best served by lists, and then decide what type of list provides the best semantic fit for the content grouping. So I'm in the labinstructions.txt file found in the 06_04 directory. This is where all of our challenge files are. And the very first step that we have is we're going back to the site navigation, this time in terms of organizing it. Now, this is going to apply to every single page. You're going to examine the top-level navigation for the site. And currently, all the links are enclosed in an individual paragraph. And I'm just going to switch over to intro to show you that. And as we can see, as I scroll down just a little bit, and within the nav, each of the links is enclosed within a paragraph. And it's like that on every single page so far. So the question that you're asked again is this semantically sound? And if not, go ahead and organize those links into the appropriate list type. Now, you've been working on that navigation section for long enough throughout this course that I have confidence that you kind of know what you're going to do there. Now, the next thing I want to show you is the HTML timeline on the intro.htm file. For the HTML timeline, you want to examine that one, and you're going to notice that each of the relevant dates in the timeline is contained within a paragraph. Again, you need to ask yourself, is that the best semantic grouping for the content? If not, go ahead and organize that timeline into the appropriate list type. And to show you that section, I'm going to scroll down till I find the timeline. Here we go. So we have this section that's headed by this H3 HTML timeline, and each one of the dates is enclosed in a single paragraph. And again, is that the best grouping semantically that we can get for that group of content? Next up, we're going to look at the document type grouping. Now, this is in the file syntax.htm, and I'll show you that section in just a moment. But there's a section of different doc types and a listing of the doc types. And I want you to examine those 3 doc types and their examples. Would a list be the best semantic presentation of that content? And if it is, go ahead and organize those elements into the appropriate list type. So if I go into syntax.htm and I scroll down a little bit, I'm going to find a section of doc type declarations. So here's the section right here on doc types. And if I scroll a little further down, here we go. I see that we have some H4s that are basically saying this is an HTML4 transitional doc type. This is a XHTML 1.0. This is the HTML5. And the way that they're organized is you have an H4 that's followed by a preformatted tag that has an example of that in there. If we look at that in the browser, you can see that it's this section right here. So the question you have to ask yourself is this the most logical semantic grouping for the content? And if not, does it belong in a list? Finally, we have one more, and that is the HTML terms that are found in the reference.htm. So we have sort of a glossary there. And what you want to do there is examine the terms and the descriptions on the page. The way that they're presented right now, is it the best semantic grouping for the content? And if it's not, go ahead and organize them into the appropriate list type. And if I go to reference.htm and scroll down just a little bit, you can see what I'm talking about. We have H3 terms, and for each one of these, we have a term, which is followed by a definition for that term. And this is actually a pretty sizable section. You can see as you scroll down, it ends right here above the table. So take a look at how these are organized right now. They're just in paragraphs. And would a list make better organizational grouping for those? If so, what type of list? All right. Now keep in mind that in each of these, I'm asking you to make a judgment call for each one of these steps. So I want you to carefully consider what you've learned about list types and when they're appropriate before you make any changes to the code. As always, if you want to compare your files with mine, check out the solution movie to see my thoughts on this challenge. I hope you enjoyed working on our Creating Lists challenge. Let's take a quick look at the finished files so that we can compare your work with the finished version of the files. So I've got the lab instructions.txt file opened again, and I have opened up the finished files folder so that we can kind of go through and see exactly how I organize the content. And it may be a little different than you. As I mentioned, a lot of these were going to be judgment calls. So the first step was to examine the site navigation and then organize them into a list if you deemed it appropriate. So I went into the intro, and this probably is going to shock none of you. I used an unordered list there. You're probably familiar with seeing the navigation because we worked on it so frequently throughout the site, but hopefully you used an unordered list here as well. So why did an unordered list fit this so perfectly? Well, these links are all grouped together. They all belong to the same part of the navigation. But the sequence that the links are in doesn't really matter. Now, that doesn't mean that visually it doesn't matter because you want them to be consistent on every single page. However, they don't need to be read or encountered in any one specific order. So because of that, an unordered list really fits the bill for what we needed. Now, the second step was to go back and examine the HTML timeline found in the intro file as well. So I'm going to navigate back to the intro page and scroll down until I find my timeline. And here I organize the timeline in an ordered list. Now, the reason I did that is because there is a specific order to the timeline. We start off in 1991, and the timeline goes all the way down to 2012. So each one of these steps is sequential in the way that the list is presented. So in my opinion, an ordered list here fit a little bit better than an unordered list. Next up, we were going to look at the grouping of doc types on the syntax.htm page. There we had an H4 followed by a preformatted tag for each example of the doc type declarations. So I'm going to switch over on the syntax.htm and jump down to the section, and you can see that I left this alone. Now, you may have made the judgment call that these needed to be organized in a list, and if you did that, you probably chose a description list because the H4 could be a term, and the pre-formatted could fit within a description. I certainly couldn't argue with that. That's not a bad way to group this together because we have these three items which are related to each other. Semantically, they do sort of belong together. So putting it in a definition list does work. In the end, though, they are already within a section. They're in a section headed by the H3, and then the H4s themselves create new sections in our outline. So if somebody is wanting to navigate to these individually, it's pretty easy to do with just the document outline that we have right now. So I didn't see the need to further enhance the semantics by a description list, although it certainly would not have hurt the file. So if you chose to do it, it wasn't necessarily the wrong decision. Our final step was to go back into the reference.htm, take a look at the HTML terms, sort of the glossary that we had there, and determine if they would benefit from any additional structure. So I'm going to switch over to my reference file and jump down to the section that contains the HTML terms. And indeed, there, I decided that a description list probably was the best way to format that. If you think about the way that this glossary is working, you have a term and then you have a description below that. That's a textbook case for a description list. Fits really well. And because there are so many terms, it gave you a lot of practice in creating that. So examine your code, compare it to mine, and see if you got the same thing. Now, if you used a different type of list here, that probably wasn't the best choice. I don't really see an ordered list or an unordered list fitting here. The only other choice you might have made is just to leave them the way they were or section them through use some more headers. But frankly, I think a list probably fits the best here semantically. All right, so there's our challenge all completed. Now, lists are very powerful elements for grouping content together in meaningful ways, and that's the important part of it, that they offer meaningful organization. As you learn HTML, pay attention to how other sites and authors use lists and what type of content they group with them. You're going to be using them frequently in your own sites, so it's very important that you understand exactly how they work. It's hard to find two technologies that are as closely intertwined as HTML and CSS. Indeed, it's almost impossible to teach one without at least mentioning the other. It's actually quite common for new web designers to learn both HTML and CSS at the same time. So in this chapter, I want to take a brief look at styling so that you can see how these two technologies work together and gain an understanding of where HTML's capabilities end and where CSS is going to take over. And to do that, I have the styles.htm from the 07_01 opened up in a browser. And you might notice that this time I have it opened up in Firefox instead of Chrome. Now, the reason I'm doing that is because Firefox has this nifty little capability that allows me to toggle the styles of the page on and off. So right now, what we're seeing is this quote-unquote unstyled page, meaning the author styles, the styles that I wrote, are not being applied to it. Now, I want to point out something here because I've heard a lot of people refer to a page that looks like this as being unstyled, when in fact, we are seeing it styled. We're just seeing it styled with the default styles of the browser. Most browsers agree on default styling, like headings should look like this, description list should look like this, emphasized text should look like this. And because of that, we see consistency across multiple browsers when you see the quote-unquote unstyled page. But really, what you're seeing there is the browser's default styling. When we write CSS, we're actually overriding the default styling with the styles that we want. And as authors, that's exactly what our role is. So if I go up to View and I choose Page Style, Basic Page Style, I can see that these are the styles that I wrote for the content on the page. Now, is it visually striking? Is this going to win any design awards? Nope. But it's kind of neat. The Allow Me to Demonstrate is now frozen in place while I scroll the rest of the page. And I've modified the typography so that our text is now in one long column of text. And I've chosen the fonts I want, the size I want, that sort of thing. Again, going back to the unstyled view, if you will, you can see it's just basic HTML. Now let's go take a look at the structure of the page. So I've got the page open here in my code editor, and you can see it's fairly simple. We have a heading 1, we have a couple of paragraphs, and down towards the bottom, we have a heading 2 down there. So what is it that's allowing me to have so much visual control over these elements? Well, if I scroll up into the head of the document, I can see in the head of the document, I have a style tag. Now, the style tag, it's an HTML tag that basically tells the browser, I want to write some styles. So everything inside the style tag is CSS. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. And the styles that you're seeing here, the syntax of them, it's a presentational syntax. So it's a little different than HTML, which is a markup language. Essentially, CSS pages are made up of rules, and the rules have selectors. So here you can see we have a selector that's targeting the body element. And after that selector, we have a series of properties and values, and these properties are set inside these curly braces. So here you can see we have a value for margin, for the width of it, and for the font that we want used. So really the syntax is fairly easy to pick up. It's just a matter of learning how to write the proper selector to target the element that you want, and then which properties that you can set. Now, CSS is amazingly flexible. To show you how flexible it is, I'm going to put a little switcheroo here. If I scroll down, I can see that I have another style tag in this page. Now, this is commented out. We haven't really talked a lot about HTML comments, but they're very handy. HTML comments are these little left angle brackets with an exclamation point and then a dash dash. And then all the way at the end of them, you'll have another dash dash and a right angle bracket. That comments out anything that's inside of it. So essentially, you're telling the browser, ignore this. You can use comments to pass messages to your future self or other coworkers, or in this case, to hide things that I want hidden. So what I'm going to do is uncomment out the second style element, and then I'm going to comment out the top one. So essentially, I'm turning the top one off and turning the bottom one on. Now, if you want to do this with me, you certainly can, but this is really just a demonstration, so don't feel bad if you're not doing this along with me. That's fine. I know I'm doing this kind of quick. So again, I'm commenting this out by doing exclamation point dash dash, and then the end closing tag dash dash, and then right angle bracket. So now we have a totally new set of styles. If I save this, go back into my browser and enable page styling again. Now, if I refresh the page, you can see that I get a totally different visual representation. And in this case, a very striking visual demonstration that shows you just how powerful CSS is. In this case, it allows me to hide content that I don't want and to really accent content that I do want. Now, the most important thing to realize here is that to you and me and people that can see this browser, we've made a significant change to the page. But to other devices like Google and search engines, screen readers, search robots, things like that, the page has not changed at all, and that content is read exactly the same way. So unless you work in an environment where your styles are all locked down and all you do is edit the page's HTML, I would stress that learning CSS is an equally critical part of learning web design. In this chapter, my goal is to introduce you to CSS and some of its basic concepts. CSS is a huge topic, so there's no way that I can teach you cascading style sheets in a single chapter. I mean, we have dozens of courses on it. However, I do want to go through the basics of it, basic syntax, how it's applied, those sorts of things. So I want to start in this exercise by talking about inline styles, how they're written, and then when they're appropriate to use. So I'll be working in inline.htm, which is found in the 07_02 directory. As you can see, this is a very simple file. We only have two elements on the page. We have a heading 1 and we have a heading 2. And you can see the heading 2 is telling us to do something. It's saying style me using the style attribute. Okay. So inline styles are styles that are written directly inline in your HTML, and they're applied usually to a single element. So in this case, for the H2, if I open it up and apply a style attribute, I can now write any CSS formatting that I want. So this is using HTML syntax, meaning it's an attribute of an HTML element, but now I'm going to pass in CSS properties and values. So you still have to sort of understand CSS in order to write inline styles. You have to know which properties and which values can be applied to different elements. In this case, I'm going to change the color of the H2. So in between the quotation marks, I'm going to type in color, and we don't use equals when we're assigning values in CSS. We use a colon. So color, colon, and then red. And then immediately after a property, we type in a semicolon to let the browser or user agent know that that property is now over. So our syntax is property on the left-hand side, a colon to indicate that we're assigning a value, the value that we want to pass, in this case red, and then a semicolon to let it know that this particular line is over. All right, so if I save this and then preview that in my browser, you can see that that heading 2 now comes up as red. Now, if we want, we can pass as many properties as we'd like within this style attribute. So after the semicolon, if I wanted to do something else, like perhaps I didn't want this to be bold, I could type in font -weight and then assign that as normal, and then a semicolon. And if I save this and go back in the browser, I can see that now that heading is no longer bold. So that was actually fairly quick and easy, right? So when people first see inline styles, they're like, well, that's pretty easy to do, and it's immediate, it happens right away, and they can apply it directly to the element they want. But there's a bigger problem with this. Imagine you have a site that has, say, well, I don't know, a couple of dozen pages, and you wanted every H2 to look like this. Can you imagine the amount of work you're going to need to do within your files? You're going to have to go into every page, find every H2, and write this attribute for it. And then you're going to have to maintain that. Imagine if somebody comes into your office one day and says, hey, those heading 2s look great, but I'd like them to be green. Now you're going to have to go through and edit all of those hundreds of rules. So inline styles are not a very efficient way of applying styling. And in fact, their usage is so frowned upon that at one point the style attribute was almost removed from the specification. So why do we have it? Well, it is very useful in certain instances. For example, if you're going to do an HTML email, inline styles are one of the only ways that you can apply styling for certain email clients. So they're used widely when writing HTML emails. The other thing that they're used a good bit in is scripting. Let's say you're going to build a widget dynamically. A lot of people will, in their JavaScript, write inline styles that go in to style those specific elements. Since it's being built through scripting, it's a little bit easier to maintain. So you probably won't often find yourself needing to use inline styles. In fact, unless there is a very good reason for you to use them, I would advise against them. However, since there are cases where they're appropriate, I think it's important that you understand the syntax behind inline styles and when they're appropriate to use. In our last exercise, we discussed why it was a bad idea to style HTML elements directly using inline styles. It's a lot more efficient to have styles that can affect an entire page or an entire site all at once. So to introduce that concept, we're going to take a look at using the style element and move our styles into the head of our document. To do this, we're going to work with the style.htm, which is found in the 07_03 directory. And again, you can see we're sort of picking up where we left off. We have a heading 2 on the page, and currently it's using inline styling to make itself red and change its font weight to normal. So I want to move that up so that any H2s that might be on this page are affected by that, and I'm not having to do this inline styling for every single one of them. Again, we're going to do this in the head of the document. Remember, the head is where those sort of invisible things that help make the page work go, and we're going to do a style tag. So we're going to go ahead and open up a style tag, and then directly underneath that, we want to close the style tag. I definitely recommend going ahead and doing the opening and closing tags at the very beginning of this, because it's really easy to start writing your styles and then forgetting to close that style tag. So that's pretty important. So the next thing that we need to do is start writing CSS. So we're done writing HTML at this point, and inside the style tags, we're going to be writing using the CSS syntax. So here's where we have to learn a little bit about HTML syntax. So if we want to target an element on the page with CSS, we use what's known as a selector. Selectors basically tell the browser or user agent, this is the element or elements that I want to style. In the case of a heading 2, all we have to do is type in H2. So we don't need a tag around it. We don't need any angle brackets. All you do is type in the element that you're wanting to style. This is what's known as an element selector, and it's probably the most basic selector type that you'll find or encounter in CSS. After this, we're going to have a collection of properties. Now, this could be an individual property that we want to control, or it could be multiple properties. So in order to group them together, we use curly braces. So I'm going to use the curly bracket that you can find just to the right of the P key. You can see I'm opening one up. Now, with CSS syntax, it doesn't care if we write this all on one line. But in order to make it a little bit more readable for other users or the author, it's a common practice to hit return a couple of times and then close the curly bracket. You can see that Brackets, my code editor, realizes what I'm doing here and goes ahead and formats that for me, which is really nice. So essentially, we have an opening curly brace and we have a closing curly brace, and that's going to enclose all of the properties that we want for this particular rule. So the selector and the properties altogether are considered a CSS rule. So now we know we want to make the color red and we want to make the font weight normal. We can actually take a look down at the inline style and use its syntax. So I can type in color and then a colon and then red and then a semicolon. So again, you can see it's exactly the same syntax we use down below for our properties and our values. Then I'm going to hit return to go down to the next line. And on the next line, I'm going to type in font weight and I'm going to set that to normal. So just the same way that we did it before. I have no idea why brackets decides to do that weird spacing, but whatever. Now I'm going to save this, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the inline style down here inside the H2 element. I don't want that. So I'll save that, preview that in the browser, and I can see that I'm still getting that same styling. I'm still getting red. I'm still getting that sort of normal style, so it's not bold. That's perfect. It's working exactly the way I want it to. Now, this is a little bit more flexible and a little bit more powerful because if I were to create a new H2, so I'm just going to copy this existing one, paste it down here, and then on the bottom one, I'm going to say something like, let's reinforce the concept, right? Global styles apply to all instances of the element. So the style that we wrote is considered to be a global style, meaning it's going to apply to every single H2 on the page. And if I switch over to my browser, I can see that that is indeed the case because the second H2 that we applied to the page goes ahead and receives that styling as well. So this is a very generic selector. It's what we call a global selector. It's applying to everybody. With CSS, you can be a little bit more targeted if you want to. For example, if I take the first H2 right here and I apply a class of alert to that and save this, then I could come back up to the selector and I could just say dot alert. So this is what's known as a class selector. It has a period in front of it and then the value of the class attribute. So it goes down into your HTML and says, okay, I'm looking for a class. So that period indicates that it's looking for that class attribute. And then it says, I'm looking for one that has a value of alert, which would match this one. You'll notice that there's no space between the period and the text. It's just all one thing. So now if I save this and go back into the browser, you can see that the style is now only applying to the first H2. Now this is interesting because you can use classes as often as you want. So for the H1, if I wanted to, I could give it a class of alert as well, and it would receive the exact same styling, even though they're different elements, an H1 and an H2. However, if I want, I can make the selector even more specific. So I could come up to the selector and I could choose H2.alert. So no spacing in between them. And that's even being more specific. It's saying find an H2 that has the class of alert applied to it. So it would scan the whole page. It would look for an H2 that has a class of alert applied to it. And if I save that and test it, again, you can see it's targeting only that agent. So having the ability to control an entire page's styling in one location like we have here in the style tag is pretty powerful. A little later on, we're going to explore how you can control an entire site with one set of styles. But before we can do that, let's go over some of the basic styling properties that we can control. And we're going to start in our next exercise by exploring basic typography. Although there is simply no way to show everything that CSS is capable of in a single chapter, I do want to give you an idea of some of the options that you have when styling elements on your page. We're going to start by exploring some of the things you can control around typography. So I have the type.html file open from the 07_04. And just to give you an idea of what's going on this page, we have a heading one at the top. We have a couple of paragraphs that go on to describe some of the aspects of how HTML and CSS work together. So I advise you to kind of read through that text because I tried to go a little bit more in depth with some of the exercise files in terms of the text of it. So read through them. There's some good stuff in there. Okay, so above that, in the head of our document, we can see that we already have a style element. We see that we have a single rule set on the body element that's setting the width of the body to 70% and a margin to 0 and auto, which is kind of a weird selector. So what's that doing for us? Well, if I go out to my browser, you can see that that is essentially centering the page. So that 70% is saying, hey, all the visual content should be 70% of the available browser size. So if I resize the browser, it's always going to stay right at 70%, which is nice. Now, the thing that the margin is doing for us is it's centering the page because so what we've got here is what we call shorthand notation. When we set a margin, we set margins all the way around the sides of an element, top, right, bottom, and left. So for this margin, we're saying 0 for the first value, which gives us top and bottom, and then auto for left and right. So you just kind of have to know that shorthand syntax. So auto for left and right says, hey, the width is 70%. Whatever's left over, put half of that on the left, half of that on the right, then you get a centered element. So that's exactly what's going on there. Let's focus on typography. I'm going to go down to the next line and create a brand new rule for the H1 for my heading 1. All right. Now, again, I really like to go ahead and open and close those curly braces at the very beginning because I know that I've got an opening and a closing one, and it's very easy to forget to close that bracket. So we're concentrating on type. So the first property we're going to set is font-family, font family. Now, when you're passing in a font family, you can ask for a specific typeface. In this case, I'm going to ask for Georgia. Now, Georgia is what we call a system font, meaning it's installed on almost every computer out there when it ships. That way, I know that the end user that's looking at this page is probably going to have that font. You see, when we deal with HTML and CSS, we can't install a font for somebody. So basically, we have to rely on the font that's on the client machines to display within the page. Now, recently, with the advent of web fonts and services like Typekit, that's changed. But for the most part, unless you're going to be using a service like Google Fonts or Adobe's Edge Fonts or Typekit, you're probably still going to need to use these types of system fonts. All right, now, one of the things that came into play as system fonts were being used is the fact that maybe somebody doesn't have Georgia installed. What happens then? Well, if you don't specify what we call a fallback, what happens is the default font for that user agent displays. And Georgia is a serif font, meaning it looks more like Times New Roman. It has serifs on the end of it. What if the default font for that user agent was a sans serif font? It would look weird and unintended. So you can describe fallback fonts. In this case, in quotation marks, I'm going to do Times New Roman. The quotation marks are necessary because this font has more than one name. If it's just one name, you don't need the quotation marks, but the quotation marks group this font together in one name. So basically what we're saying here is if you don't have Georgia, give me Times New Roman. And then finally, I'm going to do another cursor, and then I'm just going to type in serif. And those are your sort of fallback families. And basically saying that, hey, in case you don't have Georgia or Times New Roman, just give me whatever serif you have available. And that way, at least I get the style of font that I'm looking for. Okay, on the next line, I'm going to do a font size, and I'm going to change the font size to 2 M's. Now, font size, of course, is how big this is, and I'm doing 2 EM, which stands for M. Now, you could do pixels here if you want. There's nothing wrong with that. I could do 32 pixels, but 2 M's is a little bit more flexible. This is what we call a relative unit of measurement. What this is doing is I'm basically saying to the user agent, hey, whatever your default font size is, give me twice that, so 2 times what your default is. This is very handy for the world we live in now where we have a lot of different devices. So if somebody's on a phone, 16 pixel text actually looks pretty big, whereas on a desktop screen, 16 pixels is pretty small. And that way I get to size this text relative to the device that somebody's reading it on, and it's a nice way to do things. A couple of other things we're going to do here is font-weight, and I'm going to set that to normal. By default, headings are bold, so by doing this, I'm saying I don't want this heading to be bold. And then finally, we're also going to do font-style. And for font style, I'm going to do italic. Now, you can see here we've done font family, font size, font weight, font style. There are a lot of different properties. These are certainly not even all of them that we can use when we're controlling typography. So as you can see, learning CSS is a lot about learning properties in which values are available. So for font style, for example, I could do italic or I could do normal. For font weight, I could do bold or I could do normal. That's the equivalent of using the bold or the italics tag in HTML. It allows me to have a little bit more control over that without having to use those elements. All right, if I save that and go into the browser, you can see the heading is doing exactly what I wanted it to do now. It's Georgia, it is italicized, and it's not bold, and it's a little big, but it's not as big as it was before. I'm setting a relationship to the body copy. If I go back into my CSS, I want to create a new rule that is going to control the paragraphs. I'm going to scroll down a little bit to give myself a little bit more room so you guys can see what I'm doing here. And by the way, you can see I'm having trouble getting it to line these rules up. If your code editor is doing what I'm doing and it's a little wonky here, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. These styles could all be on the same line and it would still render properly. Okay, so for my paragraph, I'm going to do font family again. And this time, I'm going to change it to Arial, comma, Helvetica, comma, sans serif. And I'm going to use my code ending to help me out. All right, so for font family, this time I'm going to do Arial, Helvetica, sans serif, which is a totally different font. Now, Look what I forgot to do. Did you see it? I forgot to do my closing curly brace. See how easy that is to do? So always remember to do your closing curly brace. I certainly forgot mine. Okay, after that, I'm going to do font size, and I'll set the font size to 1M. I'm going to do line height. Line height is the space between the individual lines of the paragraph, and I'm going to set that to 1.6, so it's going to increase the space. You could think of that as like single spacing, double spacing, that sort of thing. So line height 1.6. And then finally, text align. I'm going to set that to justify, and that is going to set how the edge of the paragraph should be aligned. So left align, right align, centered. In this case, I'm doing justify. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save that. Go back to the browser, and you can see we're getting exactly what we want. We're getting a little bit more spacing between the lines. We're increasing that using the line height. I'm using a different font for Arial, and you can see what the justify text alignment does for us. Now, we can also, in addition to controlling things like family size, line height, things like that, we can control the spacing between elements too. And even though this is seen as a typographic style, we're going to use a property that's really what they call a box model property, and that would be margins to control the spacing of our elements. So what I'm going to do is go up to my H1 selector, and I'm going to change its margin to 1M space 0 space 0.4 M's. So again, we're using shorthand notation here. When margins are set, they're done in sort of a clockwise fashion from the top. So it goes top, right, bottom, and left. When we use 3 values like this, we're saying for the top, I want 1M, for the left and right, I want 0, and for the bottom, I want 0.4 M's. So again, it's just understanding how this shorthand notation works. Then I'm going to get down to my paragraphs, and I'm going to change a few other things here. I'm going to set the width of the paragraph to 60%. I'm going to set its initial margin to 0. And look at that, I forgot my semicolon. Syntactical rules are there for a reason. And one of the nice things that this particular code editor is doing for me is if I break one of those rules, you can see that the code coloring changes. So it's a nice visual indicator for me that, hey, you just made a mistake. So it's very common to do. When something like that happens, just go up there, put the semicolon in, and you're fine. So for margin, I'm going to type in 0 for the initial margin, but then I'm going to go underneath that and type in margin dash bottom, and I'm going to set that to 1M. So what I'm doing basically is setting 0 all the way around and then just 1M for the bottom. Now when I save this and go back up, now you'll notice that my paragraphs are 60% of the available space. The spacing between them is now being controlled with their bottom margin, and I've also controlled the spacing between my heading and my paragraph too. So I'm just sort of making everything look a little bit more harmonious using these styles. And you can see the level of control you have over these elements is actually quite good. Now, one last thing. What if we wanted all of our text on the page to be Arial, Helvetica, and sans serif except for the heading 1, and we wanted that to be Georgia? Well, now, using the strategy that I've got here, I would have to set that on all those other elements individually. So what if we had tables? What if we had lists? What if we had block quotes? I would need to set the same font family property in all of them. I'd rather not do that. I like taking care of things globally. So the last thing we're going to do is we're going to move this information up to the body so that it's a global style applied to all elements. So up in body, I'm going to do one last rule, and I'm going to do font and just font. So the same way that we can do shorthand notation for things like margins, we can do shorthand notation for fonts. And for fonts, I'm going to say 100%, and then I'm going to say Arial, Helvetica, and then sans dash serif. And if I was smart, I would have copied it from down here. Now, 100% is essentially saying the same thing as 1M. I'm saying give me your default font size. So they're almost the same. I'm going to take font family and font size away from paragraph. I'm going to strip it because it doesn't need it. And now this font would be applied to everything on the page. However, this shows us another thing about CSS. You'll notice that the H1 is saying, I want Georgia and 2 M's, but body is saying this should be applied to everybody. So now we have a conflict between our CSS. Whenever there's a conflict in your CSS, the closest rule wins, meaning the more specific rule wins. In this case, H1 is more specific, a single element. So it overwrites its parent, which is body. So if I save this and go back out to my CSS, it doesn't look any different. It's exactly the same, but now we have slightly more efficient styles. So I know we did a lot here, but really those are just some of the basic text formatting options that we have when we're using styles. So at this point, if you're starting to feel a little overwhelmed in terms of CSS, please don't. Remember, this is not a CSS course. The main purpose of these exercises is to show you a little bit of what CSS is capable of and to expose you to the syntax so that you're going to have a head start when you begin learning CSS on your own. Aside from controlling the formatting of typography, controlling the color of elements on the page is probably the most common part of basic page styling. Let's take a look at ways that we can control color through using CSS. To do that, we will use the aptly named color.html file found in the 07_05 directory. And if I scroll down, I can see that it's pretty much the same page that we just left. So we're kind of picking up right where we left off. There is a new rule up top. It's the HTML rule. And that showcases one of the really interesting things that I find about CSS. There really isn't an element that you can't style. So remember, the HTML is the sort of the large parent tag. Well, some browsers recognize that as having intrinsic properties. So it's not a bad idea to go ahead and strip out things like margin and padding so that your spacing is consistent throughout all sites. Well, we're going to use this to apply some color. So if I go up to HTML and I choose background - color, and for that color, I'm going to do #777 and then a semicolon. Now, most people, when they see this for color, they're like, huh? What are you talking about? This is what we call hexadecimal notation. Essentially, color is defined on the screen as RGB, red, green, and blue. And you can go from 0 to 255 for each of those values. And mixtures of those gives you all the colors that we can see on the screen, which are into the millions. What hexadecimal notation does for us is it basically breaks those values, red, green, and blue, into 3 separate values and allows us to express that based upon a hex value. And the hex value can be resolved into a number, and that number is between 0 and 255. So in the case of this one, we're using shorthand notation. So this is the same as us saying 77, 77, 77. So anytime you have 3 pairs of the same, so for example, even if I had something like 33, 66, 77, that could be represented as 367. I'm going to do 777, save that. And now if I preview the page, I can see that the entire background for my site is now that gray color that we just asked for. Now remember, our body element is only 70% of the width of the entire page, which would be HTML. So if I come into my body and I give it a background color as well, and if I want, I can just do the shorthand notation of background. I don't have to be specific as background - color. That's very specific. I can just say, hey, for my background, let's make my background white, because you can do a lot of different things with your background. You can apply an image, for example, instead of a color. So if I wanted a graphic to appear behind everything, I could do that. So I'm going to say background is white. And now when I switch back over to the browser, I can see that what it's done is it's taken all the visual elements contained within body and it's given a background of white to that. So that gives us sort of this two-toned look that we're seeing now. Now, in addition to the backgrounds of elements, you can apply color to things like borders as well. So if I'm still in the body selector, I can come in and do something like border - bottom. So apply a border to the bottom of the body element. And here I could do something like 10 pixels, so a really thick border, solid. So the style of it should be solid. And for color, I'm going to choose gold, solid gold, baby. If I save this and preview it, notice that we now get a solid gold border, 10 pixels wide at the bottom of the body tag. Cool. All right. So for border bottom, again, this is a shorthand notation. 10 pixels is the width, solid is the style, gold, of course, would be the color. Now, in the case of the gold border and the white background, we're using what's known as reserved keywords. And you can go into the CSS specification and check out some of those reserved keywords. There are a lot of them because recently they also supported the SVG reserved color notation too. So there's literally dozens of those reserved words. Now, I would like to point out it's not going to be consistent everywhere. So gold, for example, one browser might make that more yellow than another browser. You're basically just saying, hey, whatever color you normally reserve for gold, give me that. Although they are supposed to have reserved hex values, but it's not always honored. Last thing we're going to do, let's go down to the heading 1 and apply a background color to it as well. So if I go down to the heading 1, I can set a background on it You know what? So far, we've done hex values and we've done reserved colors, but we haven't done an RGB notation. So let's do that. RGB, and then in parentheses, we're going to do 44, comma, 45, comma, 140. So what this does for us is it allows us to specify a specific RGB value. In this case, this is red, this is green, and this is the blue value. And brackets is being oh so helpful in showing me that that is going to be a blue color. So one of the things that is a little tricky about defining color in CSS, if you're going to use RGB notation, if you're going to use hexadecimal notation, or some of the other notations available like hue, saturation, and brightness, you really have to know what the values are before you get here. This isn't something that you play around with that often. Usually using another program or a chart somewhere and pick the colors off of that. So if I save this, preview that in the background, now I can see that headline has a dark blue background. I also get to see how big the headline actually is. Headings are treated like block level elements, so they expand to fill their parent container. In this case, it's expanding to fill the width of my parent container, which is the body tag. Now, the last thing we're going to do is set the foreground color for the heading. So that black text on the blue background is a little hard to read. So I'm going to go right down and set one more property. I'm going to do color, and the color is going to be pound DDD. So that's, again, hexadecimal notation, and that's sort of a lighter gray. So if I save that, go into the browser, I can see that I have the lighter gray foreground color on the blue background. Now, again, this isn't the best looking page in the world now, but at least you get an idea of kind of how color works. Now, the color property, a lot of people get confused by this. You can see the difference between color and background, so much so that a lot of people actually refer to this property as foreground color instead of just color. As you can imagine, there's a lot more to applying color than what we've discussed here. For now, just focus on the fact that you can set color for most elements on their backgrounds, borders, and foreground content. So far, we've worked with styles that are embedded directly into the page. While that's great for controlling styling for a specific page, it's still rather inefficient in terms of styling an entire site. So in this exercise, we're going to focus on externalizing our styles and then applying them to multiple pages. So I'm going to be working with the external.html file found in the 07_06 directory. And a little later on in this exercise, we'll be working with page2.html as well. So currently we're sort of picking up where we left off. We have some styles applied in the head of the document, and then we have our fairly simple page with the heading 1, a couple of paragraphs. Now you'll notice that we have a link on the page to page 2, and that page 2, if I open that up, it has no styles applied to it whatsoever, so there's nothing up in the head, and that is a link back to page 1. So it gives you an idea of kind of the structure that we're working with. Okay, so what we would like to have happen is we'd like to have the styles that are currently in the head of this document controlling, say, an entire site. In this case, it's a small site, it's 2 pages, but it's the concept that counts. So we want it to control everybody. To do that, we have to externalize these styles, meaning we can't keep putting them in the head of the document. Again, imagine if you have 50 pages in a site. You would have to take and copy and paste these styles in all 50 pages, and then if you edited one selector, you'd have to open up all the rest of the pages and edit it in there as well. A very inefficient way of working. All right, so what I'm going to do is create a brand new page. So I'm going to go up to File and choose New, and I'm going to save this in the 07_06 directory, and I'm going to save it as styles.css. Much like HTML, CSS files are just text files with a .css extension. So you shouldn't have to do anything really special in order to create one. Just create a brand new text file and name it .css. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is go into the external.html, and I'm going to copy all of these styles. As a matter of fact, instead of copying them, I'm going to cut them. Now, I don't need the style element. That's HTML. All I needed was the CSS. So I'm removing everything from inside the style tag. I'll go back to styles.css, and I'll paste them. So that's all I'm really doing. I'm just cutting them from the embedded styles on the page and then pasting them into our new styles.css. Now I'm going to go ahead and save this file. And then I'm going to go back to external.html. Okay, we don't need this embedded style tag on the page anymore either. If I save this file and look at it in the browser, you can see it's coming in totally, quote unquote, unstyled. We're just seeing the default styling. So let's get our styles back. Now, in order to do that, we now need to point to that styles.css file and tell the user agent that we want to use those styles. We do that in the head of our document, and we do it using a link tag. So after title, I'm going to come in and add a link tag. And link tags are one of those tags that don't need a closing tag. So all you need is an opening link tag. And inside the link tag, I need to pass along a couple of attributes. The first attribute I'm going to pass along is the rel attribute, or relation. I need to tell the user agent what relationship the resource that we're bringing in has to this page. And in this case, I'm going to say style sheet. This is a very important step because it lets the user agent know what the relationship between these two documents are and how to treat them. So without this, it could actually cause some issues. So I'm going to say link relationship equals style sheet. Then after that, I need to point to the style sheet itself. So what I'm going to do is an href attribute. So much like the anchor attribute, you're going to use an href attribute, but this time, instead of pointing to a page that you want to navigate to, you're pointing to a resource that you want to use. So href, and I'm just going to point that to the styles.css. Now you'd resolve this in the same way. It's actually common for most sites to have CSS in their own folder. They have a top level folder that they'll probably name something like _CSS and then place the styles there. Since the styles.css that we created is in the same folder as this external.htm, I don't need to do any type of directory navigation. I just state the file. But you do need to resolve this path. So if where you're going is different from where you're at, you'll need to go either up directories, down directories, the same way that you do as you're resolving a link. Last thing I need to do is just close out this tag. That's it. Remember, there's no closing tag. So I just do a right angle bracket, and there is my style sheet link. Now, if I save this and go back into my browser, so now I'm getting the styles that I want, and it's coming in from that external resource. So now if I want to use this throughout my site, it's just a matter of linking to the same style sheet. So, I'm always for doing things the most efficient way possible. So what I'm going to do is just copy this link tag, and then I'm going to go to page number 2, and just below the title in that one, I'll paste it in there as well. Since they're in the same folder, the link is resolved exactly the same way. So I'll save this. And now if I preview this in the page, it's getting the styling too. So I can link back and forth between page 1 and page 2, and they're both receiving the styling. What's nice about this is the styling is now site-wide, if you will. And if I made an edit to the styles.css, it would automatically apply to all the pages in my site. So if I go to styles.css, I can scroll down and add a little bit of styling for those links. So after the paragraph, I'm going to do an A selector, and inside of that, I'm going to do text decoration of none. That'll remove the underline from the links, which is actually not that great of an idea. There's a lot of usability studies out there lately that have said that it's a really good idea to leave the underline on links, but I'm just doing it because, hey, we can. All right, so I'm stripping away the underline underneath the links, and I'm changing their color to red. I also want to set a hover style on this too, so that when people hover over the link, it changes color. So I'm going to do A:hover. So that's all one selector, A:hover. And here I'm just going to set its color to black. So I'll save that, go back into one of my pages, preview it in my browser, and now you can see the link styling changes. There's the hover that we just set. That change was applied globally to both of those pages. It would be site-wide if we had dozens of pages, simply because we're using the one external resource to apply all the styles for our pages. So I think it's pretty easy for you to see the benefits of using these external styles. You can now control an unlimited amount of pages through just this single file. So as you start to learn CSS, pay close attention to how external and embedded styles work together. Avoiding styling conflicts and writing efficient styles are really important aspects of authoring CSS. So as you learn CSS, it's important to understand how all of these styles are going to work together. Congratulations, you've made it all the way to the final challenge. And in this challenge, you're going to practice controlling site-wide styling and writing some basic selectors for our reference site. All right, so I have the lab instructions.txt open from the 07_07 directory, and we're going to be working again on our HTML Essential Training reference site. If we were to open it up right now, let's see, let me go to intro and just open this page up. And if I were to preview this in my browser, you can see that all the styling that we've had all the way throughout the course is suddenly missing. So we'll need to put it back. The very first step is to link all of the pages in our site to our external style sheet. So you're going to open up each of the individual pages, and you want to link them to the style sheet styles.css. Now, that style sheet is located in the _CSS folder, and it's called styles.css. So not only do you need to link it there, you want to make sure that you resolve the link correctly from the files to the CSS file going into the _CSS directory. Also, you want to make sure that you remember to define the relationship between the style sheet and the HTML files as well. After you've done that and you've got the styling applied, we're going to go in and modify some of the styling. The first thing you're going to do is set the background color of the pages. So you're going to go into the styles.css file, and in that file, you're going to locate the rule that is styling the HTML and body tag, and it'll look exactly like that. That's the selector you're looking for. When you see a comma between two element selectors, that's what's known as a group selector. It groups those two elements together and applies the styling to both of them. For those, you're going to set the background color to this hexadecimal value, #663399, which you can see as a purple. Now, we didn't talk about writing CSS comments in the exercises, so I wanted to give you some practice in doing that. So after the color definition, after the semicolon, I want you to add this CSS comment right beside that to define which color you're using. Now, in this case, comments in CSS are done by /* and then * / to end them, and they can be multiple lines. So in this case, all you're doing is defining the color, and that's just writing somebody, such as yourself, for example, a note to let you know what the color is. It's not actually going to be performing any function other than just being informative. All right, after that, we're going to work with floating images. So on the intro page, we have two images. We have the tags.png at the top, and then down towards the bottom, we have the W3C icon. So we're going to control the way that text flows around those. So the first thing you're going to do is scroll down into the CSS, and right around line 104, somewhere around in there, you'll find two selectors, one for flow right and one for flow left. You're going to need to set the float property for both of those. You're going to set the float property for flow right to right and the float property for flow left to left. Now, some of you are probably saying, wait a second, you didn't tell us how to set the float property. You never did that. Well, the same way that you set all the other properties, you're going to set this property. I'm showing you what the property looks like, and I'm giving you the values for the property, right and left in the respective selectors. So that actually should be pretty easy for you to do, and it sort of illustrates how consistent the syntax is in CSS. So what that float property does for you is it controls how the elements position themselves and how the content's going to flow around them. Once you assign both of those values, you're going to preview the intro page, and you're going to notice that no change has occurred. That's because these selectors right here are what we call class selectors, and they depend upon the fact that an element has those classes applied to them. So what you're going to need to do in order to complete the styling is you're going to need to go back into the intro.html, find those images, and then apply the class flow right to the first image and the class flow left to the second image. Note that spelling matters and capitalization matters, so you need to make sure it matches the selectors that you have in the CSS. Preview it again, and now the text should be flowing around the image. Finally, you want to do a little bit of site-wide typography work. Again, you're going to go back into the styles document, and you're going to write a rule that sets the page's default font size to 100% of the user agent's default, and that requests Verdana as the font family. You want to set Geneva and the default sans serif definition as fallbacks. Try to do all of this in a single rule if you can. So essentially, you may have to go back to the typography exercise and take a look at how that's done, because I've been very, very vague here in terms of how you're going to do this. I want to see how much you picked up from that and how much critical thinking that you can apply in order to do this. So I'm not telling you which property to set. I'm not telling you exactly how to do it. I'm just telling you what I want you to do with this one. So again, set the page's default font size to 100% of the user agent's default, and then use Verdana as the font family and set Geneva and sans serif families as the fallback. And I want that to apply to the whole page, not just a specific element. Okay, so after you're done with all that, save what you worked on, preview them, and go through the style sheet. Now, after you're done with all that, preview it as you go along to make sure everything is styling the way you want it to. But I also would encourage you that once you're done with the exercise, go through the style sheet. Take a look at all the selectors there and their properties. Try to match those selectors to elements in the page, and you'll get an idea as to what's going on there behind the scenes in terms of styling. As I mentioned here in the instructions, really don't get too concerned if you don't immediately recognize which elements they're targeting or which properties are being controlled. The goal really is just to start the process of understanding how CSS selectors work and how certain properties affect those elements on the page. So there you go. That's your last challenge. Now, individually, those tasks probably won't take you all that long to do. However, I want to state you need to be really, really careful when you're writing your CSS syntax. If you test the page in the browser and you don't get the formatting you expect, really take a look at your syntax. CSS is a stickler for things being spelled correctly, for colons and semicolons being put in the right place. One badly formed rule will not only affect that rule, but all of the rules that follow it. So you could have a cascading, if you will, of errors. So always double check your syntax. And as always, feel free to check out the finished files if you get stuck, or once you've completed the lab, make sure you watch the solutions movie to see if your solutions match mine. Welcome back. I hope you had fun working on your last challenge, which was our CSS challenge. You know, writing CSS for me has always been my favorite part of designing websites. So I really hope you enjoy working with styles as much as I do. Let's take a look at your completed challenge and compare your files with the files from the finished files folder. So I have the lab instructions file from 0707 open, just so we can sort of go through each of them and see how they were solved. The first step was to link to the external style sheets site-wide. And to do that, I'll open up the intro.html. And you can see right there is our link tag that's linking to the external style sheet. Now, the one difference in the challenge versus what we did in the course exercise was it's in a subdirectory. So you'll notice that we have _CSS/styles.css because we had to resolve the path to the styles properly. So if yours didn't immediately resolve, make sure that that path matches mine. Now, the other thing that I needed you to do was explain the relationship of this resource to the HTML file. And we do that using the rel attribute and set its value to style sheet. Now, I know in the exercise earlier in the chapter, I put the rel first and the href second. Here, I have them switched. The href first, the rel second. Honestly, it doesn't matter which way you do it. So if yours differs from mine, that is not a big deal, does not matter. The only thing that does matter is you want to make sure that that's the same all the way throughout the site on every single page. You want to have that link element linking to the external CSS styles sheet. Now, the next step was to set the background color of our pages to that 663399 and then comment out to the side. The color name is Becca Purple for that one. So what I wanted to do was go in styles.css, and that rule is at the very, very top of the page. Now, for those of you who used background-color, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I used the more generic background shorthand property notation, but if you did background-color instead, that's fine. Again, notice the syntax of the properties. We have the property here, we have the colon that does the assignment, and then we have the value that we want to pass along to that. When that's over, we have the semicolon. Now, I also mentioned that if you felt like doing this for a little bit of extra credit, you could add the comment out to the side. This is what's known as a CSS comment, and you can write notes to yourself or other team members. You can explain to people what's being done. In this case here, I'm merely defining the name of the color, which is Becca Purple. All right, going back to our instructions, the next thing we were going to do is float our images, which is in the styles.css. So what I'm going to do is scroll all the way down towards the bottom, because that's where I believe I'm going to find these. Yep, indeed, there they are. And there is flow right and flow left. Now, I mentioned that you were going to do the float property, and you were going to float the flow right one to the right, obviously, and float the flow left one to the left. Now, I made kind of a big deal about this in the challenge because we hadn't covered this property earlier in the chapter. We didn't cover it at all. But again, as long as you know what the property name is and the values that you can set, the syntax remains the same. So float was the property, and then we used a colon to separate them. And then in this case, right was the value. In this case, left was the value. And then we have a semicolon. Of course, writing this class selector was only part of it. We had to actually apply the class in the HTML itself. So going back into the intro.html, if I scroll down to find that first image, I can see that I have the class of flow right applied to it. It's very important that it's spelled correctly, spacing is correct, and even capitalization matters. So in this case, we're using camel case naming. So if you type that in and it didn't automatically apply, make sure that the spelling is correct and that the syntax is exactly right. And if I scroll down, I can find my bottom image, and I can see that that has a class of flow left. What that results in is within the browser, you can see the text is now wrapping around this image. It's aligned to the right, and the text is wrapping around it with flow right. Flow left leaves it on the left and wraps the text around it on that side. And the final task was to set some site-wide typography. So what we wanted to do was write a generic rule that sets the entire site's default font size to 100%, and then uses Verdana as the font family that's requested. We also wanted to do fallbacks for Geneva and the default sans serif family. So if I look in the styles.css, here is how I accomplish that. I'm going to go all the way up to the top of my styles. I'm going to find my body selector, and you can see there I used a font rule. I set the size to 100%, and then I used Verdana, Geneva, and sans serif as my fallbacks, separating them by commas. Now, if you did this a slightly different way, for example, if you did font size 100%, and then underneath that font family, Verdana, Geneva, sans serif, that's fine, no problem. If you applied it to something other than the body, it might be a little bit of a problem. By applying it to the body, we're applying it to that parent and then any other child element, which would be all of our visual content. So if you're wanting to set something globally, the body tag or the body element is a really good choice for that. So make sure yours matches mine as far as that goes, even if the syntax doesn't match 100%. Now, if your results didn't match up with mine across the board, don't get really frustrated. Remember, CSS is a huge subject. I mean, we literally have dozens of courses on CSS in the lynda.com online training library. The purpose of this chapter is simply to introduce you to CSS and how it works with HTML. So being able to write CSS is a critical skill for any web designer. So you want to make sure that you dedicate time to learning it as you seek to become more proficient at web design. Much the same way that HTML and CSS work together, HTML and JavaScript have become almost inseparable as well. JavaScript is a scripting language developed for the web and supported in almost every web client available. Although it started out as a basic scripting language to help control behavior, JavaScript has evolved into a serious programming language that entire applications are built off of. As you can imagine, there's not enough time or space to discuss the entire scope of JavaScript in a single chapter. So what I'd like to do is introduce you to JavaScript and some of its basic capabilities while focusing on how JavaScript and HTML work together. And the first thing I want to do is to show you how integrated JavaScript is in today's web environment. And I'm going to do that by showing you a couple of popular sites while having JavaScript turned off in the browser. So here we are at the lynda.com site that you know and love. You notice if I go up to lynda.com now and choose Browse the Library, instead of getting a drop-down menu, I get a pretty big list of links that I can then browse through and click if I want to find out what courses I have for specific topics. Now, a lot of the things that you might be normally familiar with in the lynda.com interface, such as tabs and carousels and things like that, are now gone. And that's because JavaScript is required for those to function. If I go to Twitter, this is my Twitter page, and you can kind of see a lot of the information or images or things like that that are usually displaying in these tweets are gone now because JavaScript is handling those. And any little icons that I have up here that tell me if there are any new notifications or new tweets in my feed are gone now because, again, they rely on JavaScript. Now, both of those sites are impacted, but they're impacted in minor ways, simply because they have certain functionality turned off. But the overall functionality of the site is pretty well preserved. Other sites take it a little bit further. Let's take a look at adobe.com. So this is adobe.com with JavaScript turned off. As you can see, there are still a lot of things that I could access on the site, but that's not really a great experience. Now, in their defense, not too many people are browsing the web these days with JavaScript turned off, but it's certainly a possibility, and as designers, we need to plan for it. Now, really quickly, I'm going to turn JavaScript back on using Firefox's config file. Don't tell them I showed you how to do this. A lot of people don't know. So now I've got JavaScript enabled again, and if I come back now to lynda.com, and I go back to the home page, you can see that now the drop-down menu works, and it's a lot easier to navigate through all those categories. If I go back to Twitter and refresh, I see that now I see all the images showing up. There's more information on the sidebar. There's some notifications up here that I've got some direct messages that people have sent me. So I'm getting a lot more feedback. And if I go to Adobe, it's as if an entirely new world has opened up to me. So Adobe has a lot of dependencies on JavaScript in order for the site to actually work. So for the remainder of the chapter, we're going to be working on our HTML Essential Training reference site. by adding some tabbed panels to the Next Steps page. If I scroll down, I can see right now this is what the page would look like if JavaScript was turned off. You can see we have 3 tabs, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And then those 3 tabs are represented by these panels. Now, this is what it looks like when JavaScript is turned off. And even though it's not really a functioning tabbed panel, we're not hiding any information or keeping information away from the user. In fact, these links are actually functional. If I click on JavaScript, for example, it would jump down to the JavaScript section. This is what we call progressive enhancement. That means basically that when we're dealing with combined technologies like CSS, HTML, and JavaScript, we like to think about the minimum experience required for somebody to access the content. If somebody has CSS disabled or if they have JavaScript disabled, what is their experience like? It's not that we want to give them a great experience, because if somebody's browsing with JavaScript turned off, they're probably used to things not working great. But what we want is to make sure that they at least have access to the information. So now with JavaScript turned on, this becomes a tabbed panel that actually works. So that should give you some idea as to how integrated HTML and JavaScript have become. The easiest way to describe how HTML and JavaScript work together is that JavaScript can access the basic structure and elements of a page and then control them through scripting. Now, this could mean animating an element, showing and hiding it, reformatting, or even injecting new elements or content in the page when necessary. Obviously, learning JavaScript takes time and dedication. So in this chapter, I just want to introduce you to some of the basic concepts of JavaScript. Later, I'll provide you with some resources that can help you learn JavaScript once you've started to master HTML. In HTML, if we want to add styling to our documents, we can use the style element. Likewise, if we want to add scripting to our pages, we can use the aptly named script element. And that is where we're going to start our tabbed panels. So I've opened up the next.htm from the 08_02 directory. Now, before we start adding any scripting to the page, I want to talk about the structure of the file. If I were to preview the file in the browser right now and scroll down, we have this little section over here on the right-hand side now. It says Core Languages, and it has 3 examples, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So these are going to be our tabbed panels. Right now, of course, we don't have any scripting written, so we're seeing them the same way somebody would see them if they didn't have JavaScript enabled. And the functionality of them is actually pretty good. If you click on CSS tab, for example, it goes down to CSS. If you click on JavaScript, it jumps down to JavaScript. So it still kind of sort of works, and you can see everything. And I really like making sure that anything that I build that's going to have scripting involved in it at least functions at a very minimal level in case that JavaScript is disabled. I don't want content hidden to the point where somebody can't access it. So it's very important for me that everybody can access my content, not just people with JavaScript enabled. Okay, the next thing I want to do before we start scripting is go over the structure of those elements, because it's really important that we understand how this sort of works hand in hand. The way that you structure elements in your HTML matters greatly with the type of scripting that's required to control them. So if I scroll down a little bit and get into my main article, I can see that right here on line 28, I have another aside with a role of complementary. Semantically, this is related to the content on the page, so it fits. And it has a class of languages, and that's going to allow me to control it through CSS. Inside that, I have a heading 3 of core languages. So that is the title of the section, this aside that I'm in. And thereafter, I'm using divs. Now, remember earlier in the course, we talked about how divs allow us to group content together without having to have an explicit semantic meaning. So we have a lot of tabs going on here, and divs are extremely useful for grouping this type of content. The first thing that we have is a div that's with an ID of tab container. Now, the use of IDs here is really important because JavaScript allows us to do a lot of different things. One of the things that allows us to do is go through our document and retrieve elements or reference elements based on certain attributes. One of the attributes that it can reference is the ID attribute. So the ID attribute is unique, meaning I can only use it once per page. So if I give an ID of tab container, I know in scripting that that is the only element that I could be referring to. So this has a div ID of tab container, and that surrounds both the tabs and then the panels themselves. So the tabs are in another div with an ID of tabs. I have 3 of those, tabs 1, 2, and 3. And notice that they are linking down to the IDs of the panels below them. And then I just have the text that displays HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now below the tabs, I have another div with an ID of containers. This wraps all of the actual panels themselves, panels 1, 2, and 3. Inside of that, I have the individual panels. Notice that they have the ID of tab panel 1, we have tab panel 2, and we have tab panel 3. And each of these divs surrounds an H4 followed by paragraphs that have descriptive text. That is the entire structure of my tab panels. I try to make elements like this as small as possible in terms of structural elements. I don't like overusing a lot of div tags, although I certainly have a good many here. They all serve a specific purpose. So I try to make this as lightweight as possible. Okay, let's scroll all the way down to the bottom of our page. The same way that when we were wanting to do some styling, we used a style tag. When we want to do some scripting, we use a script tag. Now, where you place this script tag is pretty important. We're going to place ours at the bottom of the page. So go down below the footer, but in front of the closing body tag, and we're going to open up a new script tag. Now, script tags can have a couple of different attributes. The only one we're going to use right now is type, and the type that we're going to give it is text/JavaScript. That lets the user agent know what type of script is being added. Now, once you open up a script tag, you also need a closing script tag. Essentially, we need to have our opening script tag with the attribute of type equals text JavaScript, and then a closing script tag. Now, with HTML5, we don't necessarily need to specify that type. The user agent can parse the script and pretty much assumes it's JavaScript, but I still think it's a good idea every now and then, especially when I'm not referencing an external script, to let it know what type of script is inside the script tag. All right, inside the script tag, I'm going to do a comment. JavaScript comments are just 2 forward slashes, so //, and inside that, I'm going to type in tabbed panels. And that's just a note to myself that, hey, my tabbed panel scripts are going to start here. We haven't done a whole lot of commenting in our HTML or our CSS, but commenting in JavaScript is really important. It's actually quite common for you to come back 6 months to a year later and forget why you wrote a function to do a certain thing. It's also very common for you to have to work on somebody else's scripts or for somebody to work on yours. These comments can help people know what a particular function is doing or what a line of code is doing, and it makes maintaining or working on somebody else's scripts a lot easier. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save that. And now that we've opened up a script tag, we can begin the process of writing our tab panel scripts, and we're going to start that in the next exercise. At the core of writing JavaScript, you'll find functions. Functions are reusable blocks of code that can perform tasks when called upon. They help us write efficient applications by grouping commonly performed tasks into a single block of code, which can then be executed if it's needed. So we're going to write the basics of our tabbed panel functions down here in the script tag. To do that, open up the next.html file found in 08_03, although we are kind of just picking up right where we left off. So if you wanted to keep the other one open, that's fine too. So underneath the comment that says tabbed panels, I'm going to tab over and I'm going to write our first function by typing in window. This is the window object, .onload equals function. Then I'm going to open and close parentheses, open a curly brace, just like we did with CSS, and I'm going to hit return twice and close it. Let's talk about what this is. So window is referencing an object, and the object is the document window itself, meaning the page you're on. Onload is referencing an event, so when you're finished loading. So this is just another way of saying, hey, that when the page has finished loading, I want to perform a function. I want to execute some code. So essentially now everything in these curly braces is going to execute. It's just some syntax, basically, like the open and close parentheses. That may seem confusing to you. But the curly braces, if you did our chapter on CSS, you're probably used to that. They're used to basically group code together that's going to execute when this function is run. This function is going to run when the page loads. So this is also what we call an anonymous function, meaning it doesn't really have a name. It just performs and does something for us. Okay, now inside of this, I'm just going to do a couple of comments to remind me of what has to happen inside this function. I'm going to type in set initial panel state. And then on a line below that, I'm going to type in listen for clicks on tabs. Now, I like doing this when I'm in the planning stages of my scripting. So I'll get down and I kind of sketch what I want the application or the little widget or whatever it is that I'm working on to do. And then I'll write little comments to myself like this, like, hey, I need to set the initial panel state so that 1 is visible and 2 are hidden. And then I need to register event listeners for the tabs so that when they're clicked on, I can respond to them. So those are the 2 things that I really need this particular function to do for me. All right, so I'll also need one more function as well. So I'm going to go down on the next line, and I'm going to type in function, and then space, and then display panel. And notice the P is capitalized there. This is called camel case naming, and lowercase first word, uppercase second word, they're all one big thing. Next thing I'm going to do is open and close my parentheses here. So this function name is not something that already exists inside JavaScript. This is something that I came up with. I invented this, and JavaScript allows us to do that. Essentially, I'm creating a function. I'm giving it a name, whatever I want to name it. In this case, I'm naming it display panel. The names of functions typically describe what they do. And then inside this, I'm going to store code that does just that, that displays the panel when something has been clicked on. So I can call this anytime I want to by calling this particular name. I'm going to open up a curly brace here. I'm going to hit return twice, close my curly braces. So syntactically, it looks similar, but this is how we create what we call a named function. And I gave it the name that I wanted for it, which was display panel. Inside of this, I'm going to go ahead and do a comment here. I'm going to say respond to tab clicks. So I'm describing the functionality that I want inside of it. And on the next line, I'm going to do one more comment. I'm going to type in change panel display and activate tabs. All right, I'll save that. So right now, it's not really going to do anything for us, but we have sort of what I like to call the skeletons of the functions that are going to complete our tabbed panel for us. One of them will fire when our document loads, and another function we will fire when we call it. I've spent a good deal of time in this course talking about document outlines and the importance of generating a logical, clear structure. In this exercise, we're going to see how important that can be as we explore using the DOM, or Document Object Model. The DOM is a standardized way of referencing page elements in HTML documents. The elements are described as a tree with parent nodes at the top and child nodes branching off in a sequence. So for this document, for example, the body element would be seen at the top of the tree, and then this header would be an immediate child node off of that. The DOM not only describes this tree, but it also gives us methods for traversing and accessing these elements programmatically. All right, so to explore this concept, I'm going to be working in the next.htm found in the 08_04 directory. And what I want to do is scroll down till I find the functions that we created in the last exercise. Now, the first thing I want to do is actually going to be up top above my onload function. And what I'm going to do is, rather than make you guys watch me type stuff out, I'm going to paste code in and then explain it to you. So when it gets to the point to where you want to add this, I'm going to paste the code in. At that point, pause the video, type the code in, and then play the video, and I'll kind of explain what it's doing and why we're adding it. So here comes the first bit of code. So it's another comment just above that. And I like adding a little bit of spacing here. So I'm going to clean this up a little bit. There we go. All right, so go ahead and pause the video, type it in like you see here, and I'll explain what these do for you. Okay, so we have a comment up top that says declare globals to hold all the links and all the panel elements. So what these are is global variables. The var keyword right here, var, creates a new variable, and then I name those variables whatever I want, tab links and tab panels in this case. So essentially, I'm creating variables to hold all of my tabs and another variable to hold all of my panels, because I'll need to control them through scripting. So I need some way of referencing those items. Now, what is a variable? Well, a variable is anything that I want it to be. I've always explained variables in my courses as being a pickle bucket. When I was a kid, I had a stream behind my house, and I would go down there, and I had this plastic pickle bucket. This is not a joke. I really did. And whatever I found in the stream that day would go in the pickle bucket. If it was an exciting day, it might be a frog, it might be a crayfish. But if it was a boring day, it'd be a rock or some leaves. But what was interesting about this is that means that I could put whatever I wanted to inside that pickle bucket. It would store whatever information or objects I wanted inside of it. The variables in JavaScript work the same way. The tab links variable is going to contain all of our tabs. The tab panels variable is going to contain all of our panels. And that's going to allow us to reference these items programmatically using the document object model. So now we need to start putting these variables to use, and we're going to use the document object model to populate them. So I'm going to go inside my onload function, and get rid of those comments because we are going to start doing what this comments asked us to do. And I'm going to paste in some more code. Okay, so once you've typed that in, let's talk about what this is doing. So the first comment sort of gives us a little idea. When the page loads, grab the LI elements. Now, those list item elements are the actual tabs themselves. If you remember, if I scroll up and look at the actual structure of our tabs, you can see that each of the tabs is inside of a list item element. So we are creating a variable that's storing all of those in that. Now, that's referred to as an array because we're storing multiple objects inside a single variable. It's not that important, but it's interesting for you to hear the terminology. So we're creating an array and storing those list items inside of that. So what we're doing is we're saying tab links equals. Equals is what we call an assignment operator. We're assigning a value. So we're taking the variable that we created up here, and then we're saying, hey, that variable that we created, let's put something in the pickle bucket. So we're saying equals, and then we have our document object model being used. So we're saying document, that's the current open document, and then we have dot get element by ID. This is what's called dot notation. And this is a way of scripting that basically lets us reference objects and use what we call methods to manipulate those objects. So this object is the document itself, and then we're using a method called getElement by ID. Now, this is built or baked in to JavaScript. Okay, so it's part of the document object model. We're saying getElement by ID tabs. Now, remember, we have all those IDs up here. Let me show you who this is referencing. We have a div with an ID of tabs. So essentially, we're referencing this element. Okay, now below that, we have another dot notation, and now we're saying get elements, plural, by tag name, list item. So essentially, if I were to say this in pure English, I would say, hey, go in the open document, find an element that has an ID of tabs. Inside that, retrieve any elements that have a tag name of list item, or give me all the list items inside of that. So that's exactly what this is doing, and it's storing them in the variable tab links. All right, now it's time for my next section of code. Okay, so this is doing something very similar. We can see that we have a comment that says, now get all the tab panel container divs. Okay, tab panels. You can see here, once again, we're going inside the document. We're finding an element by ID, containers, and that's the div tag that contains all of them. As a matter of fact, if I scroll up into my tab panels, you can see there is the div with an ID of containers. So I'm saying go inside of that. And then once I do that, I'm saying get all of the elements by tag name, and it says div. Now, unfortunate breakage here. Let me shrink my font size down a little bit. There we go. So it's document, get element by ID containers, get elements by tag name, div. So go inside containers, find all the divs, and I'm storing these inside tab panels. So again, tab links has all of the LIs, the list items, the individual tabs. Tab panels has the individual divs that are the panels themselves. So far we've created two global variables and then use the document object model to store all of our tabbed widget elements that we'll need to control through JavaScript. So next, we're going to need to activate our initial tab and then react when that tab is clicked. Responding to user events is a common task in JavaScript. Perhaps you want to give feedback on a form submission or update a product display based on the choices that the user made, or, in our case, respond to a tab being selected. Listening to and responding to events is a big part of learning JavaScript. So let's see how we can respond to users selecting one of our tabs. So I'm in the 08_05 directory, and I have the next file opened again, and I've already sort of scrolled down into our functions. Now, a few things have been added to this, but before we get to that, I want to talk about the concept of responding to an event. Basically, essentially, you have JavaScript listen for something, and then when that something happens, you have it do something, and usually that's firing off a function, for example. We already have that. Notice that it says window on load equals function. So we're listening for the load event. So we're listening for the page to be loaded. When the page loads, we want it to perform this function. So all the code inside of that. So we already kind of have that going on. Now that's reacting to an event that just sort of happens when the page loads. What if you want to react to a user-based event? So in this case, we want to react to a user actually clicking on one of the tabs. All right, so let's see how we're going to do that. Now, if you scroll down a little bit, you can see that I've added a few things to our function. The first thing that I've added is right here, activate the first one, okay? So here we have the display panel, tab links, and then 0. So this is the function display panel. This function is going to be fired immediately when the page loads. We're going to do that because we want to set the initial display of the active tab and the active panel. To do that, we're going to fire off this function. How is this working? Well, it's calling the function display panel, and then it is doing what we call passing arguments into the function. If you were going to create a function that added two numbers together, you would call the function like add numbers, and then in parentheses, you would pass in the two numbers that you wanted to add. In this case, we're saying display panel, and now we need to tell it which tab is the active panel. And for us, the first one's going to be the initial one. All right, so that's where this really weird looking little 0 comes in. JavaScript starts counting from 0. So think about the number of tabs we have. We have 3. So 0 is actually asking for the first one. 1 would be the second one. 2 would be the third one. It's confusing at first, but once you get to using it, it's pretty easy. Now, after that, I have another comment that says attach event listener to links using onClick and onFocus, fire the display panel function, and return false to disable the link. So it sounds like there's a lot going on in here. The first thing is I already have a loop built for you so that you don't have to do this. This is what's known as a for loop. There are a lot of times that we want something to happen to multiple objects in scripting. In this case, we want each one of those tabs to listen for a click. We could write the code to do that for each one of those tabs, but that's going to take us forever. And besides, what if we add more tabs? Right now we only have 3, but what if we take a tab away or add more tabs to it? It's much easier if we just have JavaScript go ahead and automatically add it to all of our tabs for us. So here's how it does this. This is called a for loop. It creates an initial variable called I, and it starts at 0. And then it said, hey, as long as I is less than the number of tab links, meaning the number of tabs, list items, then take I and add 1 to it. And then it will execute the code found inside these curly braces. So it's going to go 1, 2, 3 until it runs out of tabs, and then it's going to stop running. So we know that this is going to execute as many times as we have tabs, which is perfect. Okay, so now we need to actually do something here. We're going to write what's known as an event listener for our tab links. And just like I did last time, I'm going to just paste some code in here and then ask you guys to pause it. So I'm going to go ahead and paste the code. So you'll notice that we're creating a function inside of this. It's okay to nest functions inside of functions. Nothing wrong with that at all. So what we're saying is tab links and then this I. This I is the same variable as this one. So we're starting at 0 and then 1 and then 2. Remember, it's an array, so they start counting at 0. So 0 would say the first one, 1 would be the second one, 2 would be the third one, and we know it's going to execute 3 times. So we're saying for each of the list items in tab links, we want to attach an on-click event listener, meaning wait for it to be clicked. When it's clicked, we want you to run a function. The function we're going to run is display panel. Remember, the display panel function's right here. What we're going to pass into it is this. Remember up here, we're activating the first one by passing that in explicitly. The this keyword, what this does is this references the object that called the function. This is referring to this. So it's saying, hey, when I call this function, I want to pass in which tab has been clicked. So that's a very easy way for me to say whoever got clicked. And then finally, we do what's called return false. So we're returning false. And what that's going to do is it's going to disable the link that they clicked. You remember how for non-JavaScript users, I made a link that would jump down to that tab? Well, obviously, I don't want it to do that. By saying return false, I disabled that. Okay, now I mentioned that I want to do this for both onClick and onFocus. So as soon as I am done with that one, I'm going to hit return, making sure, by the way, that I'm still in the for loop. And this is where it gets really confusing. You see these ending curly braces? This one pertains to the for loop. This one pertains to the overall function. This one pertains to the tab links function. You can't lose sight of those. If you do, and they're out of order, none of your JavaScript will work. So you've got to be really, really careful about this. So outside of my tab links onClick function, but still inside my for loop, I'm going to click and I'll paste one more time. Same thing. And I'm just going to clean that up a little bit. And now instead of onClick, I'm going to change this to onFocus. Now, that's just me being thorough. When people click on it with a mouse, an onClick registers. OnFocus registers if one of those tabs has focus placed on it any other way. And this is for people that might be using a keyboard, for example. Since that's a link, they can tab to that. So for somebody that might be using assistive technology and maybe can't use a mouse, it's still making sure that my tab panels work for those guys. And you can see the function is doing exactly the same thing. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save that. Now, I know that was a good bit, but the initial state of our tab panel is now activated, and we're now listening for our tabs to be clicked. All we need to do to finish our tabbed panels is respond to the events, and we'll do that next. It's time for us to finish the basic functionality of our tabbed panels by responding to the event listener. Now, we're going to do that by finishing up our display panel function. So I've opened up the next.htm that's found in the 806 folder, and you can see this one is a little further along. The display panel function's got some things built into it, and I want to talk about what those are before we finish this up. The first thing is you'll notice that inside the parentheses now, there's this tab to activate. What is that? Well, we made that up. Basically, whenever the function is being called, an object is being passed into it. That object that's being passed into it is the tab that's been clicked. So essentially, we're saying to ourselves tab to activate. So we can call that whatever we want to. We could have named it Fred, for example. But tab to activate is a lot more descriptive. After that, we have another for loop. So you remember earlier from what these for loops are doing, right? So what we're doing is every time this display panel has been called, so every time a panel is clicked on, we want it to go through all the tabs and all the panels. That way we can turn off the panels that aren't supposed to be visible, and then we can turn the one that is supposed to be visible on. We can also make sure that the proper tab up top is activated and styled as well. So we're doing a for loop going through all of our tab links, and basically we're just sort of looping through them. So now the next thing we have, this is what we call conditional logic. Conditional logic helps us to make applications that can make decisions. In this case, we're doing an if-else statement. If-else is pretty easy to grasp because these are things that you do every single day. Let's say, for example, you walk up to an elevator and you press the button. If door opens, you go into the elevator. Else, let's say the elevator is broken, you take the stairs. So we do if-else statements all day long on our own. So in this case, we're saying if tab links I, remember I is this variable, and so each time it loops through, that's going to go to 0, 1, and 2, which are all three of our tabs. And this is not an assignment operator. Earlier equals assigns value, so double equals checks for equality. So it is saying if a tab is equal to the tab to activate. Whose tab to activate? The one that got clicked on. So we're saying, hey, compare the one that got clicked on to all of the tabs. If they match, I want you to do this. So what we're going to do, again, I'm going to paste some code in here, and then I'm going to have you pause the video, type it in, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, now again, be very careful about where you place this. You want to place this in the if statements, opening and closing curly braces. So it should go right there. So the first comment tells you kind of what this is doing. If it's the one to activate, change its class. So what we're saying is, for the tab that matches, go in and add to its class active. Just to give you an idea of what's happening here, if I go back up to my tabs, what that function is going to do is for the active tab, it's going to give it a class of active. In my CSS, I have styles that control the way that that looks and behaves. So in this case, the HTML, the CSS, and JavaScript are all functioning together. If I scroll down, then I can see that also I have tab panels. I'm going through the tab panels and I'm saying whichever tab panels matched, and that could be 1, 2, or 3, change its display to block. So right now, there are two types of display properties that we're going to set. And that would either be block or none. A display of none is going to hide it. A display of block is going to show it. So that display property right here is actually CSS. So we're using JavaScript to write CSS directly on the element. We could have done this through the use of our CSS styles, but I didn't want to hide any by default. So I had them all display, and now I'm setting it to either block or none based upon whether it's active or not. So if it's active, it displays. If it's not active, it's going to not display. And that, of course, leads us to our else statement. So now we know what happens if they match. If they match, the tab gets a class of active, and the panel gets a display property of block. If it doesn't match, which will be true for the rest of them, we want to do this. So go ahead and pause your video, type this in, and then let's talk about it. And again, make sure that this is all typed in inside the closing curly brace for else. So now what we're doing is we're going ahead and removing any class of active if one exists. So we initially apply the class of active to the first tab, and then thereafter it's applied to any tab that's clicked on. Let's say the first tab has a class of active and somebody clicks on tab number 3. Well, first we need to remove that class from the first one, and apply it to the third one. And that's what this is doing. And then the next thing we need to do is hide any of the other panels, and that we're doing with the style display equal to none. So again, that's CSS. So essentially, we're assigning active to the current tab, and we're displaying the panel as block. All the rest of them, we're stripping off any active classes, and we're setting the display to none. And that is all we're doing here. All right, if I save this and preview this in my browser, if I scroll down, now I should have active tab panels. Cool. So now we have a fully functioning set of tab panels. Now, this is an extremely simple example, and it really wouldn't meet all the needs of a production level set of tabs, but it should give you a pretty good idea of how JavaScript works. Before we move on, I want to talk about externalizing JavaScript, and we'll do that in our next exercise. Much like CSS, JavaScript is more efficient when externalized and referenced as a resource. This will help reduce the amount of code used in your HTML files and make it a little bit easier to maintain and reuse your scripts. So to show you how this works, I've opened up the next.html from the 08_07 directory, and this really does kind of pick up from where we left off. Our script tag is down here at the bottom of the page. It has all of our fully functioning code in it. And what if I had other tabs on other pages I wanted to use? I would have to copy and paste this into the page. And again, if I modified the function, I would have to modify it a bunch of times. So it's not really the most efficient way to do this, a lot like the way we did with our CSS. So what I'm going to do is go up to File and choose New. I'm going to save this file in the 08_07 folder. But what I'm going to do is create a brand new folder inside of that. And this one is going to be _scripts. So the same way for my CSS, I did _CSS. For my scripting resources, I'll create a folder called _scripts. And inside that, I'm going to call this tabs.js because these are my tabs. The same way that CSS has a .css extension, JavaScript has a .js extension. And this is one of the things I love. This is one of those sort of light bulb moments for me. The HTML files, CSS files, and JavaScript files, they're all text files. They just have different extensions in them. All right, so I'm going to hit save. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to my next file and everything inside the script tags. So not the script tags themselves, but everything inside of them. I'm going to highlight those. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy them. Then I'm going to go back into the tabs file that I just created, and I'm just going to paste them. So that's it. I'm just moving the code from one to another. Now, I want to make sure that I get everything. And by the way, I really should have mentioned this in the previous movie, but if you were trying to get this to work and for whatever reason you couldn't get your panels to work, JavaScript is really picky about its syntax. If you have one letter off, if you have one dot out of place, if you have one curly brace out of place, then none of it's going to work. So you really need to go back through your code with a fine-tooth comb, compare it to the finished files, and you should be able to find your errors. I'm going to save this and then go back into the next.html. And now I can go ahead and delete that script tag. And I'm going to remove the script tag and all of its contents, everything about it. All right, I'll save this. And when I go out to my browser, I can see that my tabbed panels no longer work. And that's because we've removed the code for them. All right, now, where you locate your script tags is really important. Basically, whenever a browser encounters a script tag, it's going to stop rendering the page, execute the code, and then resume rendering the page once it's finished running the scripts. Because of that, from a performance standpoint, a lot of developers like to put their scripts at the bottom of the page. That's where we had ours earlier. Well, just for the sake of being complete in terms of putting our resources together, I'm going to instead place this script tag up in the head of the document. It doesn't really matter where you place a script of this size because it's so small, nobody will notice the difference. But this is one of the things that when you learn JavaScript, you need to learn these types of practices so that your pages can have their best performance possible. So what I'm going to do is down below the link tag, so it's bringing in my CSS, I'm going to open up a script tag. And in this script tag, I'm just going to use the source attribute. And for the source attribute, I'm going to point to the _scripts tabs.js. src equals _scripts / tabs.js. So it doesn't use href like link does. It uses source. All right, now I need to close that. And during mysteries, I also need to have a closing script tag. So in addition to having the opening script tag, I have to have this closing script tag, even if there's no JavaScript in the middle of it. That's very different from the link tag, and it's just one of those HTML syntax things that you have to know. All right, so now we're telling the browser, hey, we've got some JavaScript that needs to run, and you can find it in this file. So now I'll save this file, go back into my browser, reload the page. And as I do that, go back into the browser and reload my page. And as I do that, I can see that now my tab panels are functioning exactly the way that I wanted to. Awesome. So, hey, a lot like the chapter on CSS, there's just no way to efficiently or effectively teach JavaScript in one chapter. So if some of the syntax that I went through, if it seemed like I went through it kind of fast, if you didn't grasp it all or understand what everything is doing, do not worry, panic, or be upset about that at all. That's perfectly understandable. That means you're normal. My goal for this chapter is simply to introduce you to JavaScript and some of its capabilities and go over enough syntax so that you're going to be comfortable with continuing to learn JavaScript on your own. In fact, I highly recommend going through Simon Allardyce's excellent JavaScript Essential Training course shortly after completing this one. I hope you had fun exploring the fundamental concepts and syntax of HTML. Before we wrap up, I wanted to leave you with some resources that can help you dig deeper into HTML and become a better web designer. I want to start with the specification itself. I'm not saying that you have to read all of the HTML5 specification all the way through, but I recommend taking a very thorough look at the HTML5 specification, which we see here on the W3C's website. And I also recommend checking out the differences between HTML4 and HTML5. The W3C has a nice document on that as a way of understanding how things have evolved over time. You also want to make sure that you're writing valid HTML code. So be sure to bookmark the W3C's Markup Validator. This free syntax examines your code. It lets you know if there are any issues with your syntax. And it's a really great way to learn the rules of HTML as you write your code. It also has the option of showing the document outline. So as you're working, if you want to keep track of what your document outline looks like, this is a great service to use. Another great set of resources is the Mozilla Developer Network and the Web Platform Docs. Aside from having articles and tutorials that span the range of web design and development, they have sections that are dedicated to HTML. These are both excellent online resources for any web professional. Another set of great resources are the HTML5rocks.com website and the HTML5doctor.com sites. Once you've mastered the basics of HTML, both of these sites have great articles and tutorials on HTML and the best practices around authoring it. And of course, don't forget to explore the many courses on HTML and web design in the lynda.com online training library. As our homepage says at the time of this recording, for web, we have 529 courses and 20,996 individual video tutorials. That is a lot of learning. And you can certainly progress from being a beginner to become a confident web professional by going through a lot of these courses. I'd also love to hear how your progress is going. So follow me on Twitter at JamesWillWebb and join the conversation. I would love to hear from you. Once again, thanks for watching, and I hope I'll see you in my next course.